Hello, good morning. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Demorris Hunter. We are in day 3 of the alleged strangling of Theresa Green. Let me just check my audio. Good morning. Welcome. All right, audio is good. Welcome in, everybody. Get comfortable. Day 3 is about to start in a few minutes. So we'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, and I would love for you guys to congratulate Good Vibes Only. You will notice that she has a shield. That's YouTube saying that Good Vibes Only is our newest mod. So welcome in to Modship. Good Vibes Only, our newest mod. Chat, say hello to our newest mod, Good Vibes Only. And yep, think it's going to be a great day here. So welcome in, everybody. Let's see, who do we have in our chat? Lazy boys, it's too cold to take off your clothes. I had to put pants on. I had shorts on. I had to switch over to pants. Aussie Gardner, good morning. Hello. Rock and roll, good to see you. Selena K, Richard in the kitchen. Kaylee, hello. Jad Ziadax, good to see you. Bama Green Eyes, thank you for joining us. Sherry and Horse Welfare. Crazy Mary Joe. Let's see. Dr. Barry's channel watching the closings. Yeah, we'll probably do a Ego Takes the Stand on that Hawaii one. But I think first up I want to do Banfield. Maybe even this week we might get to Banfield. We'll see. Hey, Itty Bitty. YT Hazel, good morning. Brenda, happy hump day to you. Kimbers, good morning. Shirley, you'll be back in 20 minutes. Sounds good. Joy, good to see you. Tammy, welcome in. Red Snap, good morning to you. Downey Lynn, hello. Kathy Davis, you just got up. Unusual for me to sleep this late. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. I guess early for you, or no, late for you because you slept in. Just Breathe. Sherry, good morning. Welcome in. Just Breathe, saying hello to Sherry. Let's see. JMS, good to see you. Holly and Radioactive, good morning. Welcome in. Snap, you changed your name. All right. Red Snap has changed their name. Gotcha. Thank you for that. Heidi, hello. Hector's mom, good to see you. Richard, thank you for the email. Yeah, we did see that he pled guilty. We saw that yesterday. So thanks for that. Iowa Backyard Cam, hello. Sharon, good morning. Annie, good afternoon to you. Teresa, the pretty chick, good morning to you. Rock and roll, mama of a medic, good to see you guys. Christy, good morning to you. Tao Tao, good morning. KS Granny, good to see you. You got a membership from Good Vibes Only. Thank you for the Trial TV Live gifted membership. And KS Granny, you got it. I love it when people in chat actually get a membership. That's nice. Barry, good morning to you. Cindy, hello, hello. Let's see, I think I got everybody. Did I get everybody? Did I miss anybody? I hope not. William, good morning to you. Rock and roll. All right. Debbie, good to see you. The FedEx guy who ran over the little girl and then strangled her, I think, something like that. Yeah, he pled guilty. Pammy, good morning to you. It's the penalty phase, Richard, right? I think it's the penalty phase because he pled guilty, so now they have to do the penalty, I think. Blue Star, good morning to you. If I understand it correctly, I think it's the penalty phase. Anthony, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. And again, Good Vibes Only is our newest mod, so please give a warm welcome to Good Vibes Only. Hey, Linda, good to see you. Ionine, good morning. There you are. Good to see you. All right, let's see. Yeah, now it's the penalty phase, right? Mama of a medic, and he should, yeah, right? He backed up, he hit her or something, and then he pulled her into his. He didn't want her to like basically tell her family that she ran over, or she got ran over. He ran her over, something like that. I don't know. I'm very, very, very high level. I'm not even thinking about that trial. Judy, good morning from Rhode Island. Thank you for joining us. The FedEx guy who ran over that little girl, and then I think he strangled her, so she wouldn't tell on him. Something weird like that. Kelsey. Stella, good morning from cold Boston. Lazy Boys, I think we were doing Corey. No, we were doing Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We were doing Kelsey when that started or something. So yeah, that's part of it. But it had already been like 2 or 3 days when Kelsey was done. So it was just too awkward for us to switch gears and jump over on that one. So we'll do an ego on the stand though, right? Because I'm pretty sure he takes the stand. So we'll do an ego takes the stand. Heidi says Rex Herman is expected to plead guilty on 7+1. Wow, interesting. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for that. Green-eyed cat, there you are. Welcome in. Good to see you. Jed Ziadex, that was his claim. The evidence shows he just snatched her. Okay. Ugh, even worse. Yeah, thank you for that. Debbie, there you are. Good morning. FedEx guy was horrific. Yeah. I like I said, I just know he said he ran her over and then he strangled her or something like that. Anyway, Kelsey, I thought you were talking about this case. No. Yeah. No, different one. All right. Hey, Tosh, how are you? Good morning. Yes, don't forget to hit the like button, please. And thank you, everybody coming in. Let's all hit the like button. Show YouTube that we're human beings here. All right. Let me see if we have a feed yet for you guys. Oh, we do. We have a feed. All right. Their feed has kicked in. So let's go ahead and get us over here. Don't need a disclaimer. So the judge said that they are going to go into closings straight away, I guess then jury instructions, and then they're going to deliberate. So they should, and it's an hour for each. So I would say if they start at 9, seems like she's already there. So let me get us in there. I see her head. Come on, feed. Kick in. There we go. Hour each. So if they start at 9, 10, 11, I'd say by lunchtime, they'll be deliberating. They should be deliberating by lunchtime. You know what we could do? You want to do what kind of poll? Hey, Lisa, good morning to you. Ambi, good to see you. Couldn't care less. Thank you for joining us. Mama, they found a skull. They found another skull. So is that to Rex? Is that tied to him? Can you imagine? Hey, Michelle, good morning to you. Sparkling Princess, there you are. Good morning. What kind of poll do you guys want? Do you want to do how long will the jury take to deliberate? You want to do that one? Should we do how long do you think they'll come back with a verdict today? Judge wants them to come back with a verdict. Should we do how long will they take to deliberate? We already did the state meet their burden? Let's go back to that. Let's review that. Did the state meet their burden? Let me see. So 59% of you said yes, that Demorris is guilty. 41% of you said no, that he's not guilty. Hey, Debbie, saying hello and good morning. No word on Raul. Yeah, no. We're still keeping our eyes out for that. We will definitely cover that. As soon as that pops up again, we absolutely will cover that. That's what was just said. Yeah, that's what is being said. Iowa backyard. That's funny. How yummy is that lemon pound cake? Hey, Lori, how are you? Mr. Honor Man, better knock it off with rushing the jurors because I haven't been convinced yet through the evidence. I agree. Yep. Sparkling Princess, I worry they do come back today when they say, well, it was because of the judge. My question is, are they going to be part of the penalty phase too? Because I'm basing it off of, she hasn't said anything about they're going to be here for the penalty phase. And I'm basing that off of Jose Soto Escalar. Remember him? They had a penalty phase. They did the guilt phase and then the penalty phase. And each one was like, it took them like an hour and a half to deliberate for both. And they found him guilty for both. And that was a DP as well. So, JMS, you think he won't go to trial, really? All right. Heidi says, I don't really know in this case how long. To me, everyone is confusing, but he is guilty. Couldn't care less. You're on your phone. You can't tag. No worries. Kathy, the judge will accept Harriman's guilty plea if he says about the eighth one, and the judge wants details about all of them. Okay. Mama, think Joe is more complicit than is being said. I would have to agree with that. I think there's something going on there with Mr. Butler that we're not hearing the whole thing. Barry, it just feels to me like nobody's treating this like a DP case. Doesn't matter if he's bad news all around. It's a DP. I agree. Deviant, there you are. Welcome in. How are you? Kim, good morning to you. Appreciate you joining us. Lazy Boys, any chance we'll cover a civil trial? Absolutely. Yeah. No, we'll definitely cover a civil trial again. Jackie, you're talking about the FedEx one? Yeah. Richard, you can't tag Trial TV Live. Never, good morning to you. I am Super T. Good morning. Swinging by to hit the like button on your way through. Appreciate that. Let's see. Stella, I personally think Mr. Joseph also had a lot to do with this case. In your opinion, it just seems a little sketchy, the answers that he gave and his wife gave. I agree, Stella. Yeah, there's definitely, I feel like we're not getting the full picture. And if we're feeling that, what's the jury feeling? Right? What is the jury thinking as well? You know. There you go, Richard. Aaron just tagged you. I am Super T. Scent Buddy, good morning to you. Never you can't tag either. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Who can't you tag? Just let us know. All right, Richard, let me tag you. It's so weird. All right, here. Sometimes I have to tag you guys. And never. Here, let me tag you. All right. See if that helps you guys. Sometimes I have to tag you. Or if I don't post for a while, it's really weird. I don't know, sometimes YouTube is weird. Here, all right. There we go. All right. Yeah, sometimes it's just it's weird. Maybe like if I don't tag you, or if I don't talk, or if I don't post for a while, I don't know, it's just weird. Just a Girl Baking, good morning to you. Nicholas Cruz case in Florida, the jury voted him guilty and decided to give him life without prison instead of the DP. Yeah, Ambi, mobile and iPads, you have to be on a desktop. YouTube is trying to fix that. They've been trying to fix that for years, and I hope they do, because it's highly annoying, because I think probably 80%, 90% of people are probably watching us or watching YouTube on a mobile device. You think that they would sort it out. So hopefully they will. Hopefully they will. But you can set up shortcuts or something like that. Aaron and Good Vibes, we were talking about that yesterday, that you can set up shortcuts on your phone. So anyway, okay, so yesterday we heard it was a battle of the experts, right? The medical examiners, Dr. Gary Utz and Dr. Jonathan Arden. And then the defense rested after that. And Mr. Hunter did not take the stand. And now we are in day 3. So we're going to have closings, and then I'm not sure if she's going to do jury instructions. I'm not sure of the order. She didn't say what the order was. But we do know that they each get an hour. That we do know. So that means the state is probably going to break theirs up. Their openings were pretty short, relatively short. State's opening was only 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 42 seconds, so 11 minutes. The defense went actually 22 minutes. So I could see the state going probably half hour, maybe 15 minutes for rebuttal. And then the defense would probably do like a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. Tosh, I set up shortcuts, then YouTube changed the names. Then there's that. YouTube is always trying to stay one step ahead of you, I suppose. It's so annoying. Hey, Joanne, good to see you. How are you? Good morning, good morning. Hope everyone had a great evening and is ready for closings and a verdict. Just Stephanie, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Debbie, thank you so much for your $4. Appreciate that. Here's some coffee from Debbie. Appreciate that. Thank you. Deviant is passing coffee and croissants for all. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to think of a poll. Should we do a how long will they take to deliberate? Or help me with the poll. What do you guys think? I'm so confused. I'm not confused. Well, I am confused. I'm also conflicted on this trial. I do not think the state met their burden. I really don't. Although, here's why. Okay, we'll play devil. We'll go both sides of the coin here. He's not guilty because there's no direct evidence, right? There's nothing. There was no. The only DNA I think they found, was on her watch, and there was blood on the watch, right? Oh wait, here we go. I guess I can opine later. Looks like they might be ready to go here. Okay, here we go.
And if that, then she died there was no evidence that she died in Orange County. There was no evidence that she was killed in Orange County. The body was recovered in a different county, in Seminole County.
Is there any evidence that the body was placed in the trunk in any other place than Orange County?
There's no evidence to suggest that the body was alive or dead and it was placed in the trunk.
Your addendum to your motion for judgment of acquittal is noted, and my ruling is the same. I think it's a jury. I think she was on the Wednesday panel. Or Thursday. Yeah. Tuesday. On Thursday. Yeah.
So let me know, do you guys want that with the hum and buzz? Do you prefer that, or do you prefer this?
That probably this line needs to be removed from page one. I apologize, but apparently we all missed it. At the very bottom of page one of the final instructions, it reads, if you find Theresa Ann Green was killed by Demorris Hunter or an accomplice of Demorris.
I agree, Your Honor. That was an error. I apologize.
Can we pick those up? I'm just going to mark through it.
That's fine.
Yeah. But the copy that the jury's going to get.
I'm just marking through it.
Okay.
Have any other alternative at this stage? This is why I asked yesterday. Oh, you have white. We're going to white it out.
So, yeah, I have a filter that's either take it off and it's hum buzz, or leave it on and it kind of cuts in and out. When they're not speaking clearly or loudly, that's what it sounds like. It's kind of cutting in and out.
That phrase has been whited out on each of the juries. White out on this as well. All right, let's bring him in.
All right, so the jury's coming in, and they're going to do closings. I'm not sure when jury instructions are going to happen, if they're going to be before or after. Probably after. She didn't really say. Judge didn't say how she was going to handle jury instructions.
Jury entering.
All right, here we go.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss this case with anyone? And not to let anyone discuss the case with you? And not to watch any news accounts of this case? All right, thank you. You will see, in addition to your notepads, there are jury instructions. Before we start going through those jury instructions, I need your agreement on something. As much as we try to get these perfect, inevitably I will find a typo or something that needs to be changed. Does everyone agree that if I find one of those, that you will make the change on your copy of the instructions? All right, because that will allow you to read along with me rather than waiting until the end to get a copy with all of the corrections made. We are going to begin reading about a third of the way down the page on page 1 under Introduction to Final Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Demorris Ann Hunter, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree murder. Demorris Ann Hunter is accused of first-degree murder in count 1. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Theresa Ann Green was killed by Demorris Ann Hunter, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The use of deadly force to kill a human being is justifiable homicide and therefore lawful, if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the 3 following circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by act and misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Ann Hunter. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Theresa Ann Green. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder, as it pertains to count 1, are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the lesser included offense of count 1, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Hunter. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Theresa Ann Green by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, a lesser included offense of count 1, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2, A, Demorris Hunter intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Theresa Ann Green, or B, the death of Theresa Ann Green was caused by the culpable negligence of Demorris Hunter. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence to you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard of the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving The crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt or of having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates. Then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I will read the remainder of the jury instructions after closing arguments. As I've indicated before, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their closing arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide that time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has spoken. Mr. Buxman?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Morning, everybody. This is Theresa Green in life. She was the mother of Octavia Hayes, daughter of Lyda Jones, sister to Loretta Tomlin, and Rosemary Jones, and she was a friend of those who knew her in life. She worked at the Florida hospital in the labor and delivery department. The department of the hospital is meant to bring newborns into this world and to help mothers share the miracle of life. That's what Miss Green did for this man right here, strangled the life out of him. This is Theresa Green in death. After that man strangled her, wrapped her body in a sheet, threw her body in the trunk of her own car like a piece of trash, left that car at Walgreens, fled the state to try to escape the crime he just committed. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why the defendant is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Judge Munyon read you some instructions a few minutes ago, and she explained to you the instruction regarding justifiable homicide. She tells you the use of deadly force is justifiable homicide, lawful if done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house which the defendant was at the time of the killing. There is no evidence in this case whatsoever to suggest this killing was justifiable. And the judge told you earlier that it is your job to look to the evidence in this case that you heard from the witness stand and saw in the form of exhibits in making your decision. I believe the defense, even in jury selection and opening statement, said you need to look at the evidence presented in this case. That governs your decision here. You heard evidence that Joseph Butler and Theresa Butler got into kind of a slapping thing in the apartment that night. You heard that they went on the stairwell and they tumbled down the stairwell at some point. You also heard that at the bottom of that stairwell, nothing happened. No one was screaming in pain. There were no punches thrown, no weapons drawn, nothing going on between the victim and the defendant. No indication that the victim was trying to murder the defendant or commit a felony upon him. Instead, they got up, they walked up the stairs, and they went back to Theresa Green's apartment. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard evidence from Dr. Utz, the medical examiner, that Theresa Green, the victim in this case, was strangled. That is not the result of somebody defending himself. That is the result or the sign of first-degree premeditated murder. Also, ladies and gentlemen, people who are justified in killing somebody don't, after it's done, take the body, wrap it up, hide it in the trunk, and flee the state. People who are justified in killing somebody don't try to cover the killing up. This killing, ladies and gentlemen, was in no way justified. Judge also read you an instruction. You have them in front of you. You were reading along. Excusable homicide. An excusable homicide occurs when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune. Dropping a gun and the gun accidentally going off and hitting somebody and killing that person, that's an accident. That's misfortune. Wrapping hands around somebody's neck and strangling the life out of somebody is not accident. It's not misfortune. This is not an excusable homicide, ladies and gentlemen. There's no evidence to support it. So let's look at the elements that the state is required to prove in order to prove this defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Number one, Theresa Ann Green is dead. I don't think this element is going to be in great dispute. There's no question she's dead. How do we know that? Well, we know that the person found in the trunk of Theresa Green's own car was an African-American woman about the same body type and age as Ms. Green. We know that she is locked inside the trunk of her own car. And we also know that a fingerprint analyst, Howard Kuhn, compared known fingerprints of Theresa Green, which were rolled before she was killed, with the fingerprints rolled at the autopsy of the woman who's found in the trunk. And they match. So this element, I don't believe, is in dispute in any way. The state has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that Theresa Green is dead. The second element the state has to prove is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Hunter. So how do we know that it was the defendant who killed Theresa Green? Well, we know that the defendant and the victim were dating. Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, Lisa Moore, and Octavius Hayes all identified the defendant here, Demorris Hunter, as the person that they knew back then as Mike. So we know the defendant back then was lying to everybody about his real name. But we also know that law enforcement showed each of those four individuals photo packs. And in position number 3 was a photo of this defendant, Demorris Hunter. And each and every one of those four victims, or four witnesses, picked the defendant out as the person they knew as Mike. So we know Demorris Hunter and Mike is the same person. Additionally, when the defendant was arrested and brought to Florida, his DNA was collected. You heard from the DNA analyst that the defendant, Demorris Hunter's DNA, was found on the victim's watch in her apartment. So we know this man is the same Mike that was at the party that was dating the victim. We also know that the defendant's fingerprints were found in apartment number 9, this man's fingerprints. So again, we know this man is Mike, the person who lived in apartment 9, the person we've been talking about throughout the course of this trial. So how do we know that the defendant killed him? We know that the defendant was the last person to be with the victim when the victim was seen to be alive. The Butlers told you that there was a get-together at their apartment the night that all of this happened. The Butlers lived upstairs on the right in apartment number 12. Theresa Green's apartment was right across the hall, apartment number 11, and the defendant lived downstairs in apartment number 9. There was a get-together that evening. Joyce Butler had to work the next morning. She's like, we need to shut this party down. It's loud. The music's going on. I need to work. So we need to shut it down. Joseph Butler complied with her wishes, shut the party down. And for some reason, there was some kind of disagreement between Theresa Green and Joseph Butler around this time. Admittedly, Theresa Green was intoxicated. She was impaired. And she slaps Joseph Butler for whatever reason. Joseph Butler slaps her back. They eventually make their way out on the landing. We're seeing the photograph. Something happens on that landing. There's testimony that Theresa Green kicked at the defendant. The defendant maybe grabbed her, and they tumbled down the stairs. When they got to the stairs, down to the bottom of the stairs, again, they got up. There was no screaming. Nobody was severely injured. No one was in pain. There was no fight, punches thrown, weapons drawn, anything like that. They simply got up, walked up the stairs, and went into the defendant and Theresa Green went into Theresa Green's apartment. So regardless of how impaired Theresa Green was, we know she was able to negotiate and walk up those stairs on her own with no problem. Once the defendant and Theresa Green went into Ms. Green's apartment, Lisa Moore told you that she heard loud voices. She heard some kind of arguing. Lisa Moore's 6-year-old son was in the butler's apartment still. So she goes in, she grabs her son, she goes downstairs and puts her son in her car. She walks back up those stairs and she wants to use the phone to call her brother. She can't get into Mr. Butler's apartment. Mr. Butler blocked the door or whatever. She couldn't get in. So she knocks on Theresa Green's apartment door. Theresa Green doesn't answer. The defendant answers. The defendant doesn't say anything like, oh my God, I lost my mind and Theresa's hurt. Come help. Call law enforcement. Go call 911, whatever. He says to Theresa Green, when she asks to use his phone, he says, it's best you don't come in. He didn't want her coming in to see what he did. Otherwise, why not let this young lady who has her son trying to use the phone come in for a second and make a quick phone call? That'd be a pretty good reason why he wouldn't let his friend, the woman who he was with this party with throughout the night, the neighbor's friend, the neighbor's daughter, come in and use the phone for a second. Lisa Moore told you she went downstairs again, checked on her son. He was okay. She walked back upstairs, again, knocks on Theresa Green's door. No one answers this time. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Theresa Green couldn't answer at that time, and the defendant surely did not want to answer. Who was the last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive? Diane. Joyce Butler told you that. Joseph Butler told you that. So did Lisa Moore. Remember, Lisa Moore was not drinking that night. Lisa Moore was not suffering from the memory problems that her mother admittedly said she is suffering from. Remember, Lisa Moore told you that when she saw them fall down the stairs, they kind of slid down on their butt. She was asked, did you ever see Miss Green hit her head or on the way down or get injured? And she said, no, I didn't see that. They slid down on their butts. And I expect the defense during their closing argument to bring up that these three witnesses, Lisa Moore, Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, had some inconsistencies in their testimony. And they have every right to say that because that's true. They did have some inconsistencies. They had some inconsistencies about some of these small details. How long did you know the victim? They had different answers. How long had you lived in the apartment? They had different answers. How long did you know the defendant? Again, they had different answers. What position were the defendant and the victim when they tumbled down the stairs? Some of their answers were different. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that that's to be expected. This was 24 years ago this happened. It's expected that memories will fade and some of these small details will be inconsistent. But look at the total of their testimony. Look what was not inconsistent. Look what they were consistent about. They all said the same thing about what happened in the party, why it ended, about the slapping, about them falling down the stairs. Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler were consistent about the next morning when the defendant came and asked for Joseph Butler's help in moving the victim's car. The last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive was the defendant. So what happens the next morning? The defendant comes over at 6:30, 7 o'clock. And remember, this party shut down at like 2:30 in the morning. So this is only several hours later. The defendant comes over and he asks Joseph Butler for some help. He asks, hey, I need you to follow me and Theresa someplace in the car. Doesn't say where they're going. The defendant gives Joseph Butler the keys to this white van that the defendant had been driving. The white van that was owned by Henry Fields. Henry Fields had let the defendant use the van as he needed. So he gives Joseph Butler keys to the van. Joseph Butler gets in that white van. The defendant gets into Theresa Green's car, and they leave together. The defendant's leading. Joseph Butler is following in the van. This is the same van that was eventually found in Houston, Texas, torched on fire. Joseph Butler said that this was a little unusual because the defendant didn't drive Theresa Green's car. It was also unusual that Theresa Green wasn't there. He didn't see Theresa Green at that point. Why? Because she was already dead and her body was stuck in the car. So they traveled to Walgreens in Sanford. The defendant made arrangements to get rid of the victim's body. Body was wrapped in a sheet, thrown in the back of the trunk. That trunk was shut and locked. Law enforcement had to break the window to gain entry and then break the lock to actually get inside the trunk. The defendant didn't just drive the car a block down the street. He distanced himself. He made sure that this car was far away from the apartment, the place that he lived, and the apartment that the defendant and the victim were last seen together inside. When they get to Walgreens, it's interesting that the defendant doesn't even get out of the car to go inside the store. It's not like they drove 15, 20 miles from Orlando to Sanford for him to go into this specific Walgreens to get something, justify why they're going there. He doesn't go in, he doesn't buy anything. Joseph Butler goes inside and try to get some Alka-Seltzer because he's feeling real well. He comes out and the defendant is rummaging around the victim's car. Joseph Butler gets back in the van. The defendant then gets back in the van. And they leave this car here at Walgreens. The sole purpose behind this trip, ladies and gentlemen, is again to distance himself from this car and keep that car and the body inside as far away from the place that's associated with the defendant as possible. And he trusted Joseph Butler not to say anything, because Joseph Butler was a friend. Well, thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, when questioned by the police, Joseph Butler did tell the police what happened and did explain about the transporting of the car to Walgreens. Not only did the defendant try to distance himself from this car and the body of the victim that he killed, when he gets in the van with Joseph Butler, he says something very important. He tells Joseph Butler, "I messed up." Well, the defendant was right about that. Joseph Butler said, "Look, I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to be involved." And this was the first time Joseph Butler said he actually felt concerned. He told you that there was some kind of a plan between him and the victim to go to the car lot this morning and drop the car off. But when the defendant came over that morning and asked Joseph Butler for help, he didn't think really much about it. But he didn't see Theresa. They don't go to a car lot. They go to Walgreens instead, which is weird. The defendant's driving Theresa Green's car, and she's not around, which was weird. And now the defendant says, "I messed up." At this point, Joseph Butler told you that things are maybe starting to click, that the defendant and the victim may have gotten into it, and the defendant may have done something. Clearly, at this point, he doesn't know that the victim's body is in the trunk of the car that they just arranged to drop off at Walgreens, but he's starting to get concerned. He told you on the stand, Joseph Butler said, "I didn't want to be involved. I told him, don't tell me anymore." He still doesn't want to be involved. He was trying to avoid the very thing that happened 2 days ago of him having to come into court now, many, many years later, to testify. He didn't want to be involved. But we do know that when Joseph Butler was questioned, along with Joyce Butler, he let the police into their apartment, take whatever photos you want, collect whatever evidence you want, dust fingerprints however you want, whatever you need. And we also know that Joseph Butler told the detectives about the party. He admitted to slapping the victim, told them about them falling down the stairs, and told them about taking the car to Walgreens that following morning. When Joseph Butler and the defendant get back to the apartment after leaving the car at Walgreens, that's the last time the Butlers see the defendant. Why? Because he leaves, and he flees. He leaves the state. The defendant gets in Henry Field's van that he had been using and leaves. He gets in the same van that is later found in Houston, Texas, burnt to a crisp, torched. You heard Terry Cool, the arson investigator, who was called to the scene of this fire. She told you that the fire was intentionally set. There was no license plate on the car. The gas cap had been removed, and the fire, there was basically kindling in the back, in the apartment area of that van. That fire was intentionally set. We also introduced the tag and title history. Houston Police Department examined this van, did a confidential VIN inspection, which is where they found the VIN number associated with this van. It was based on that VIN number that they determined this was the same van that had been reported stolen by Henry Fields in Orlando. This crime happened. We also introduced the tag and title history of this van, showing that the VIN numbers matched and showing that this van belonged to Henry Fields. And interestingly, this van was not reported by any other agency as being stolen. So this is not a situation where the defendant takes the van, drives it to Houston, and some other person just randomly steals the van. If that would have happened, it would have been reported stolen. It wasn't. Because the defendant knew he was the one who stole it. The evidence points to the defendant being the one who torched it, set it on fire, and burned it. Shortly after the van has been found burning, Officer Monroe Gage from the Houston Police Department makes contact with the defendant at a house on Barwick Street. Makes contact with the defendant in a place about 6 or 7 miles away from where this van was located. I think that's just a coincidence that both the van and the defendant are found several states over? Of course not. When Deputy Gage explained to you that when they found the defendant, another officer called him on the phone and said, "Come out the front door." The defendant doesn't come out the front door. He goes out the back door. When officers see him go out the back door, they start yelling at him. They tell him to get down. Comply, listen to our orders. The defendant didn't comply. Instead, the defendant ran. The defendant tried to escape. The defendant only stopped when he learned that there was going to be a canine released who was going to capture him and probably hurt him. The defendant tried to run from law enforcement when they were there to arrest him for the first-degree murder of Theresa Green. It's another piece of evidence to show that the defendant was the one that committed this murder. Otherwise, why run from the police? If he hadn't murdered Theresa Green, if he hadn't stolen the van, why run from the police? He ran because he knew what he did. He knew why the police were there, and he tried to escape the consequences. We call that consciousness of guilt. Going back to the apartment, how else do we know that the defendant was the one who killed Theresa Green? Crime scene investigators came to this apartment, and they did their work for several days. They processed the scene. They took pictures. They took photographs. They took swabs from various locations for potential DNA. They processed the victim's apartment. They processed the defendant's apartment downstairs in apartment number 9. Nothing of real relevance was found in the defendant's apartment, except they did find Theresa Green's fingerprint in there, which in and of itself isn't shocking considering they dated and probably frequented each other's apartments. But interestingly, when they processed the victim's apartment, the front door and the only entrance to the victim's apartment was not damaged. The door hadn't been kicked in. The door jamb wasn't broken. It wasn't pried open with a crowbar. The locking mechanism wasn't damaged. Nothing else. No indication that the door was forced open to gain entry to Theresa Green's apartment. This shows that some random person just didn't walk up those stairs, kick the door in, go in and kill Theresa Green. There's no damage. Whoever killed Theresa Green knew her, was allowed in, or had access or a key to the apartment, like a boyfriend, like the defendant. What do they find inside Theresa Green's apartment? They find a watch. They find a Seiko watch, which was on the bathroom counter. We know that Octavius Hayes picked it up and put it on the counter. Significantly about the watch, though, they took swabs. Well, first of all, we know this wasn't a robbery. We have jewelry that's out in the open. The house was clean, tidy, hadn't been rummaged through. Valuables were still there. So we know this isn't a robbery. Somebody randomly just didn't break in and steal stuff. The watch, they took swabs from this watch and sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And when those DNA analysis was done on the swab from the watch, we know that there was a major contributor of DNA on that watch. That came back to the defendant's DNA. We also know that the watch was broken. So again, is this evidence the end-all be-all smoking gun? No. But it does show, well, we know that the defendant and victim were together throughout the night. They were dating, so it's not the end-all be-all. But we do know that the defendants touched that watch with enough pressure to put DNA on it, and we know that watch was broken, indicative of some kind of a struggle or an altercation. Crime scene investigators also found blood in the apartment. When compared to the known DNA profile of Theresa Green, it was Theresa Green's blood. Could that blood have come from when Joseph Butler slapped her? Could have. But what else do we know that was found inside that apartment? When they walked in, watch, and when they walked in, they found this really big hole in the drywall. Now, Octavius Hayes told you that hole wasn't there when he left. Because remember, he went for a couple days to a friend's house over the weekend, Memorial Day weekend. He said, that hole wasn't there when I left. When I got back and came and found my mother wasn't there, that hole was there. So we know that that hole was created in a very short period of time, a short window. And we know this hole was not caused by Joseph Butler slapping the victim inside Joseph Butler's apartment. I submit to you that it's reasonable to believe that the hole was created during the altercation that eventually led to the defendant strangling the victim. All the evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, points to one person, points to the defendant as being the person who killed Theresa Green. This element, ladies and gentlemen, has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. The third element the state has to prove is that there was a premeditated killing of Theresa Green. The judge read to you that killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. Decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing, but the law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. That time must be long enough to allow reflection, and the premeditated intent to kill must occur before the killing. The law says premeditation can happen like that. As long as the person has enough time to think about what he is going to do and make the conscious decision to do it, that is premeditation. So what evidence do we have to show that this killing was premeditated? Dr. Utz talked to you about the photographs taken during Theresa Green's autopsy, and he explained to you that there were, in his opinion, various contusions or bruises. There were abrasions, scrapes or marks, and evidence of blunt type trauma inflicted upon the victim. He explained to you that there was swelling present in the right side of her neck, which he felt was caused by some type of trauma. He also noted the darkened areas on her lips, shoulder, chest, things like that. And as a trained medical examiner, he is able to look at those injuries and determine, look, are those injuries simply from a darker skinned individual and pigmentation of the skin? Are they results of decomposition or are the result of trauma? In his opinion, these areas were the result of trauma. Those findings of trauma are also consistent with the physical evidence at the scene, the broken watch, the hole in the drywall. Could some of this trauma maybe have been caused by Joseph Butler slapping her? Maybe the contusion on her lip. Could some of it be caused by her falling down the stairs? Maybe. But again, remember Lisa Moore, who said when they fell down, they slid down on their butts. But regardless, could some of this trauma have happened from falling? Could be. If those were the only injuries that we noted, that were noted on the autopsy, that might be a reasonable explanation, but they're not. She has other injuries that were clearly not caused by a slap and clearly not caused by falling. Those injuries combined with the circumstances of how her body was found, wrapped up, shoved in the trunk of a car, a locked trunk, all indicate that the victim was murdered and strangled. Theresa Green was an otherwise healthy 38-year-old woman found wrapped in a blanket and her body in the trunk. We know she didn't do that to herself. We also know that she was not shot, she wasn't stabbed, she didn't have a brain bleed, she didn't have internal thoracic, internal bleeding, she didn't have any disease, she didn't have a heart attack, she didn't have a stroke. We know that she didn't die from alcohol poisoning. Even Dr. Arden said it's really unlikely she died from alcohol poisoning. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at, and we know she didn't drown. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at is strangulation. The injuries to her neck, both internally and externally, are indicative of strangulation. That strangulation is evidence of premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. Strangulation is a long process. This is not a situation where a gunshot wound to the head stabbed into the heart, where it causes an immediate death. Strangulation is a process. Strangulation occurs when the veins and or arteries leading to the brain are compressed such that oxygenated blood cannot get into the brain. If oxygenated blood can't get to the brain cannot function, and eventually the person becomes unconscious. And if that pressure is continually applied, even after the person is unconscious, that person eventually dies. You heard Dr. Utz explain all this. During this entire time, the pressure has to remain constant and continued pressure. That takes time. Second by second, minute by minute, holding that pressure. That's premeditation. But what's even more so, when this happens to a victim, the victim doesn't lay there passively. The victim fights, the victim struggles, the victim crashes. The victim tries to remove that pressure from the neck. And as the victim fights, struggles, and moves around, that pressure is also moving and something is released, which causes oxygenated blood to come back into the brain, which causes the person to stay alive and conscious and aware. Only to the point where that pressure is occluded, occludes the arteries and the veins, does the person fall conscious. That takes time. So what evidence do we have that the victim was struggling? Dr. Utz described these various linear marks on the side of her neck. It's on the right side of the neck that has the swelling, as well as the other side of her neck. Dr. Utz explained to you that there are a couple possibilities of how this occurred. It could be from the defendant, the attacker, wrapping his hands around her neck and squeezing for the pressure and causing the fingernails to cause and leave these marks, which would be where that would be on her neck if that happened. It also could be from the victim's fingernails, who is reaching and clawing and trying to remove that pressure from her neck. We know Theresa Green was slapped by Joseph Butler. We know she tumbled down the stairs. Those actions are not going to cause those linear fingernail marks. What else do we know? Dr. Utz talked to you about the hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is that very protected internal structure around the chin area. And he told you that that area does not receive trauma very easily because it's so high up and is so protected. Dr. Utz explained to you that the hyoid bone is actually 3 different bones. And when a person gets older, 40, 50 or so, those bones start to fuse. But a person of her age, Mr. Green's age, they are still pliable and movable, and they have joints in them. Well, he explained to you when he looked at the photographs, and you see here, there was an area of hemorrhage, a dark reddened area of bleeding or hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that in strangulation cases, he sometimes finds injury to a hyoid bone. Not always, but sometimes. In this case, there was hemorrhaging there. This injury is not caused by a slap in the face. It's not caused by somebody tumbling down stairs. That's caused by pressure in that exact area of the throat, causing the hemorrhage. The other side shows the same hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that that is a hemorrhage and that the hyoid bone wasn't broken, it wasn't fractured, but it was dislocated, misplaced. Why? Because of trauma, because of impact, because of the pressure. Now, Dr. Arden disagrees with Dr. Utz about some of these things, and I'll get into that in a little bit, probably during my second closing. But all of this evidence points to strangulation. And again, it's a lengthy process. The victim is struggling. Every second, second by second, that time the next, the defendant has to make his conscious decision to maintain the pressure on his veins and arteries in order for the victim to fall unconscious. And even after that happens, he has to maintain that pressure. So that's an opportunity to think. That's an opportunity to reflect. That's an opportunity, if he wants, to spare her life. But he chose not to. He chose to maintain that pressure. That is premeditation. His actions after the murder also show premeditation. After it's over, he doesn't say, "Oh my God, I just lost my mind. I can't believe I did that." He doesn't run out the door, bang on the butler's door, and say, "Oh my God, I need help. Please call the police." He doesn't do any of that. Instead, he won't answer the door. He waits until the coast is clear, wraps the body up, throws it in her trunk, and drives the body far away from the apartment. Then leaves the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence has proven that while the defendant was striking and then strangling the victim, he consciously intended to kill her. No other explanation for doing that to somebody. During that process, he had the time to reflect and to think, and he chose not to release that pressure. Based on all the evidence in this case, the state has proven all three elements of first-degree murder. The judge read to you an instruction about lesser included offenses. She read you an instruction about second-degree murder and manslaughter. Lesser included offenses are just that. They are less than the crime charge. The crime charge is first-degree premeditated murder. And if the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, you shouldn't even look at the lesser included offenses, because the judge will tell you that your verdict should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the judge has read to you some of these things, and you read them, you have them in front of you as well, I'm going to just briefly touch on the lesser included offenses. There is second-degree murder, and second-degree murder doesn't require any proof of premeditation. That's why it's a lower crime. And the example I think that Mr. Marrero may have used to some of you in jury selection, the typical example here is that a man gets home, walks in the bedroom, sees his wife in bed with another man, they're naked, there's a gun right next to him, without thinking, he reaches over, grabs the gun, and fires. No time to think, no time to reflect, no time to think, oh my gosh, this is what's happening and I'm going to do this. He just reacts. That is the second-degree murder. We don't have that situation here, ladies and gentlemen. We have much more than that, because in this case, we have strangulation, we have thought, we have a conscious decision to maintain that. He is guilty of the higher offense of premeditated first-degree murder. Manslaughter, she read to you that instruction as well. And manslaughter would be a situation where a person thinking a gun is unloaded points the gun at somebody and pulls the trigger, not thinking that there's any bullet. If there is, the person dies. There is no intent to kill. There's no premeditation. That is a lesser crime than first-degree murder and a lesser crime than second-degree. Again, the evidence in this case has proven that element of premeditation, which is why this case is a first-degree murder case. If you look at all the evidence as a whole, apply your common sense, I submit to you that the only verdict in this case is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys in jury selection that we all know each other here, and that we have a professional relationship with each other. And I think in this trial you saw everybody really trying to get along and trying to behave professionally. I have nothing but the highest regard for these prosecutors. That being said, I completely and totally disagree with the state's portrayal of the evidence in this case. What you just heard in closing argument was a whitewashing of facts, covering up all the details that make any difference. Fortunately, all of you were here and heard everything that actually came from that witness, not a retelling that you just heard. And as the court has instructed you, and it's to the evidence in this case alone that you must base your verdict. It must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. Let's go through the evidence together. I'm not going to try to belabor too many things, but I think it's really important to look at the testimony of these witnesses, because I would suggest to you that the state's case stands or falls on the credibility of Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore. If you find these people to be 100% credible, and I suggest to you that it is impossible for you to do so, you could convict Mr. Hunter. But I'm telling you that their testimony is not credible, and it's not supported by the evidence. Joseph Butler took the stand, and He's an elderly gentleman. He told you about his apartment complex, which, of course, is indisputable. He told you that he knew Theresa Green as a neighbor. From the stand, he said that he knew her for 3 months. Previously, he had testified that he knew her for over 2 years. But he didn't have much to say about Theresa. He didn't much seem connected to her in any real way. Somebody who lived about 5 or 6 feet away from his apartment for over 2 years. Didn't say anything about his relationship with her, didn't really say anything nice about her or bad, just she was my neighbor, period. It doesn't appear as though Mr. Butler bothered to read the statements he had given to law enforcement or read the transcript of the deposition that he gave years ago. He took the stand and he said, "Oh, my memory is clear. I remember everything better now than I did back then." I am quite certain that he had those transcripts in his possession. And he just couldn't be bothered to read them. I suggest to you that he really did not appear to care very much. He certainly didn't care about being here. He made it very clear to all of you that the reason he didn't ever call the police for this whole thing was because he didn't want to end up on this witness stand. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. He claims that he knew Mike, who is, of course, Demorris Hunter, that he knew him for about 3 weeks. And I would suggest to you that given the fact that he didn't really say anything about his relationship with Mr. Hunter, either good or bad, that he really didn't have much of a relationship with Mr. Hunter at all. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Buxman's portrayal of them as being friends. Apparently, they were going to have a barbecue. I don't know if that's true. You don't know if that's true, but that's what he says. And then he went to Publix with Mr. Hunter and bought some meat. And by the time he got back, Theresa Green was well drunk. It sounded like, and I asked all of you to rely on your own recollection of the facts. It sounded like that probably happened in the early evening of the Saturday, May 26, 2002, when this is all alleged to have happened. It's probably true that Theresa Green was drinking a lot and that she probably was pretty drunk. He goes on to describe this get-together, which for some inexplicable reason he refused to refer to as a party, that it was going on for some time. They were listening to music, apparently quite loudly, well past 10 p.m. on Saturday night. Apparently he's drinking. Apparently Miss Green is continuing to drink. He admits that Demorris Hunter, known to him as Mike, was not drinking. And he also says that Lisa Moore was not there. He told you that his wife got up a couple of different times to complain about the music. Now, it is, I think, reasonable to assume that by the time she got up the second time after 2 o'clock in the morning, and this party was still going on, and she supposedly was supposed to go to work the next morning, that she was probably pretty upset. I remember waking up my dad from when we were kids, he would go to bed early and we'd be watching TV and laughing and whatnot. If we woke him up, he'd be pretty upset, right? Because nobody likes to be woken up. So I think that's exactly what happened. Joseph apparently was also pretty upset because he, from all appearances, wanted the party to keep going. He slams the door to the bedroom, and that's nothing he admitted. That's what we got from Miss Butler. And then orders everybody out of the apartment because his wife's angry. And I don't know what this says about Theresa Green, other than I guess she's a pretty ornery drunk. Because when Mr. Butler orders them all to leave, she hauls off and slaps him. Now, you know, I've hosted a lot of dinner parties at my house, and no one's ever raised a hand to me or anyone else when I asked them to leave. So I'm trying to give you guys a picture of what is going on here, right? These are people who've been drinking since early evening, well past 2 o'clock in the morning. Fully to be expected that whoever's still drinking at that hour, pretty hammered. And not only hammered, but not very pleasant drunks. And we've all met them before. She hauls off and slaps her host in the face. And he immediately responds by slapping her back. Did any of you think that he was minimizing what he did when he testified from the stand? When he said, I tapped him. Really? No. His wife gave it away. Joyce Butler said no. He smacked her hard enough to give her a bloody nose. Now, a bloody nose is not the kind of thing that you give every day of the week. And it's not the kind of thing you receive every day of the week. Here's what I think. I think it's entirely possible that Theresa Green really got angry when she saw the blood coming out of her nose. Or her lip. We don't really know exactly where it happened, but Joyce Butler said it was coming out of her nose. We know that when somebody gets smacked like that, right, in our common experience, somebody gets smacked like that and you start bleeding, the first thing you're going to do is rub it with their hand, their left or their right hand, depending on. They're going to rub it with their hand, look at their blood, and go, look what you did to me, right? I mean, they're going to get angry. And we know that that's how Theresa's blood got on the door, right? It was only a little bit. I mean, it wasn't a ton. It was just a little. You saw the photograph. It was a tiny little smudge of her blood got in there. Detective Burden talked to Joyce Butler, and she agreed, yeah, that's how the blood got on. At some point, and you can imagine this thing escalating, right? Starts off with Joyce Butler angrily waking up at 2:30 in the morning and asking her husband to please turn the music down again and please get this party over with so I can get to sleep, so I can go to work tomorrow. Suddenly, Theresa Green hauls off and smacks Joseph. Joseph smacks her back, right? And now the doors open and this group of people, which apparently included Joyce Butler, are all gathered near the door on a landing that you can look at the picture. It doesn't appear to be any wider than the podium, and it's certainly within arm's reach from one door to the other. You can see the stairwell, and the doors are right there. They can't be more than 5 feet apart. Suddenly, all these people are standing here, according to them, in this story. And by the way, there's absolutely not one shred of evidence that any of this actually happened. Okay? We just have to take their word for it. We don't really know what the details are. We just have to take their word for it. or not. But the story that they're telling you is that somehow they end up on this landing. And for some unknown reason, according to Joseph Butler, Theresa decides to take her anger out on Demorris Hunter, who's done nothing, isn't drinking. No one even attempts to accuse him of being belligerent or being rude or being angry at her or having any dispute with her of any kind. That's probably true, right? There's one good way to tell the difference between when people are making things up and when people aren't making things up. And one of the ways is if people are telling you things which definitely help them, they might be lying. Whereas if they tell you something that really doesn't help them in any way, it's a lot more likely that it's true, right? Because why would they say it? In other words, when people have motives to lie, that's when they lie. People don't lie just for no reason at all. And when people are motivated to tell the truth, they might tell you the truth. That's not a hard rule, but it's not a bad way to look at things. And according to Mr. Butler, she not only, who by the way also had testified that Mr. Hunter was trying to restrain her from attacking him. Mr. Butler goes on to add that for no apparent reason, she, Theresa Green, kicks Demorris Hunter down a flight of stairs. I mean, that's a severe accusation. That is saying that this person is willing to put someone's life in jeopardy because she's being drunk, essentially. Is that true or not? There's no way to tell. There's absolutely zero evidence to back up that version of the facts. You simply have to take their word for it. And I'm going to get into why they might not all be telling you the truth about that. In any case, his story is that the two of them go tumbling down the stairs, head over heels, the way he described it, one over the other, until they land all the way down at the bottom of the stairs. And then they get up and walk back. And he has no interest in knowing anything else that happens after that. He's like, well, I was done. I closed the door, went back into my apartment, and got myself another drink. He testified that the next morning, Mr. Hunter started bothering him very early and asking him to take him to a car lot. When Mr. Butler testified about having had a conversation with Theresa Green about returning her car to a car lot the next day, that was the first time anybody had heard that story. He never told that to the police. He never told that to the attorneys that deposed him. He never even told his wife. I'm pretty sure he had never told that to the state attorney's office either. He got up here and pulled that one out of thin air. Why would he do that? Trying to make himself look good. Trying to come up with a reason why he would agree first thing in the morning with a raging hangover to drive this practical stranger across town to go drop off a car
By the way, we're talking about a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the story, that they're going to go return her car to a car lot. Absolutely no evidence to support that. Absolutely no documentation, right? No documentation that this car, I can only assume that the implication here is that the payments were overdue or something. But they were going to repossess the car. In any case, I would argue to you, you can take that phrase, that statement of Mr. Butler's and throw it out. He just made it up now. I guarantee you his memory is not better 24 years later than it was 2 days after this happened. If that were true, he would have told the detectives that that's what happened. He just made it up.
He claims that Mr. Hunter comes into his bedroom and just tells him, hey, I need you to follow me and Theresa in my van.
And he says, okay. Really? Does that sound like the kind of thing that any reasonable person would do? What the hell are you waking me up for on Sunday morning? I didn't get to bed till 3 a.m. I'm not driving anywhere. Plus, what are you asking me for? I mean, he says that Mr. Hunter went into his bedroom and woke him up as if they'd known each other all their lives. He also said that Mr. Hunter never promised him anything, never paid him anything, never threatened him. He just did it. He just decided to go ahead and do it.
I suggest to you that there is no evidence of any kind of relationship between them that would warrant either one of them asking such a favor from the other. According to him, he gets in the van. He mentions that he never saw Theresa, even though he claims that Mr. Hunter told him, I need you to follow me and Theresa. He never saw her in the car. And he never wanted to ask him, hey, where's Theresa? I thought you said she was with us. Nothing. Says nothing. They get to this Walgreens all the way. And by the way, you know,
Anybody who's ever driven north on I-4 and gotten off on the 1792 exit in Sanford knows there's a gigantic Seminole Town Square Mall there. Been there as long as I've been here, and I've been here 50 years, with a huge parking lot. And all kinds of places, all the way down from I-4, all the way into Sanford. Very strange place to drop off a car, right? Does Mr. Butler ask him, what the hell are we doing at Walgreens? Doesn't ask. Doesn't ask. Not curious at all.
then he says that Mr. Hunter tells him, oh, I messed up.
What could that possibly mean? What do you mean I messed up? I mean, when we use the phrase I messed up, I can mean all kinds of things. I forgot something. I said something stupid. You know, it can mean all kinds of things. And if you say I messed up to me, I would answer, about what? You're my friend. What'd you mess up about? What's going on? There's something I should be concerned with? Nothing. Yes, nothing about what that's supposed to mean. His only response is, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know nothing about it. Really? They drive all the way back, half an hour in that van. Not a word between them about this. I think that story is highly suspicious. Mr. Butler did admit, when I cross-examined him, the apartment that he and his wife lived in was owned by Florida Hospital. That both of them were employees at Florida Hospital. And that if Florida Hospital got the idea that they had been involved in a crime and that they were in trouble, that they could lose their job and get kicked out of the apartment, both. He admitted it, and so did Joyce Butler, right? So, that, I would argue, ladies and gentlemen, is a motive to lie. That is a motive to protect yourself. That is a motive to stay out of things. You would think it would be a motive to say to Mr. Hunter, no, I'm not going anywhere with you unless you tell me where Theresa Green is. Right? No. Never bothered to ask him. Well, what else could that motivate him and Joyce and even Lisa Moore to do in order to protect themselves from losing their jobs, which most likely didn't pay much, and being thrown out of an apartment? Both, if they got control. What would that motivate them to do? Mr. Butler admitted that he knew that his downstairs neighbor, Humphrey Moore, who was renting an apartment to Mr. Hunter, he knew that he was moving out. He knew that his lease was over at the end of that month, which was essentially that week, and that they would, because Mr. Hunter was renting from Humphrey Moore, that he would have to move out. He knew that. And even though the prosecutor tells you that Mr. Hunter fled town, the fact is, we don't know when he left. He could have left Sunday morning. He could have left Monday morning. If Mr. Butler had called the police Sunday morning, when he got back to his apartment with a concern about what might have happened to Theresa Green, if he had called the police then, the police might have met Mr. Hunter at his apartment as he was moving out. Or we would know for a fact that Mr. Hunter had left Sunday morning. The fact is, he didn't call the police. And when he got back and told his wife about what had happened and what Mr. Hunter allegedly had said, I messed up, the two of them apparently sealed a pact between the two of them, never to speak to this, about this to anyone. You would think that Joyce Butler would look at her husband and say, what are you telling me? What do you mean Theresa wasn't there? Where is she? Right? This is her neighbor. Here's what it would have taken for them to find out if Theresa was there. Not a gesture. Not a scintilla of effort on their part to see if Theresa was okay or to warn anyone that there may be a killer loose. Not a scintilla of effort. Why is that? Why is that? I suggest to you there's only two possibilities. Either one, Joseph and Joyce Butler are two of the most heartless, calloused, indifferent human beings you've ever met in your entire life and didn't give a damn if Theresa Green was in fact dead. Or they had something to do with it.
Lisa Moore, one last thing. Not only did Joseph Butler not call the police, and apparently agreed with his wife to make sure she didn't call the police. When the police did get involved and asked him to provide a DNA standard so that they could exclude him as a possible suspect, he refused. And what is more, right up until this case started, here in 2026, Joseph Butler, who's still alive, could have provided a DNA standard. At any point in time, he could have provided his fingerprints, which he never did, to law enforcement. Those fingerprints could have been compared to the prints they found on the car in the parking lot. That one print that they got, it was a clean print that was definitely, positively not Demorris Hunter's fingerprint. He could have submitted his print so that they could compare it. He did. And still hasn't to this moment. Lisa Moore was the next one to take the stand, and she testified that she didn't know Theresa Green before she died. Mr. Butler said that she wasn't there until much later. She claims to have been there at some point, showed up with her 6-year-old, and was there with him until 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't remember anything about any of the details about the argument, how it got started, and apparently she was sober, but in any case, she doesn't remember what was going on. She doesn't remember Joe slapping Theresa Green, and clearly didn't remember anything about her, about Theresa Green having a bloody nose or bleeding from the lip. She says that Mike and Theresa fell down the stairs like everybody else. I don't know. It doesn't seem reasonable to me to think of two adults sliding down a staircase on their butts, facing each other like they're on a seesaw. My common sense tells me that didn't happen. That doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. If you're on your butt, you might go down one stair, right? You're not going to go all the way down the staircase like that. What are you, on a toboggan or something? Her story just doesn't make sense. I don't know if she saw it or not, to be honest. And y'all don't either. The state's asking me to take her word for it. I suggest that there are reasons which might drive both Joseph Butler and Joyce Butler and Joyce's daughter, Lisa Moore, to come up with a story and to blame Demorris Hunter. I don't know. It struck me as, at the very least, extremely irresponsible of her to put her son, a 8-year-old son, in a car in the parking lot at 3 o'clock in the morning. As a father of 2, I can guarantee you that I would never think to this. I don't know what it says about her, other than that indicates a certain degree of callousness, carelessness with her own son. Maybe she did it, maybe she didn't do it. No way of knowing. But very interestingly, Lisa Moore admits to calling her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning and asking him to come over. Last time I got a call, 3 o'clock in the morning, was probably around 1993. When I was a prosecutor and I had weekend duty. I got a call from a detective. That was my job. I had to be available 24 hours. That's it. And I've raised 2 children who are both adults now. I never got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I would wager that very few, if any of you, have ever received a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. A call at 3 o'clock in the morning is the kind of thing that clutches your heart, because it's never good news, especially if you recognize the number. And I realized that in 2002, these people probably didn't have cell phones. I don't remember if I did or not. I think I had maybe one of those Razor flip phones or something. But a call at 3 o'clock in the morning is not the kind of thing that you expect. I mean, I suppose if you're the sort of person who's up all night, maybe more common. Generally speaking, pretty rare. So what on earth would provoke Lisa Moore to call her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning, not just call him at 3 o'clock in the morning, but call him and ask him to come over? What could have happened? She says that the reason she disturbed her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning was because she was concerned that Joe Butler might be violent with Joyce Butler. She wanted him to just check on that. And Joyce Butler didn't remember a whole lot of things, but when I asked her about that, she just laughed. She was, and here's the thing, like, if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with somebody, and I hope that none of you ever have, but if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with someone, somebody asks you, you know, your reaction is going to be pretty different. You know what it's like to be abused by someone, to be hit by someone. And she clearly acted like that has never been a concern of hers. So I don't think you should believe Lisa Moore's excuse for why she calls her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, he ends up coming over from wherever it is that he lives. He drove over there at 3 o'clock in the morning to check on his mom. She didn't call him. She didn't call him to say, hey, I'm in trouble, right? She didn't call the police to say, hey, this guy's hitting me. She didn't do anything. I suggest that is not why she called her brother. I don't know why, but there is a possibility. Octavius Hayes testified next. He didn't testify a whole lot. Octavius is clearly an unfortunate victim, not just of his mother's untimely death, when he's at such a young age,
But he was exposed to what I think can only be characterized as a just inhuman amount of callousness from butlers. Now, these people who had every reason to suspect that something had happened, so they say. When this young man shows up at his mom's apartment, finds the door open or unlocked, goes in and finds some damage to the drywall, her watch on the floor, and her purse overturned, and goes right next to his neighbor's door and asks him. The two of them respond when asked, "Have you seen my mom?" The two of them respond, "Oh, no, we ain't seen it." Really? Not. Well, we saw her Saturday night. She was over the place, and she had a little accident and fell down the stairs, but she seemed like she was fine. We haven't seen her since. What's the problem? What's the problem? No. This pact that they have. The two of them respond. No, we ain't seen it. And that's it. That's it. They don't give him anything else. Now, why on earth would they treat that young man like that? Why? Why would they be so cruel to him? Why wouldn't they help him?
I'm still going through the witnesses one by one with you. The next person that testified after Octavius was Mr. Filippucci. And this is a rhetorical question, but I wondered, how many of you noticed that he was the lead homicide detective in this case? He's now retired, he's a full attendant in the villages, but he was a homicide detective, and he was the lead detective in this case. I don't think he was on the stand for more than about 10 minutes. Said almost nothing about what he had done in this investigation. Didn't even mention the fact that he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers and why he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers. I thought he was going to come back to testify more. It's not uncommon for detectives to do that, by the way. They tell you some part, then the witnesses who are going to actually testify, and then they come back and then they testify about what those people told them. That's pretty commonplace for us. But he never came back. He never talked about any of the stuff that he did, with the exception of going into the apartment and the photo lineups and the fact that the purse was emptied and on the bed. By the way, about that purse, I want you guys to have a look at the picture again when we go back there. Because it stuck with me that not only is the purse overturned, right? Like, if you're looking for car keys and you want to get them really quick, you take the purse, dump it, stick your hand in there, grab the keys and go, right? No. If you look at the picture, you'll see that it appears that every single document in that purse that had been folded up was unfolded and spread out. It looked an awful lot like somebody was looking for some document. Even her driver's license was pulled out of the place, with the little clear plastic cover that we all have. It had been pulled out from there and left neatly on the bed. Right. Whoever went through that purse touched and rummaged through every document, including the driver's license, in the purse as though they were looking for something. I have no idea why that's the case.
No idea why. But guess who's the only person who's got a fingerprint on any one of those documents? Octavius Hayes. Not Demorris Hunter. Not on a single document. Zero evidence that he touched that purse or touched any document in that purse. Zero.
Officer Schaefer testified after that, and the important thing that he had to say was that Octavius Hayes was the one who called the police, not the butlers. Next up was Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective, who I told you guys I've known her for a long time. Your Honor?
Yeah. It's about time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. Equity. All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
All right, 15-minute recess. I know you guys don't like him, but I actually thought he came up with some pretty good points. Let me see. So one of them was, if the butlers care so much about Theresa, well, Joe didn't care about Theresa at all. At least his testimony's like, yeah, no, I never invited her over. She was there for, well, first he said he only knew her for 3 or 4 months, but 20 some odd years ago, he said he knew her for 2 years. So, I mean, it's possible that you can just be a neighbor and, just wave hi, and not even wave hi. You don't even need to do that. But they both worked at the hospital. He said he saw her at the hospital. So it's more than just being a neighbor. You actually see her at your work as well. So I thought that was a pretty good point. Like, Joyce cared about her. Joyce said she cared about Theresa. So why not tell the police? Why not even check in on her? So I thought that was a pretty good point. The other one is sliding down. Yeah, this whole thing with the stairs has really got me. I'm like, that did not happen the way that they said it happened. Theresa's supposed to kick. Okay, so they had this get together. It's not a party. Joe was very, very adamant. It's not a party. It's not a party. It's not a party. It was just a get together. They had been drinking probably since 6, 7, 8 o'clock. It's 2:30. You know they are trashed, especially because she's drinking rum, and who knows what Joe's drinking. Well, as Joe said, she was lit. She was lit even before they made it to Publix. So, so Joyce wants them out of the apartment at 10 o'clock, and 4 hours later, they finally, Joe ends the party. So it's Theresa that gets aggressive and slaps Joe. What did Joe do? Like, that makes no sense. Why would you just say, okay, the party's ending, and like he said, he's hosted many parties. Nobody's ever slapped him. Like, who slaps the host? I mean, that makes no sense. Okay, so she slaps him, and then Joe says he tapped her back. He tapped her back enough to make her nose bleed. Is that a euphemism? Oh, I tapped her back. So what did Joe do to Theresa that caused her to want to slap him in the face? And then for some reason, Theresa just decides to go and kick Demorris. Like, nobody was saying Demorris and Theresa were having words or anything. And then all of a sudden she just decides to kick him. And then they together, they do this, and then he falls backwards, and then they slide down on their butt 14 steps. Makes no sense whatsoever. That story just makes no sense. No sense. So I thought that was a good one. No one intentionally slides down 14 steps on your butt, right? That just doesn't happen. So those are two really good points. Oh, and then the other thing, Joe was saying that, let's see, Joyce acting like Joe possibly hurt. Oh, yeah. Okay, then the other thing was Lisa Moore, who is the daughter, to Joyce. It's Joe is the stepdad. That she had concerns that Joe would possibly be abusive to Mom. So at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, she's calling her brother, and he's right. A phone call at 3 o'clock, especially from your sister or a sibling, you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, is mom okay? Did Mom die?" Right? That's gonna be, or Dad, or whoever. Are you okay? That's your first instinct. A call at 3 o'clock in the morning from a sibling is generally not a good thing, unless that's what you guys do. Then that is what it is. But I know if I get a phone call from my siblings at 3 o'clock in the morning, first of all, I'm not going to answer it because I don't have my phone on. But if I did have my phone on, I'd be like, "Oh my God, are you okay? What happened? Are you in the hospital? What's going on?" So Joyce says, "No, that wasn't even a possibility. That was never a concern." So who's lying? Is Joe lying? Is Joyce lying? Is Lisa lying? Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. So I don't know. That's the way I'm taking it. Something happened to Theresa. Something clearly happened to Theresa. It wasn't a robbery. Nothing was stolen. It wasn't a robbery. So Demorris was the last one to see her. So that's on this side, right? So on this side of it, he's guilty because he's the last one to see her. He didn't let Lisa in. I mean, Lisa knocks on the door to ask to use a phone, and he's like, he doesn't let her in. Yeah, that's suspicious for sure. But he's the last one to see her. He drives her car. According to Joe, he drives her car. And again, that's another weird thing. Who drops off a car? Joe says Theresa asked him to drive the car, and then he says no, it was Joe that asked him to drive the car. Who drives a car on Sunday morning at 7 o'clock on Memorial Day weekend to take a car back? That makes no sense. Again, that makes no sense. So I guess it makes more sense that Demorris did this and he's like, "Hey, Theresa wants us to drop the car off." That would make more sense that he's trying, after he takes her life. That makes more sense okay, so what we have on this side of it is he's guilty. He's the last one to see her. He makes up this story of like, "Hey, let's go ditch your car." Then he leaves at a Walgreens. Again, that makes no sense. Then he flees. That's pretty big. He flees the state. Why flee the state, right? That is pretty big. And then in the van, he steals the van, right? And then he burns it. Well, somebody burned it. We don't know who burned it. So somebody burned it. We don't have evidence that he burned it. And then when the police come to arrest him, he takes off running. But don't forget, he already did this thing in Oakland. He already shot 3 people in no. He shot that woman in Oakland. So that was, yeah. So he's already, he already knows he's done some things. So that's okay. So that, to me, if you want to go, he's guilty. He was the last one to see Theresa. He drove her car, dropped her car off in a Walgreens, which again makes no sense. Why do that? That makes no sense whatsoever. But no fingerprints were found on that car. His fingerprints were not on that car, which is weird. So did he actually drive it, or is Joe lying? Again, this is Joe. This is all Joe saying it. Well, that guy's dancing around. And then he flees the state. That's a big one. And then he flees law enforcement. So that these closings I thought were if openings were a D minus, closings are like B plus. I mean, these closings to me are light and day from what we saw from openings. Now, to the state's credit, I will say, he's the last to see Theresa, so that's pretty important. Usually, the last person to see the person alive is you look at them first for sure. Lisa Moore heard loud voices coming from Theresa's apartment. Lisa knocks on Theresa's door. Demorris answers the door, but doesn't let her in. He comes over in the early morning hours, asks Joe to drive the white van that's owned by Henry Fields. Aussie Gardner, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let's see. Demorris never drove Theresa's car. Demorris tells Joe, I messed up. The van in Houston is torched. He tries to run. So that would be those were some good points from the state side of things. So the state even admitted, he says, well, there's no smoking gun, but the watch had Demorris's DNA on it, and it was broken. There was a hole in the wall. Oh, that's right. I wanted to show pictures of the hole in the wall. I don't know if I have time to show a hole in the wall. I was going to show this hole in the wall. We were talking about it yesterday, and I'm like, it's a pretty big hole. Let me see if I can get it quickly before they come back. Let's see here. I've got a couple. All right, here's one of them. I've got a few pictures. So that's the hole. I mean, that's pretty significant hole. And then here's another one. This is with so it's pretty significant hole. And Octavius, when he left, I guess he left Friday or Saturday, and there was no hole, and he gets back on Sunday, I think, because Monday was Memorial Day. And the hole was there. So when Octavius left, there was no hole. When he came back, there was the hole. So that is a pretty significant hole. So what happened? What happened? That's not a punch, right? A punch would be a lot smaller. That's like I don't know if that's somebody's back. It seems like it might be somebody's arm, maybe a shoulder. Because I don't think, would a back do that? Would somebody's back do that? I think a fist would be smaller, more concentrated, right? I think a fist would be more concentrated. Maybe a kick, maybe somebody, but it's pretty high up. It's like 2 feet up. Maybe somebody kicked it. I think it's like maybe a kick. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because if somebody gets slammed in with their back, I don't think your back is flat. I wouldn't see that as being a back. I could see that maybe being more of a kick, or maybe a shoulder. Maybe she got, I don't know. What do you guys think? He either shoved or pushed her into the wall. She could have fallen into the wall also, Elsie says. Sorry, let me move this up. Move that up there. Shoulder, yeah, it seems like it might be more of a shoulder, because like if it's your back, your back is flat. I'm not seeing that as just a flat back, maybe a foot kick, right? Elsie, your husband fell into the wall in our house and it looked kind of like that. Angelica, maybe a shoulder, side of her body. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, sidearm, Tao says. That's what I'm thinking too. Still think he threw her into it. He could have thrown her into it. Could have been her head. Could have been like her head, but there was no contusions on her head. There was no signs of contusions on her head. Her shoulder. See, that's the other thing. There was no evidence that all she had was some scratches on her back, and like something on her right chest, I think. So there was no. You would think that kind of force, there'd be like her head would be, cracked, fractured, something. Her shoulder would have been dislocated. I mean, that's like a serious. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he kicked it. Maybe he kicked it. Right? But there was no bruise. There was no contusions, no abrasions, no bruising on her shoulder. That's where I'm like, I don't know. Looks like an elbow made the hole, and the rest. And there was nothing on her elbow. That's what's confusing me, is that there was nothing in the autopsy. There was no indication that she had anything other than some scratches on her back of her neck. Her hyoid bone, I think, was fractured. And then maybe she had a fat lip. I mean, there was nothing that said her shoulder was damaged, dislocated, bruised, her back of her head, nothing. I don't know. This one is weird. there would be drywall dust on her. Yeah. And that's, and there, yep. And there was no, they asked that specifically. There was no, was it gypsum? I think there was no dust. There was nothing on her. They said she had bruising on her side, Sparkling Princess. I don't remember that. I thought that there was just the scratches on her back and the bruising on her chest. Was there bruising on her side? Let me see. I don't recall that. Let me see if I can find that bruising. Really, I have no bruising? Let me try abrasions. Okay, back of the neck, abrasion. So her right eye, right neck, lips, upper right chest. Those were the only, right eye, right neck, lips, upper right chest. Yeah, I don't see anything about any kind of bruising on her. Oh, okay, sorry. Abrasions on the right side of her torso are real, okay. All right, so there was an abrasion on the right side of her torso. Okay, all right, I stand corrected. So maybe she was thrown into the wall. So maybe she was thrown into the wall then. All right, here we go. Looks like they're coming back in.
Theresa Ann Green.
All right, you can be seated. Mr. Morera, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to express that I really appreciate your patience. You know, this is the only shot I get. I just can't leave anything unsaid. I can't leave any stone unturned in the defense of my claim, because I have to make sure I cover everything with all of you in case any one of you missed it. I was about to talk about Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective in this case. Look, there isn't any other way to say this. I think it's extremely unprofessional to show up as a witness in a criminal trial like this and to look you guys in the face and say, no, I didn't read my statements. I didn't read my deposition. I didn't prepare for this, essentially, which is what she did. Took the stand and said, I don't remember anything. Didn't testify about practically anything that she did other than the photo lineup. She's the one who interviewed, along with Detective Filippucci, interviewed Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler and went back there twice. She didn't say a word about what their demeanor was like, how they responded to questions, what were the answers that they gave, what kind of questions she asked them. Not a word about it. It's as though she doesn't care. Long since left law enforcement, and that's how it came off. I don't know how it came off to you guys. That's how her testimony came off. She, when I cross-examined her and tried to refresh her recollection about stuff, she did admit that, when Joyce had told her the first time that Joseph had hit Theresa in the nose hard enough to make her nose bleed, and then that's how the blood got on the door. So I was able to get that out of her. But apparently Joe Butler was successful in convincing these detectives that he didn't know anything about Theresa being in the car, even though he testified from the stand that he suspected that something bad had happened to her. And her testimony, Detective Bergen's testimony, it was, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. The CSI officers who testified here, the blatant prints people and the DNA people, I wasn't keeping tabs, but it looked like they testified about 5 times more than the homicide detectives in terms of sheer bulk of information and all of the time that they took up. CSI Thomas testified, brought in a bunch of evidence. You notice that we didn't object to anything coming in. We didn't put up a fight about anything coming in. Why? Because none of it proves anything. None of it, the whole pile of it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that Mr. Hunter did a thing. None of it. The only evidence that shows up with Mr. Hunter's DNA on it is her watch. And we know that the two of them were seeing each other. And it takes nothing more than a brush of one hand to another to leave sufficient DNA on there for a sample. That's all it proves. All it proves. You notice the pictures of that bathroom that were taken by some CSI. You know, if you walked into that apartment, there's blood everywhere, and there's blood all over the bathroom and everything, you would have something really to suspect. When you see exactly the amount of blood that you would expect from somebody who staunched the flow of blood out of her nose or off. Tiny, tiny, tiny. CSI Kuzma testified about all the evidence that she collected. She, in her testimony, which was videotaped because she's overseas right now, took photographs of the bed sheet that Theresa Green was found neatly tied up in. You should ask yourself, where did that bed sheet come from? Where did it come from? Did it come from Theresa's apartment? Was there, I mean, I don't know. I suppose not everybody buys their sheets in sets. I only have. I think most people do. So they match, right? You know, the sheet, the flat sheet, the comforter all match. Right? So you look in Theresa's apartment and you see other sheets that match that sheet, and you say, oh, it came from Theresa's apartment, right? Or if it came from the butler's apartment, match the sheets in that apartment, you could say it came from the butler's apartment. Nobody took the stand to tell you where that sheet comes from. You don't know. You just don't know. And by the way, in the pictures, there's knots tied in the sheets around Theresa Green's body. Some human being with their hands tied those knots. Not a molecule. Mr. Hunter's DNA is in those knots, or on that sheet, or on Theresa Green's body, or in the trunk of the car, or on the lid of the car, or on the doors of the car, or on the steering wheel of the car, or on the seat of the car. Not one molecule anywhere in that car. Next was Joyce Butler. I don't know what we make of Joyce Butler's testimony. I would put it to you, spent more time looking away from me and my questions than looking directly at me or you. I think that means it looked like actually there were parts where she might actually be looking to her daughter to give her answers. I wasn't sure, but I had a concern about it because I knew her daughter was in the room with her as she was appearing on video. So I asked that she be removed. She admitted to you that she lied to the police. Or at least that the first story that she told was not true. And the story that she told the police when they came over, remember, she didn't call the police either. When the police came over, she said, oh no, Demorris Hunter called my husband Sunday morning to let him know that Theresa's car was in the Walgreens parking lot in San. So she was the first one to be interviewed. After that, Joseph Butler was interviewed, and after that, they interviewed Joyce Butler again, and they interviewed Joseph Butler again. Joseph Butler gave a completely different story. According to him, he went with Demorris Hunter to the parking lot of the Walgreens. Joyce Butler also had copies of her previous statements and her deposition, and said she didn't read them before she swore under oath to testify in front of you. I'm quite certain that she had them. I was a tiny bit concerned that maybe she didn't read. That's why she hadn't read them. When I asked her, can you read? She said, well, I didn't read them. She doesn't remember Lisa being there. She did admit that Joe got angry and when she told him to turn the music down, and that she had to be at work at 7. Interestingly, the story, according to the two of them, is that Mr. Hunter comes in the morning at 7 to wake up Mr. Butler to take him to Sanford, 7 a.m. when she's supposed to be at work. And then he's gone for an hour, comes back, she's still there. She hasn't gone to work. That, I think, makes you question whether the story about her having work at 7 o'clock is true or not. The evidence is that she didn't go. She says that Lisa Moore showed up after the two of them had fallen, allegedly. They decided, apparently on their own, when I asked them, did you guys agree to not call the police? She said, no, we decided on ourselves that we were not going to call the police. Neither one of us was going to call the police. And when I asked her about, have you guys ever spoken about this again? Her response was no. We've never spoken about it again. We don't talk about that. I suggest to you that her testimony as a witness, both her and Joseph Butler, is not to be trusted. These are not people that you should rely on in any important decision. And that's how you should consider the evidence that comes from a witness. You should say to yourself, do I trust this person? Would I trust this person with something important? Oh, I don't know, like the life of someone accused in court? Would I trust this person? I suggest to you, I wouldn't trust either one of those two people to take care of my dog, let alone take the life of a human being on their testimony. Because without their testimony, what we've got is a car in a parking lot with no connection to Mr. Hunter whatsoever. None. Mr. Kewen took the stand. After that, he was another person who brought in a tremendous amount of evidence. Again, he did not have Joseph Butler's fingerprints or DNA in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Joyce Butler's DNA or fingerprints in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Lisa Moore's fingerprints or DNA to do any comparison. Officer McDonald found the vehicle in the parking lot. Officer Uglione, the fireman, apparently there was some dispute about getting into the vehicle. I'm not sure why he was called. Mr. Kane showed up and testified that he rolled the prints on Theresa Green and the fingerprints matched. We knew it was Theresa Green in there. They found Mr. Kewen testified that Mr. Hunter's prints were found in his own apartment. Okay. Then we get to Houston. Ms. Huell testified that she responded at some point to a burning van in Houston, Texas. We know that's the van that was being driven around by Mr. Hunter. When she found, or the Houston Fire Department found the van, it was 2 months after Theresa Green had died. 2 months. By the way, we know for a fact there is no evidence of any crime in that van. No one testified ever that Mr. Hunter had put Theresa Green in the back of that van, which, by the way, would have made a lot more sense. According to Joseph Butler, he claims that Mr. Hunter moved Theresa's 200-pound dead body down a set of stairs and put her body in the back of her own car by himself. Not an impossible feat, but certainly not an easy one. Why would Mr. Hunter involve the Butlers? Why? When he's got a van. If he killed her, all he had to do was carry her out to his van, put her in the van, and take off. And dispose of her body anywhere between here and Houston. Oh, I don't know, Louisiana? Lots and lots and lots and lots of places to dispose of a body. But instead, he calls those two people and gets them involved. Why? Why? Why does he have to get rid of Theresa Green's car? What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. He's got a van. He doesn't need to do that. And that's what you have to ask yourself. Like, does this story that the Butlers are telling you make any sense? Why would he do that? Why would he trust them with that kind of a confession? He could trust them to keep their mouths shut? They owe him nothing. They know him barely at all. The first thing they would do is call the police. At least sensible people would. Decent people would. They would call the police right away. That story doesn't make any sense. Officer Finch came in, told you about the VIN. Officer Gage came in and told you that when he showed up with FBI agents at the house in Houston, Texas, almost a year later, I'm guessing, he didn't say, I'm guessing they banged on the door, said, we've got a warrant for your arrest, and Mr. Hunter takes off back out the back door. I would suggest to you that that proves nothing. I would suggest to you that plenty of people, if police show up at their door with a dog and a bunch of agents, might get scared and might take off. Doesn't prove a thing. He never said anything about Orlando. He never said anything about Theresa Green. All that the state attorney's office is trying to get you to make a connection here, that a year later, suddenly he's running from this. You don't know. He was wanted for something else. Maybe he had a suspended driver's license. Maybe he had outstanding tickets. You don't know. Finally, we get to the medical examiners. And this is really important because I would suggest to you that there are plenty of reasons for you to have really serious doubts about whether or not Theresa Green was even murdered.
very serious doubts. Both Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden told you that as medical examiners, if they hear about a body being in a trunk, their presumption is that somebody got murdered, right? And that's reasonable. It's a reasonable place to start, but it's not the be-all, end-all of the discussion. Why? Well, you've heard Dr. Utz agree. You know, people can have other reasons to dispose of bodies besides having killed them. People have motivations for disposing of bodies and inconvenient truth, as we like to refer to it. There can be reasons, and I suggest to you that the reason in this case that the Butlers disposed of this body or had somebody help them dispose of this body was because they could not be found to have been involved in anything that would end up with them being thrown out of their apartment. I don't know, and y'all don't know either, if anyone killed Theresa Butler. We don't know if Theresa Butler didn't just die from falling down those stairs. Remember, she and Joe were involved in a fight. Joe had smacked her. She was really drunk. And she was pretty angry. And so was he. We just don't know what happened after that. We don't know where Theresa Green died. There's no evidence, zero evidence that Theresa Green died in her own apartment. There's nothing that puts her in her own apartment. We simply don't know where that happened. Dr. Utz, I thought Dr. Utz was a pretty honest guy and responded, I think, fairly to a lot of my questions. And I would characterize his description of a lot of the things that he observed in these photographs as being kind of waffly. He said, well, number one, we know he didn't perform the autopsy. So he didn't put his hands on the body and see it from different angles. He told you all, he thought that Dr. Gore, the guy who actually did the autopsy, did a really sloppy job. And that he's the inheritor of that sloppy job. In other words, all the choices that got made for photographs and things like that were done by a guy who did a sloppy job. And he had to try to look at these pictures and figure out what happened. He said, well, there are possibly contusions, hard to say. Difficult to tell what's happening. Kind of looks like fingernail marks. He admitted that a person who's deceased and secreted in a trunk, you're going to look for strangulation, right? I mean, both experts agreed to kind of start there. But you can't tell what happened from a photograph. He says, I'm not sure because I wasn't there. These are quotes from his testimony. Use your own recollection. But that's how he was talking about it. And you saw his demeanor. He was being very honest and not really sure about a lot of things. Why? Because he's looking at photographs. He's looking at photographs and years old and not very good. One of the things he mentioned was that how, the quality of photographs back then was so much worse than they are now. He says, the hyoid bone, a little darker on one side, could be a shadow. Could be hemorrhage. I can't say for certain. That's what he testified to from the stand. I think this is hemorrhage. A person decomposing, you'll get things that look like hemorrhage. You'll get things that look like hemorrhage. There was no fracture of the hyoid. When he was asked directly, do you believe there's a dislocation? His answer was, I suspect that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photo of. Not yes. I suspect that that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photo of. I'm not sure what that means. It's not an unconditional affirmation of his belief in a dislocation. He talked about petechiae. Most cases of strangulation have them. Remember the petechiae are little burst blood vessels in the skin and eyes that frequently accompany a person who's been strangled. None. He didn't see any. He mentioned, in answer to one of the questions that I asked him about the image that was being shown of the hyoid that had been completely stripped, that wasn't reflective of what the hyoid bone looked in Theresa Green's throat. That was in fact misleading. He admitted that these bruised areas could have happened from falling down the stairs. He told you that when people are strangled, the prosecutor made a lot of this, when people are strangled, they frequently struggle. They fight for their lives. There was no indication that Theresa Green had fought. 0 defensive wounds were located on her body. All of her fingernails were intact. The fingernails were removed at the medical examiner's office. And I guarantee you that if Demorris Hunter's DNA had been under those fingernails, you would have heard it. It was not. Mr. Nunnally at one point used a phrase that sometimes gets bounced around in courtrooms. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's a syllogism that really doesn't hold up on extreme. Basically, what that syllogism means is, well, just because we can't prove it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Well, guess what? I don't have to prove that it didn't happen. They got to prove that it did. I don't have to prove anything. They say she was strangled. Well, yeah. The fact that there isn't any petechiae doesn't mean she wasn't strangled. The fact that there wasn't any defensive wounds doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled. The fact that these injuries, so-called injuries, could also have occurred other ways, that doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled. I don't have to prove that she wasn't strangled. They have to prove that she was. And a lot of the indicia, a lot of the evidence that is normally accompanying a person that has been strangled is not there. It is not there. And that's why Dr. Arden told you, you can't tell how this poor woman died. You can't be sure. And you can't just guess. If you're a medical examiner, you can't just guess, right? Your opinion really matters. It makes a big difference. If she wasn't strangled, what are we doing here? The state referred to an image that showed a big dent in the wall in her apartment where the drywall was broken. The implication of that, without any evidence whatsoever, the implication of that being made by the state attorney's office is that Mr. Hunter threw Miss Green into that wall as part of a violent fight. Well, guess what? Not 1 milligram of that gypsum ended up on her body anywhere. Not one. If there was any gypsum on her body, you at least could say to yourself, well, she either fell into that wall for being so drunk, or somebody pushed her into that wall. But guess what else? No witnesses testified they ever heard a big bash in that apartment. And I would suggest to you, you can't throw somebody into a wall, especially a wall in an apartment building where the 2 apartments are sharing a wall. Everything's connected by wood, right? you would hear that. Just like in any house here, somebody slams the door across the house, you're going to hear it. Nobody said they heard a sound. We have no idea when that drywall was damaged. And we have absolutely nothing to connect that to Theresa Green. You can throw it out.
The judge has already read you some of the jury instructions. And I just want to repeat that
I have no idea what happened to Theresa. I know she's dead. And I know she ended up in the trunk of that car. I don't know, and you don't know who put her there. All you have is the testimony of very unreliable witnesses who have another reason, perhaps, to lie about what happened on that evening. Here's a hypothetical that is completely consistent with the evidence in this case. Completely consistent. Let's say that Joe Butler and Theresa Green continue this argument that they're having. It becomes physical as they wander out into the hallway. And Joe Butler loses his temper or prevails in the wrestling match between the two of them and knocks her down the stairs. And on the way down, she hits her head. And then seconds or maybe minutes later, she's dead. I'm not saying that Joe Butler tried to kill her. I'm not saying that he intended to murder her. I'm saying it's possible that this is what happened. And then what follows after that? She's suddenly dead. Joe is very concerned, as his wife is very concerned, as his wife's daughter is very concerned that the police are going to show up and try to figure out what happened and blame him, right? Lisa Moore calls her brother. Her brother comes over. Some arrangement is made between the people there to get rid of her and her car. Why would Mr. Hunter want to get rid of it? But if they get rid of it, then they move the scene away from their apartment where they're safe. I don't know that happened, but it could have happened. Joe Butler could have driven that car. And the one print that can prove that he didn't or did is a print that you'll never see because Joe Butler never submitted his fingerprints for analysis. Maybe she died other ways. I don't know. Maybe she made it back up the stairs and went into her apartment and died on her mattress. And then Lisa Moore goes in to check on her and finds that she's dead, and the whole story plays over. I don't know. There's no way of knowing. We don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that Theresa Green was murdered. The poor thing died, there's no question. But we don't know that she was murdered. If you don't know that, and you have to be convinced of a murder beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, only from the evidence that you heard coming from this witness. If you have any issues with that evidence, if you question that evidence, if you think, look, maybe she was murdered, maybe she wasn't, I don't know. I don't know. And you haven't convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt. I have real doubts about what happened here. If that's where you are, you must return a verdict of not guilty. You must. And remember, we talked about this in one year, right? Each of you had to be committed to a scientific evaluation of the evidence, a scientific weighing of the evidence. And the only way that you could come to a conclusion of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of any crime, let alone first-degree premeditated murder, would be if you had no doubt at all.
Objection, Your Honor. It's in the statement of the law.
Sustained.
That you had no reason to doubt. No reason to doubt the state's case. And I've given you tons
reasons. Tons of reasons.
The excusable homicide instruction says, when a killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Could that have happened in this case with the Butlers and Theresa Green? It's possible. There's no way to disprove that. It certainly is possible. There's no physical evidence whatsoever that proves that Demorris Hunter killed anyone, let alone Theresa Green. There's no physical evidence which puts Demorris Hunter anywhere near Theresa Green's car, let alone having driven it across town to see it. Not one iota of evidence proves this. It's just as likely. Any of the scenarios that I told you are just as likely to happen. As soon as you discount the Butler's testimony, as soon as you say to yourself, look, those people are clearly lying about something. Their recollection is horrible. They don't remember anything. They don't remember any details. They got up here and testified without really any emotion, any passion, any genuine commission to the details, right? I just cannot trust those people. I don't trust them enough to base a conviction of guilt upon. If that is your situation, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience in listening to everything that I had to say. I know it was a lot, and we had a lot to cover. I want you to seriously consider these instructions that you're going to receive from the court. Base your verdict only on the evidence that you heard from us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Buxman?
Thank you. Mr. Moreira started his closing argument telling you that we are friends, we're colleagues, we've known each other for a long time. Mr. Moreira and Mr. Self are excellent lawyers, and they are doing a good job. But they cannot change the facts, they cannot change the testing, and they cannot change the evidence. Mr. Moreira has tried to provide to you other theories of what could have happened. And when he provided those theories to you, there were a couple of reoccurring words that were being used. This could have happened. It's possible that this happened. This may have happened. The judge, I believe in the instructions she has already read to you or is going to read to you, is going to tell you that a reasonable doubt is not in your possible doubt. Not a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. It's possible that. It may have. It could have. Those are all possible, imaginary, speculative. And the scenarios that Mr. Herrera provided to you are not supported by any of the evidence or any of the testimony. Herrera indicated that, in his opinion, Joseph Butler and the defendant were not friends. Well, let's look at that. Mr. Butler invited the defendant over to his apartment for a get-together. Normally, you don't do that to people you don't like. Mr. Butler bought the food that the defendant ate. He bought the meat. I think one of the jurors asked that question. Mr. Butler agreed to get up at 6:30 or 7 in the Sunday morning, after only getting several hours of sleep, to go help the defendant because the defendant asked him to. Those are all signs of things that somebody does who's a friend. Not a mere acquaintance, not some stranger, not some guy that's down the hall. Those are something you do because a friend asked you to. The defense indicated, Joseph Butler never asked the defendant where Theresa was when they went to the Walgreens. Well, the testimony was that Joseph Butler got the keys to the van. The defendant left. Joseph Butler walked downstairs. When he got downstairs, the defendant was already in the car, Theresa Green's car. He got into the van and they left. He never actually saw what was going on in that car. He only comes to learn that Theresa wasn't there when they get to Walgreens and they get back in. The defendant gets back in the van. At that point, the defendant says, messed up. The defense has suggested that there is some nefarious or bad motive because Joseph Butler didn't call the police and tell the police the information that he had at that point. Well, let's play this out. Let's assume Joseph Butler calls the police. What's he going to tell them? 911 operator is going to say, well, did you see Miss Butler get injured? Is she hurt? Is she harmed? Well, no, not really. The last time I saw her, she walked up the stairs and went into her apartment. Well, has anyone told you that she was hurt or she's missing or injured? No. Well, why are you calling me? Well, her boyfriend said he messed up. That's how that conversation would go. So it's not unreasonable to believe why Joseph Butler would not have called the police with that limited amount of information. It's all speculative. He doesn't know anything. And that's the same reason when Octavius Hayes comes over and says, hey, this is on Monday now. The party started Saturday and went into Sunday morning. Now this is Monday. Octavius Hayes comes over and says, hey, you see my mom? They're like, no, we haven't seen her. Which is true. They haven't seen her in a day or so. Like, all right. The defense has portrayed that interaction as showing how ruthless, callous, careless, hateful Joseph Butler is. The same guy who's now a school prosecutor. The defense has suggested that Joyce Butler, Joseph Butler, Lisa Moore, and now potentially Lisa Moore's brother were involved in this grand conspiracy. That somebody in that group, they suggest Joseph Butler, was the one that killed Theresa Green. And they all came up with this story to tell the police when they came and talked to them. And they all came in today, except for the brother. He didn't testify. But the other three came in during this trial and committed capital perjury in front of you in this case and made this whole story up. That is unreasonable, ladies and gentlemen. There is no grand conspiracy against the defendant. We'll get into that in a little bit more later on. The defense threw out a possibility that Lisa Moore called her brother because Joseph did something bad to Theresa and they were all happy. Again, there's that word again, possibility. No evidence whatsoever to suggest that was the reason behind the call. None. And again, that the evidence and the testimony is what you are to rely on in making a decision. Mr. Murrow also talked about Detective Filippucci and Detective Barbara Bergen. Said they didn't even testify very well. Ladies and gentlemen, lead detectives direct other people what to do. They direct crime scene technicians to do things. They direct other officers. They direct fire department people. And they did interviews. The state called the witnesses who actually did the things the detective directed them to do. The crime scene technicians, the fingerprint analysts, things like that. Detectives also do many interviews with people. And that was brought out here as well. They interviewed many of these people. The rules of evidence don't let the detective stand up on the stand and tell you what other people said. That's called hearsay. That's impermissible. That's why we have to call the witnesses who actually made the statement to tell you firsthand. Because detectives aren't allowed to talk about that. That's why the detectives weren't asked any of those questions by the state, because it's improper and inadmissible. There was a question about why would the defendant even put the victim's body in the trunk of her car? Why wouldn't he just put it in the van and leave and drop the body off someplace else? Let's walk through that to the logical conclusion. So he's going to put this body wrapped in a sheet in a van that there is no trunk. You can look in the window and see everything inside the van and drive it away. Or you could put the body in a locked trunk that no one else would have access to and no one can see, and it's safe for a period of time. That's why he didn't put the body in the van. He put it in Theresa's car and brought it to Walgreens. When you're back in the jury room deliberating and talking about the evidence, there may be a question as far as motive. Everybody wants to have a motive. In jury selection, everyone agreed that you would hold the state to its burden of proof and hold the state to the things the state is required to prove. 3 elements that we talked about earlier. Nowhere in the law and nowhere in the instructions that Judge Munyon has read or will read to you does it say the state has to prove a motive. It's not an element of any crime. Why? Because sometimes people do bad things for no rational or no understandable reason. Especially in domestic situations. Especially when the 2 people involved in domestic situations, who knows what goes on behind closed doors. Maybe the defendant was mad at the victim for causing him to fall down the stairs. Maybe the victim said something to the defendant that he took offense to. Who knows? The state is not required to prove motive. And the law, which everybody has agreed to follow, does not require the state to prove a motive. Why? Because many times it can't be done. The defense indicated, look, no witness heard any kind of a bang to account for that hole in the driveway. Well, it's not like it was a bang on a door or a shattering glass window or somebody threw a piece of furniture. It's a piece of drywall. Would it create a thud? Absolutely. But we know the hole was there, and we know the hole was there during the time period that Octavius Hayes wasn't at the house. So clearly there was some noise which caused that hole. We can't discount that the hole was there. Let's talk about the theory that Joseph Butler is the one that killed the victim. And again, that theory was riddled with it's possible, could be, maybe. There's no evidence whatsoever to support that theory, but let's carry that theory to its logical end. We have to assume that Joseph Butler, if he intended to kill Theresa Green, did it because she slapped him. Or something happened in the stairwell like they suggested, and Lisa Moore, Joyce Butler, Joseph Butler all came up with this grand conspiracy against the defendant to blame him. Well, the evidence we have is that the victim wasn't seriously injured when she arrived down at the bottom of that stairwell, as she walked up the stairs on her own. And there's no evidence to suggest at all that Joseph Butler had any contact with Theresa Green after she went inside that apartment. There's no evidence to suggest that Joseph Butler had access to Theresa Green's apartment. Again, there was no damage done to the door. No one kicked that door in. So Joseph Butler would have had to, if something didn't happen in the stairwell and he planned to kill her, he would have had to leave his apartment either unknowingly to his wife or his wife as part of this grand conspiracy, go into Theresa Green's apartment without causing any damage whatsoever to the door, kill her, and then he is going to have to arrange somehow to move the victim's body, because we know the victim's body was found in the trunk of her own car at Walgreens. He would have had to somehow get a hold of Theresa Green's keys to her car, which likely would have been in her apartment. And he would have either somehow had to driven Theresa Green's car himself to Walgreens, then found a way back, or recruited somebody else in this grand conspiracy, maybe his wife or his daughter or his son, according to the defense theory, to follow him, to drop the body off, and then to come back. And we're assuming, obviously, in this scenario, that they used Joseph Butler's car to do it and not the defendant's van. If Joseph Butler actually killed Theresa Green, don't you think he would have come up with a better story? Remember what Joseph told you. Joseph Butler said that as they were driving back, and this is what he told the police, that as they were driving back after dropping the car at Walgreens, the defendant said, "I messed up." If Joseph was going to lie and blame the defendant, why wouldn't he tell the police something more than that? Why wouldn't he say, look, I was with the defendant. He admitted after we dropped the body off, I didn't know anything about it, I wasn't involved. He admitted killing her. And I was afraid to call the police. Why not come up with a better story if he was going to try to lie and blame this man here? Remember, too, Joseph Butler is not the one that stole Henry Field's van and fled the scene and left the state. Joseph Butler is not the one that torched the van in Houston. Joseph Butler is not the one that ran from the police when they tried to arrest him in Houston. The defendant did all those things. And if Joseph Butler actually committed this crime, actually killed Theresa Green, why would he bother moving the victim's body out of the apartment? Why take that risk? We know the last time that they saw, everybody says the last time that they saw Theresa Green was when she went into her apartment with the defendant. All three witnesses, Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore, said that. Why would he move the body? Why wouldn't he just leave the body in the victim's apartment, the same place that the defendant had access to? Leave her there. Why would he go through all this other process? That makes no sense whatsoever. We know why the defendant wanted to move the body and distance himself, because he was the one that was last seen going into the apartment with the victim, and he's the one that had access to the apartment with the victim. So he has a reason to distance himself from it. Joseph Butler would have no reason. In fact, we'd be better off if the victim's body was found in the apartment, because he could say, look, that's the boyfriend. He had access. He must have did it. It is unreasonable and completely unsupported by any evidence whatsoever that Joseph Butler had anything to do with her death. Same with Joyce Butler, same with Lisa Moore. And if we were to think that some random person just did this, again, we would have to believe that this person broke into the apartment without causing any damage whatsoever, killed her, found her keys, went around and figured out what car was hers, to then load her body and move it away. Again, why would some random person move the body out of the apartment? It makes no sense. The only person with a reason to move the body and distance himself from that body and from the apartment is the defendant. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the medical examiner's testimonies. We went through a little bit of what Dr. Utz said in my first closing argument. Dr. Arden also testified, and for the past 20 years, Dr. Arden told you that he has primarily been a consultant for the defense. He earns $450 an hour for his opinions in this case, and he testified that in his opinion, the cause of death is undetermined. He doesn't know. He doesn't have enough information to tell you what caused Theresa Green's death. Dr. Utz told you that in making decisions about what caused somebody's death, you have to take into account the circumstances in which the victim's body was found. And Dr. Arden agreed with that. Dr. Arden told you that given the circumstances in this case about how Theresa Green's body was found, a reasonable argument could be made that this was a homicide. He told you that, and I give him credit for conceding that. He said, look, a reasonable conclusion, she was killed based on all these circumstances and all the facts that we know. But even Dr. Arden had to concede that when you consider the fact that this otherwise healthy 38-year-old woman was found wrapped in a sheet, locked in the trunk of her car, found at Walgreens, her death be considered a homicide is reasonable. Again, we know she wasn't shot, she wasn't stabbed, she wasn't drowned, she didn't have some brain bleed that would cause her, when she fell down the stairs, that would cause her to die. Dr. Arden said that would be a more sudden situation. We know she didn't die from alcohol poisoning. Dr. Arden said in alcohol poisoning death, you see an alcohol level of much more than 0.28. And you usually see it in very young, inexperienced, naive drinkers who just drink way too much initially, and the body can't handle that. Dr. Arden also explained to you that the point, and Dr. Us as well, the 0.28 blood alcohol level is a little deceptive. Why? Because during the decomposition process, the bacteria in the body actually produces an amount of alcohol. So her blood alcohol level was less than a 0.28. How much? We don't know. But again, we do know that when she fell down the stairs, no matter how impaired she was able to get up, walk up the stairs on her own, and go into her apartment. Not like she had to be carried. Dr. Arden can give you no other explanation of why she died. Let's look at the things that Dr. Arden disagrees with Dr. Utz about. Dr. Arden indicated the injuries that we saw in the photos to her lips, the eye, the large area of swelling in the side of her neck, and the contusions that Dr. Utz saw on the sides and back of her neck that looked like fingernail marks were the result of natural decomposition. And Dr. Utz disagreed with that and said, in his opinion, those are signs of trauma. And again, we know that we have a broken watch in the victim's apartment, as well as a really big hole in the drywall that wasn't there before. We heard a lot about petechiae. And petechiae, the doctors explained, is caused when the oxygenated blood travels through the carotid artery into the brain. But the jugular veins, which allow that blood to be released from the vein and the brain and go back into the circulatory system, are blocked or occluded. So when the carotid artery is allowing blood to flow in, the jugular veins are blocked, doesn't allow the blood to flow out. That pressure starts to build up because there's more and more blood flowing in. And that causes the little tiny capillaries and blood vessels in your eyes and your face to burst, which causes the petechiae. And I think one of the jurors actually wrote a question to the judge and picked up on this, because if the carotid arteries are blocked and occluded, no blood is being allowed into the brain, no oxygenated blood. So there's no pressure being built up, and there's no petechiae that is forming. So you're not going to see petechiae if the carotid arteries are compressed. Dr. Arden or Dr. Utz explained to you, especially in cases of hanging, where both the jugular veins and the carotid arteries are fully compressed, you don't see signs of petechiae again because the blood isn't flowing into the brain and building up the pressure there. That's why the absence of petechiae is not dispositive of anything. Sometimes you see it in strangulation cases, sometimes you don't. Just because it's not there doesn't mean she wasn't strangled. Dr. Utz also explained to you, look, I looked at the photos and I didn't see any petechiae. Granted, the photos weren't great quality, 24 years old. And the decomposition process, he explained, doesn't affect the eyes, and she was face down in the trunk of the car. But bottom line is there's no evidence of petechiae, but that doesn't mean she wasn't strangled based on the reasonable explanations that the doctors provided. I want to talk real quick about the areas of her neck. Dr. Utz told you that these linear scratch-like marks that look like fingernail marks, he thought were consistent with fingernail marks. Dr. Arden said that these marks, in his opinion, are from the natural decomposition process. What was really interesting to note when he was being cross-examined, it was brought out that there were other places of her body that were subject to decomposition. Which generally asked Dr. Arden, is there any other place on her body that was also subject to the same decomposition process that had these similar fingernail-looking marks? Why? Because these marks are from fingernails. They're not from the decomposition process. If they were, you would see these marks in other places if it was a result of the natural decomposition process. And is it just coincidental that these marks only appear in the exact places that either a person's nails would dig in if they're applying pressure, or the victim's nails would have been trying to remove that pressure because they're on both sides? Is that just coincidence? Of course not. That is evidence of strangulation. Referring back to the hyoid bone, Dr. Arden agreed that this reddened area on the hyoid bone looks a lot like a hemorrhage. And he told you that when there is a hemorrhage, it's bleeding and it causes a darker reddish area to appear. That's what we see in the pictures of the hyoid bone. Dr. Arden, though, said he thinks that is the result also of the natural decomposition process. Well, the decomposition process is kind of a uniform process. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that the decomposition process would affect just that specific point on the hyoid bone and not the rest of the hyoid bone, not the surrounding tissue, nowhere else. It is much more consistent that that specific place hemorrhaged because of the pressure being put onto it during the strangulation process, just like Dr. Utz explained. To his credit, Dr. Arden did acknowledge and did concede that based on all the circumstances that we see and how the body was found, strangulation is a real concern. Dr. Arden didn't say she was not strangled. He just said that there is not enough information, in his opinion, to say that she was. Dr. Utz says, in his opinion, all the circumstances and all the injuries taken as a whole establish in his mind she was strangled. And again, Dr. Arden, to his credit, indicated that a reasonable conclusion as far as how she died would be that she was killed. It was a homicide. The defense ended their closing with the theory that, look, we don't even know if she was murdered. Maybe she died on the mattress. Maybe she was drunk. She had the head injuries in the fall. She went inside her apartment, laid down on the mattress, and died. Well, again, that doesn't really, you'd have to ignore the broken watch. You'd have to ignore the drywall damage that was done right around this time. You'd have to ignore a lot of things, including her injuries and things like that, to believe that. And the fact that in the autopsy, there was no evidence of any kind of skull fracture or brain bleed, as discussed by Dr. Arden, the defense expert. So the evidence doesn't support that. But let's think about the theory that the victim wasn't murdered, that she just died. Let's assume that position and carry that to the logical end. She's young, no indication of any gunshot stab wound through all these. She just died on her own, the healthy 38-year-old woman, for no reason. Again, you would first have to ignore the injuries to her head and neck area. You'd have to ignore the evidence of the hemorrhage and the dislocation of the hyoid bone. You then have to ignore common sense, because when you look to the circumstances surrounding how her body was found, that no one called 911 or the police and say, hey, Theresa Green is just dead. I walk in and she's there. It didn't happen. That's what a reasonable person would do if they came across somebody who just died. You call the police. You call 911. You go get help. You don't wrap the victim's body up, stick it in the trunk, and hide it. That's not what reasonable people would do. Those actions are perfectly understandable if you were the one that killed the victim. Then you try to hide what you did. Then you try to hide the results, the evidence of the crime. Then you try to flee the state. Then you try to run from the police. That's what a murderer does. That's what Demorris Hunter did. Mr. Marrero has asked you repeatedly, rely on the evidence. And I asked you to do the same thing. Jury instructions require, and the law requires you to do that. If you actually do that, ladies and gentlemen, there is no reasonable explanation or no reasonable interpretation of the evidence except for that man right there killed Theresa Green, and he took many steps to try to hide it and get away with it. The state has proven, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder. And it's time for the defendant to be held accountable for his actions and his choices. We're going to ask that you go back to the deliberation room, you discuss, and that you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, because that's what the evidence has proven beyond any reasonable doubt. And that's what the law requires. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to resume reading the jury instructions at the top of page 9. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, the case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you, and it reads as follows. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll find this verdict form to be self-explanatory when you get into the jury room. At the top of the page is what we call the style of the case, and it reads the State of Florida versus Demorris Ann Hunter with a case number. About a quarter of the way down the page is an underlined bolded word. That word is verdict. Underneath that, it says count 1. There are 4 possibilities on this verdict form, and they read as follows from the top to the bottom. We, the jury, find as follows: as to count 1 of the charge, check only 1 as to this count. The first line reads, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. The second line reads, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. The third line reads, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. The fourth line reads, the defendant is not guilty. Once you have reached a unanimous verdict as to this count, the foreperson would put an X or a check mark on the appropriate line and on only one line and sign and date the verdict form. Underneath that, it says, so say we all, meaning it is a unanimous verdict of the jury, dated this blank day of April 2026, and today is the 8th day of April, with a signature line for the foreperson. Again, once the jury has reached a unanimous verdict, the foreperson would put an X or a check mark on the appropriate line and on only one line and sign and date the verdict form. Going to resume reading where we left off. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During your deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of these types of electronic devices into the jury room. Rather than leaving them on your seats, the court deputies will collect them when you go into the jury room, and they will keep them safe while you're deliberating. If you need to communicate with me during your deliberations, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And ladies and gentlemen, I can only send items that have actually been admitted into evidence into the jury room. I am sending all of the exhibits into the jury room with you. So there is nothing else that I can send you into the jury room while you deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Counsel, could you approach, please?
All right, we got to get our clock ready here. So 161 of you voted. What will the jury come back with? Guilty first degree, 38%. Guilty second degree or manslaughter, 37%. Hung, 16%. And then 9% not guilty.
Informed that your lunches are here and they will be waiting for you in the jury room. Juror in seat 14, I'm going to butcher your name. Is it Diatil? Okay. You are our alternate juror. I'm going to release you for the day, but I cannot release you from the case completely at this point, and I'll explain that to you in just a moment. Did you leave anything in the jury room? All right. If you describe, once everybody else has left, if you describe that for the court deputy, they will retrieve both your lunch and what you left in the jury room and bring that out to you. For the balance of you, I'm going to send you into the jury room with your notepad, your jury instructions. The evidence will follow in a few minutes, and the verdict form will follow in a few minutes. If you need to communicate with me while you're deliberating, just have the foreperson write a note. The foreperson would sign and date the note. Knock on the jury room door. There will be a court deputy stationed outside the jury room, and the court deputy will gather all of us together to deal with your request. Does anyone have any questions before I send you back to begin your deliberations? All right, then I'm going to send the 12 of you back to begin your deliberation.
Jury yesterday?
All right, 12:20. So we're going to start. We'll go ahead and we'll start it. 12:20 Eastern. 12:20 they start.
You'll have an opportunity to check and make sure they got everything. Just have a seat, because I do have some additional instructions for you. We have a work excuse for you. However, you're not released from this case at this point. You still may not discuss the case with anyone. Do not let anyone discuss it with you. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. If the jury returns a verdict of guilty as charged, I will need you to come back on Monday to hear additional evidence. So with that work excuse is also my business card. My judicial assistant, I'm going to ask that you call tomorrow. My judicial assistant's name is also Lisa, so it's easy to remember. And she will tell you whether you need to report back here at 9 a.m. on Monday morning. All right, do you have any questions? Call tomorrow. And in just a moment, they will have your lunch and your other items, and you'll be free to go for the rest of the day. Just have a seat and chill until they get it to you. Thank you. And if I could have the attorneys check the exhibits before they go back, please, and the verdict form. Yeah. And we'll need your notepad so that we can keep that safe until Monday morning in case it's needed. There's a box here. Did you get everything? Yeah. All right, great. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, the Tremaine Jones trial. Heidi, you were saying the trial before. I think it was that one. The Tremaine Jones. They got lunch.
You can put them in the box.
Yeah.
And the deputies will just take them in the box.
That's why I was like, I'm just like logically the things that are in binders should beautifully make sense to me. They're all combined together. Yeah.
I was just seeing if I could hear any hot mics. But we have to have the hum. I just want to see if I can get I guess they're going over evidence. Davey, I missed the Monday thing. I'll have to rewind once they sort this out. She said something about Monday. All right, I'll go back and listen to that. Hey, Skrubnik, how are you? Welcome in. So when did she say something? I was dealing with the cats. When did she say something about Monday? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, let me listen. Okay, she was talking, I got you. She was talking to the alternate, and she said something about the notepad. We'll keep your notepad. Yeah, chatting with the alternate. Got it. So she said, we'll keep your notepad until Monday morning in case we need it. Maybe now she thinks that it's going to go to Monday? I don't know. Yesterday she thought they'd be done by Thursday. I don't know. I don't get this, Judge. I'm not quite sure. Excuse me. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Scott, there is no penalty phase. The judge decides that. I thought there would be, but no. She decides the penalty. It's the jury does not decide the penalty. So go figure. Heidi, the jury has to deliberate. No, she said that she's going to do it. That's why, and it has to be unanimous. Yeah, the judge renders the sentencing. You don't have to worry about sentencing. We heard that earlier. I'll pull it up again. Let me go back and see if I can find that. It was right at the beginning. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Everyone approve the evidence that's going back to the jury room? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. All right. While the jury's deliberating, you don't obviously have to stay here. Please leave your cell phone number with the clerk and be able to get back here within about 10 minutes if the jury has a question or a verdict. Anybody have any questions before we take a recess? All right. We will be in recess, subject to recall.
All right. Yeah, Polly, come on. All right. So we, all right, let me go back here.
It's a legal decision in this matter. 2, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses. And 3, the case 1 or are angry. Your feelings about them is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or sentenced or must be unanimous. 7, penalty.
Okay. Here it is, I think.
6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. It is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty.
All right. It's the judge's job. So there's no penalty phase for the jury. This is up to the judge decides the penalty. I'll play that again. So here, listen.
6, whether determine a guilty or not in accord with the law. Your duty is to determine if the defendant. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous.
So, judge determines the penalty, and it has to be unanimous. So this is different than what we saw with Jose Soto. This is different. So Kel Yes says, "Hey AWOL, how you doing? Welcome in." Let's see. Her statement to the alternate jurors said they return if found guilty. But she literally just said it's not up to them. Nick, I'll play it again. I'll play it again if you guys... The jury decided in Jose Soto Escalara, so I'll play this again. You guys tell me what she says.
That is, judge's judgment has been proved case. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty.
Right? It's... I'm playing... So she determines, right? Maybe she had the wrong instructions in front of her. I don't know. So what did she say to the alternate? All right. All right, let's see what she said to the alternate. Alternate 14. All right, 12:20. So we're going to start.
Then I'm going to send the 12 of you back to stationed outside the jury room, and the court deputy will gather all of us together to deal with your room. Just have the foreperson write a note. If you describe, once everybody else is left.
I think it was afterwards, right? It was after?
You are an alternate juror. I'm going to release you for the day, but I cannot release you from the case completely at this point, and I'll explain that to you in just a moment. Did you leave anything in the jury room? All right. If you describe, once everybody else is left, if you describe that for the court deputy, they will retrieve both your lunch and what you left in the jury room and bring that out to you. For the balance of you, I'm going to send you into the jury room with your notepad, your jury instructions. The evidence will follow in a few minutes, and the verdict form will follow.
All right, I think it's a little bit after this. Yeah, Richard, I know. I know. That's why we're confused. That's why we're confused. And it was changed after the Nicholas Cruz trial at Parkland shooting. It used to be unanimous, and then it was changed. We've covered DP cases before. I'm really confused as to what's going on here. This case has been nothing but normal, to be quite honest. This has been a really weird case. So yes, I am fully aware of that. I don't understand. She hasn't once said anything about a penalty phase to the jury. We've been covering this from the beginning. Nothing in the news reports. So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it why she said that. So, all right, let me see if I can find this when she said something to the alternate.
And if you judge the jury, does any...
Go ahead and we'll start.
You'll have an opportunity.
I think it's here.
You'll have an opportunity to check and make sure they got everything. Have a seat. Today, I do have some additional instructions for you. We have a work excuse for you. However, you're not released from this case at this point. You still may not discuss the case with anyone. Do not let anyone discuss it with you. Do not do any independent research while you're away from it. If the jury returns a verdict of guilty as charged, I will need you to come back on Monday to hear additional evidence. So with that work excuse is also my business card.
All right. She said if they come back with guilty, see, I missed that because I was dealing with the cat. So she said if they come back guilty, there's going to be to hear more evidence. So, okay. So here's what happened with Jose. So, okay, I got it now. So with Jose, there was a penalty phase. There was the guilt phase, then the penalty phase, and the jury did both, but the judge held the final say. The judge could override the jury. He takes it into, I'm pretty sure he took it into recommendation. So I think that's what it is. So that was a little confusing, but I think that's what happens. Okay, so I think that's what it is. I think that's what it was. So with the Jose Soto trial, it was just a lot more clear that there was a penalty phase, there was a guilt phase, and then a penalty phase. With this one, there's been no indication whatsoever that it's going to be the same jury until just then. So she told the alternate, if he's found guilty, come back on Monday to hear more evidence. Then I believe, I'm pretty sure that it's the judge, the jury's going to decide, and then that's where it's the 8-4. Doesn't have to be unanimous. That's where it's the 8-4, and then the judge hears mitigating and aggravators. They victim impact statements, if you will. The lawyers get up there and argue, both sides of it, and then the judge will make the final decision. I think that's what it is. So I think I've cleared that up. I've cleared that up, at least in my mind. I hope I cleared that up in your guys' mind. I hope that makes sense for you guys, because now I got it. All right. So let's go back to let me go back to Jose Soto, because the jury. I want to see how long the jury took. I think they took like an hour and a half for both times. Let me see. Let me just go back to Mr. Jose Soto Escalara. Where is Jose? Jose, where are you? All right, so Jose Escalara was September of last year. It was an hour and 12 minutes, and then the penalty phase was an hour and 21 minutes. So both times it was well under an hour and a half. And that one was 8-4. They literally were 8-4 on that. And then there was a Spencer hearing in October. And then that's when the judge sentenced. Okay, so now it makes sense. All right, I hope, does this make sense to you guys? So the jury is going to do the guilt phase right now. Then they're going to come back and they're going to do the penalty phase, and they did as well in Jose. So they ended on September 19th, and then they came back on September 24th. So there is going to be two phases. That's what I thought from the beginning, but I thought the judge was going to talk about that, but now it makes sense for me now, and I hope I'm clearing it up for you guys as well. So they will come back. They'll go through a penalty phase if he's found guilty, and then they do a Spencer hearing, and then the judge makes the final decision. So the judge came. So it was 2 days. It was 2 days for the penalty phase. So the guilt phase was 5 days, and the penalty phase was 2 days. So they are going to hear additional information in the penalty phase if he's found guilty. All right, does that make sense to you guys? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Sparkling Princess, for helping me out there. Yes, makes perfect sense. They recommend after hearing evidence again, and the judge makes the final call. Yes. All right. I think we're all on the same page now. All right. All right. I want to go back to what I think, Carol, you asked to recap everything. I would love to hear let's hear Joe's testimony again. Because Joe's testimony, if you throw out Joe and Joyce's testimony, and that's it, there's no evidence on him. And there's no evidence other than them saying he was the last one to see Theresa. Hear me out. I think more what happened to me, what's more plausible, is that after this party ended, she took a tumble down those stairs and she died. I think that's more plausible right now, and more possible. I think maybe even Joe, when he slapped her, she fell down the stairs, and she literally broke her neck. And then they had to scramble, because if then they called police. If they called the police, it would have gone back to them drinking, and it could have been just accidental. I mean, Joe maybe not even touched her, but apparently he slapped her. So I think she slaps him for whatever reason. He slaps her back, or she just trips and falls, total accident, breaks her neck, and they're like, "Oh, wow, what do we do now?" And it all goes back to them drinking, and they're going to lose their apartment. Potentially, they're going to lose their jobs, potentially. And then Demorris, because he's got these charges, well, they don't know it yet, but he's done some really bad things in California, and he runs. He's like, "Man, I'm not going to get this pinned on me. I'm going to take off." I don't know. What do you guys think? Kelly, her hyoid was fractured. It wasn't actually broken. Her neck wasn't broken, so maybe I misspoke by saying her neck was broken. The only thing that showed that she was strangled was that her hyoid was kind of fractured, I guess. It wasn't even like broken, and she had some petechia. But she could have hit her head. She could have hit her head, even though there was really no indication that she hit her head. The only injuries were on the side of her torso, her chest, her right chest. She had some fingernail marks on the back of her neck. Not consistent with somebody strangling her, but there were some marks on the back of her neck. Yeah, dislocated. Well, they covered it, Debbie, because the butlers covered it because they would lose their jobs and they would lose their apartment. And Joe he cleaned the floors and Joyce cleaned the linens. So they would lose their jobs potentially. They would lose their jobs potentially. They would lose their apartments because they lose your job. You're going to lose your apartment because the Florida hospital rents those apartments. And then Demorris runs because he's shot and deleted some woman out in Oakland. They don't know that yet. Cops don't know that yet, but he's running because if the cops come and they start to look into him, they're going to see, wow, Demorris, Hunter, you got a warrant for you out in California. I don't know. Yeah, well, either way, you're not guilty for DP is a serious thing. Any clear and convincing evidence to make this call? Yeah, there's not enough. I don't see it either. You take the butlers out. Take the butlers out of it altogether. Take the butler's testimony out altogether. What's the evidence? What's the evidence? You take the butler's testimony And they have a lot to lose. The Butlers have a lot to lose. I-9, maybe someone tried to grab her, stop her fall. Sure. Florida's not going to give him back. Yeah, probably DP overrides 110 years in California. Shirley, I fell and tripped over one step and broke your shoulder. Yeah, the fact that they okay, here's what they're saying. Here's Demorris. Here's Theresa. She kicks him, he grabs her, and they fall back. And somehow they both end up on their butts and they go down 14 steps. How does that even happen? How does that even happen? She kicks him, he grabs her, and they fall back. How do they then go scoot down their butts? And that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So you take their testimony out. Why would he involve the Butlers? He wouldn't, Pauline. That's the thing. He would leave because he's got a pending deletion hanging over his head. He shot and killed somebody out in Oakland. So if the police show up, he's going to be busted. So he's like, I'm out of here. The Butlers they're going to lose their place and their jobs. So that's why he's like, I'm out of here. This is your mess. I'm gone. So there's no indication. Again, it's all the Butlers that said, we're going to drive the car to Walgreens. But Demorris said, I messed up. That's all coming from the Butlers. That's all coming from them. Just think about that for a second. I'm not saying that this happened. I'm just saying that everything is coming from the Butlers. You take their testimony out, and there's nothing. There's nothing here. So, just makes you think. Grampy, how you doing? Hope your rehab is going well. Why would Joe even get involved? Like, come on. See, why would Joe even get involved? I don't understand the question. Give me a little bit more. He's worried about his home. He's worried about his home. Yeah, that's why he's saying that. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, but I'm not quite sure. Give me a little bit more. AWOL, I definitely know how this happened in my opinion. Breakdancer, snowboarder, I know body to floor ratio, just can't explain via. Going down on their butts? Is that what you're saying? Pauline, what did you think about the burning of the van? Food's ready? Okay, lunch is ready. Was it proved arson? Yes, they did prove that was arson, but they didn't prove it was Joe that did it. I'm sorry, that Demorris did it. All they did was find the stolen van, and he was in Houston. So again, you put 2 and 2 together. AWOL, is there a chance that Joe and his wife minimized their involvement? Yeah, 100%. Yes, 100%. 100%. Ron, you have to remember alcohol was involved and people don't think rational. All right, I'm going to put, I got some food waiting for me. Let's watch Joe's testimony again. Joe's the linchpin here. Let's watch his testimony and then we'll get to Joyce's. Because those two, to me, are the, they're the linchpins here. Let's see, he was right. I think he was straight away. Yeah, Joe was first. Joe was day one. Let me get to him. So listen to his testimony again and just keep in mind what he has to lose. Just keep in mind, now that we know what we know, keep in mind what he has to lose. If the police come and question him, he was, they were drinking, he supplied the alcohol. Maybe she fell, maybe she tripped, maybe he pushed her. There's any number of things. Maybe he slapped her. Everybody says that he slapped her. So Joe's not, he's not.
Photograph 10 of States 1.
innocent in this either. I mean, he did slap her.
That is the top of the hole from the ground.
About how far was the top of the hole from the ground?
About 43.
And doubt about this case.
State, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Speak.
All right, so here's Joe's testimony. Let me go down here. Live feed. All right, so we'll put him. I guess I can do this. All right, so here's Joe's testimony from day one. Oh, hey, Grampy, I got Super Balls right here. Yeah, it's a good girl. Your girl's chilling. All right, so here's Joe's testimony from day one.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can be seated, sir. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Joseph Butler, Butler.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What do you do for a living now?
I do floors and crossing guard.
Okay. What kind of work have you done in the past?
Floors. Worked in the recovery room. Did maintenance. That's about it.
Did you say you're a crossing guard now?
Yeah.
Where do you do that?
In Orlando.
For like a school crossing or?
Yeah.
Let me direct your attention back to 2002. What did you do for a living back then?
I was working at the hospital.
What did you do for the hospital?
I was doing floors at the time.
Okay, I see. And where did you live back then?
In the apartments.
Do you remember the name of the apartment?
Nah.
Okay. Was the apartment that you lived in located at 3216 Cornell Avenue, specifically apartment 12?
Yes.
All right. Was that in Orange County?
I think so, yes.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
Showing up to mark the state's exhibit H for identification. Do you recognize what that photograph shows?
Yes, yes.
What is that?
That's the apartment.
Is that the apartment that you lived in? It's kind of an updated picture of it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Does it fairly accurately show what the apartment looked like then?
Yes.
This kind of state would move H into evidence as states 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as state 7.
Is that published?
May.
Okay. Is this the apartment that I just showed you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. How was this apartment complex set up? How many floors, first of all?
First and second floor.
I'm sorry?
First and second floor.
Okay. So we see, I don't know if, can you see down here? Okay, if you turn around and look behind you, we see a couple entrances. How many entrances were there to get into the main apartment complex?
2, I think.
Okay, and are those below like the lights that we see above by the roof?
Yes.
All right.
Now, if you come in there, there's just one entrance in there going in there. You go upstairs and downstairs.
And if you walk into the main entrance, which is the stairwell, how many apartments are on the first floor that you can access from that main entrance?
On the first floor?
Yes, sir.
2.
Okay, and if you walk up the stairs, how many apartments are on the top floor?
2.
Where was your apartment, apartment number 12, located?
Upstairs, on the right.
And who did you live there with at the time?
My wife and
What's her name?
Joyce Butler.
What did she do back in 2002?
She worked at the hospital.
Did you know a woman named Theresa Green?
That was my neighbor.
May I approach her?
May.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit I for identification. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
It must be.
Your
Don't
feet
remember I
hurt?
told you about it.
You have a medical issue with your feet?
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm all right right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Who is in this photograph?
Teresa.
Does this fairly accurately show what she looked like back then?
Yes.
This time, statement moved I into evidence as State's 8.
No objection, Your Honor. It will be admitted as State's 8.
Published.
You may.
Is this Miss Green we see in the photo here?
Yes.
Where did she live in relation to your apartment?
Across the hall.
So if you were in 12, was she in 11 right across?
Yes.
What did she do for a living?
She worked at the hospital, but I just didn't never know what it really was.
It appears that you worked at the hospital, so did your then wife, and so did Miss Green. Did the people in this apartment complex, did a lot of them work in the hospital?
Yes, most of them all of them.
Do you ever remember Miss Green working in the labor and delivery department?
I know I just see her there, yeah.
Did you meet Miss Green by virtue of just her being your neighbor?
Yes.
Had you been in her apartment following the period of time that she went missing?
When she went missing?
Yes, after she went missing and after you found out that she had been killed.
Yeah, I went in there.
Okay.
Her son came and got me.
Did you see anything unusual in her apartment when you looked in there?
Yes, there's a big hole in the wall.
How long had you known Miss Green by the time she was killed?
I don't have I known her. I haven't known her that long. Probably about 3 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, something like that. I don't know for sure.
You mentioned her son. Did she had children?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I think two boys, as far as I know.
Were there times that you would invite her over to your apartment just to hang out with you and your wife?
Well, not really. It was, every now and then my wife would be talking with her, but I never invited her over like that.
Were there times that you kind of had get-togethers and she would come over with some other people?
We just had one time.
Okay, I see. This time, pursuant to judicial notice, Your Honor, the state would move States G into evidence. It's a calendar from May of 2002. That's States 9.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 9.
Let me direct your attention to late Saturday, May 25th of 2002, into the next morning. You mentioned you had a get-together at your apartment this one time.
Yes.
Okay. Was that the last time that you saw Theresa Green?
Yes.
About when did this party start up?
It really wasn't a party.
Okay.
It was just that we was planning on having a barbecue the next day. And she had got her drinks and everything. And
She meaning who? She said she got drinks? Who got
She got drinks. She just got drinks when we went to the store.
Who got drinks?
She did.
Your mom, your wife, or
My
Miss Green?
wife wasn't no drinker.
Okay, so Miss Green got drinks.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So when we went to the store and came back, she was already lit up.
She had been drinking already?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She was already.
Where'd you guys go to get the meat?
Publix.
Who'd you go with?
I'm sorry,
Mars.
Morris? Oh,
What did you know Demorris by then? What was his name back then?
Mike.
Okay. So you guys go and get the meat at Publix, you get back. Who was at your apartment?
When we got back?
Yes.
Theresa and my wife.
Okay. So at this point, is it the four of you kind of hanging out at the apartment, barbecuing?
For a minute, no, we weren't barbecuing. It's the next day.
Okay, it was for the
We
next
was
day.
just going to get the stuff for the next day.
I understand. Who is Lisa Moore?
That's my stepdaughter.
All right. I know it's been a while, but do you see the person that you knew as Mike here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
White shirt.
Does he have a jacket or no jacket?
No jacket.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will still reflect.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you what the marker states is a J for identification. You recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mike?
Is that fairly accurately depict what he looked like back in 2002?
Yes. Yes.
This time, state would move J into evidence as states 10.
No objection.
It will be admitted as states 10.
Was this a photo? May I pull the charm?
You may. Yep.
Was this a photograph that you actually provided the detectives when they were investigating this case?
Yes.
Describe the defendant's appearance back then.
His appearance?
Yes, sir.
He looked just like that on that picture he's right there all the time.
Okay. Where did the defendant live in relation to you back then?
Downstairs. I don't know apartment number, but he was downstairs in the same cluster.
Okay, so it was like right down the same stairwell as yours?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember if his apartment number was 9?
I'm not for sure about the apartment number.
Did the defendant work at the hospital with you guys?
No.
About how long had you known the defendant the night that this get-together happened?
Wasn't known. Probably about 3 weeks, a month.
A relatively short time.
Yeah, sure.
Did the defendant live in that apartment right downstairs alone or with anybody else?
Alone.
Did other people live in that apartment before he did?
Yes.
Do you remember who?
What was his name? I can't think his name right.
That's okay.
Humphrey.
Humphrey.
His name was Humphrey.
Okay.
Him and his girlfriend stayed there.
So this get-together at your apartment, what was going on? I mean, what were you guys doing? Just hanging out?
Yeah, well, when we got back, she was already about too drunk already, and we was just drinking and talking. And then my wife had went to sleep, and she came out and said she was too loud. So
It was too loud?
Yeah, and I turned the radio down, and she said she'd come out again. She got to go home.
Okay.
And so she came out again because it was still too loud. So she told her we had to go home. I said, okay, we'll do this tomorrow.
All right.
So
Let me stop you there real quick. At the point where this party is shut down, had you been drinking?
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had Miss Green been drinking? You said she was
Yes,
pretty drunk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about the defendant? Had he been drinking?
No.
Was Lisa Moore there as well at this time, your stepdaughter?
No.
At some point did she arrive?
Yeah.
Why did your then wife, want the party to shut down?
But she had to go to work.
Okay. So at about 2:30 or so, is this when the party basically is shut down by your wife?
Was it that time? I don't know. But maybe.
Okay, sometime in the early morning hours.
Yes, yes.
Understood. Except for your wife, your then wife, Joyce Butler, getting a little upset at you guys for being loud, and she's got to go to work the next morning. Were there any problems with anybody at this point during this party?
No.
So when your wife shuts the party down and you're basically telling everybody, look, we got to go. What happens between you and Theresa Green at that point?
Oh, well, you got mad and slapped me. And I tapped her back. I didn't really slap her. So I just tapped her and said, let's go home. We'll do this tomorrow.
And where'd you slap her?
It's the same place she slapped me.
Where?
Right there in the face.
Okay, so she slaps you in the face, you slap her back in the face, and we're done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know what caused her to slap you in the face? Was there an argument? Was
No argument. She just hauled off and slapped me.
Okay. Did that happen inside your apartment or outside?
Inside the apartment.
I'm sorry?
Inside.
Inside, okay. After she slaps you in the face, you slap her in the face, tell the jury what happens then.
Okay, we goes outside the door by the stairs, and Mike gets on the first floor.
What was on the first floor?
First steps on the stairs, and she steps in front of him and say, "Why you let Joe slap you? Slap and hit me." She said, "You hit him first, so he really didn't hit you, he just tapped you." And the next thing I know, she put her foot up and kicked him, tried to kick him downstairs, and he grabbed her foot, and they both went down there. And then I was asking him when he got up, was he all right? She went to cussing and fussing. I said, "Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow." So I went back in the apartment, and I went to bed.
Okay, let me stop you there. So outside of your apartment at the stairwell is when she basically kicks at the defendant, and they both go tumbling down the stairs.
Yes.
And at this point, is this when, was your stepdaughter there at this point?
I don't think she was there yet.
Okay.
I'm not pretty sure, but I don't think she was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Showing you State's Exhibit K for identification. Can you take a look at those two photos and tell me if you recognize what they show?
Yeah.
Take a look at the other one as well, please.
It's another one? I can't see but one. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize
Yes,
those photos?
yes.
What do they show generally? What do they show?
A rug. There's some there. Like it's tore up.
What area of the apartment or the building does that show?
That's the top floor.
Okay. Is that the stairwell?
Yeah.
Okay. Do these fairly and accurately depict what the stairwell looked like?
Yes.
Okay. And I know there's some paper down there that law enforcement that wasn't there.
Yeah, that wasn't there.
Okay. At this time, State would move K into evidence to State's 11, or yeah, 11.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as States 11.
Publish.
May.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 11. Where is the entrance to your apartment if you walk up? Are you the right or the left?
I'm right.
And Miss Green's then would have been to the left?
Yes.
And showing you photograph 2 of State's 11. It's just, what does this show? You can turn around and look if you have to.
Oh, that's the stairwell.
Okay, looking down from your apartment area?
Yes.
And is that the stairwell that they tumbled down that?
Yes.
When they tumbled down the stairs, did they go all the way down to the bottom part?
All the way to the bottom.
When they landed at the bottom of the stairwell, did you see them actually get up?
Yes.
Did anyone appear to be severely injured in any way?
No.
Anyone screaming in pain or anything like that?
No.
Did you see what they did after they got up?
The only thing I seen was her cursing and fussing, and me and my wife went back in the apartment.
Okay. So you and your wife go back to the apartment. Did you have to work the next day?
No.
Just your wife?
Yes.
Just Joyce Butler, okay. Let me direct your attention to several hours later, now still on Sunday morning, May 26th. What happened Sunday morning at around 7 o'clock in the morning?
Well, that's when I got up, but stuff happened before then.
You still had what? I'm sorry?
Some stuff happened before then. Like, I was asleep, and she kept telling me that he kept coming up, trying to get me to follow him in the car to go take the car back to the car lot. And I looked at the clock and said, "Ain't no car lot open this time, I'm not going nowhere." So I just went back to sleep.
Okay. Were you woken up again shortly after?
Yes, I woke up again. So, and I still didn't move right then. So, but when that time you was something about 7, that's when I really got up, and he had left the keys in there.
No, who did? Who came with the keys?
Mike.
Okay, the defendant.
Yeah.
All right. So explain to me how that happened. Did he come into your apartment? Did he come into the bedroom? What
Came
happened?
in the bedroom.
Okay.
And I was still laying there. And he left the keys and he said, "Man, I'll be downstairs."
Okay. Did he tell you what he wanted you to do?
You had to follow him to the gas to take the car back. We supposed to do that anyway. 'Cause she wanted me to follow him yesterday too, but that day too. But I didn't see her.
Okay. So he asked you to take the keys and follow him to the
Yeah,
car.
I was in the van.
You were in a van.
Yeah, he was in the car, her car.
Describe the van to me.
Oh, the van was white with a green and white van. It's an old van.
Okay. And that was that the vehicle you drove?
Yes,
What vehicle did the defendant drive?
he drove her vehicle.
What car was that?
It was an Oldsmobile.
Do you remember what color?
Grayish white or something like that.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Grayish white?
Grayish white?
Yeah, something like that.
Did the defendant say anything about where Theresa Green was?
No,
Did you see Theresa Green at any time this morning?
no,
So when the defendant asked you to follow him while he's driving the victim's car, follow him in the van, did you agree?
mm-hmm.
Said yes?
Yes.
She can't take mm-mm.
Okay. My bad.
Was that van owned, to your knowledge, owned by the defendant?
No.
Okay. Do you know who owned the van?
Guy named Pete on the van.
Okay. Do you know Pete's real name?
No.
Did you ever know a man named Henry Fields?
Henry? Yeah. Yeah.
Henry Fields?
Yeah. I think that's his last name.
I'm sorry?
No, not Henry. Oh, it's Humphrey. I know Humphrey, not Henry.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, the defendant is driving Pete's white van?
Yes.
Understood. Had you ever seen the defendant drive Theresa's Oldsmobile before that day?
No.
Could you see anybody else in Miss Green's white Oldsmobile except for the defendant?
Yeah, no, I couldn't see nobody.
Where did you end up going following the defendant?
Ended up in Sanford.
And was the car lot in Sanford, or was it car lot?
I didn't know where the car lot was. I'm just following.
You're just following. All right. So where did you end up in Sanford?
At a Walgreens.
How far away is this Walgreens from your apartment complex?
Ooh. Well, that's a long way. That's at least 10 miles or more, maybe longer.
Can I approach her? Show me what the market states exhibit L. Do you recognize the vehicle in that photograph?
That's the building.
What is that?
It's an Oldsmobile.
Is that Miss
Miss
Green's
Green,
vehicle?
yeah, yes.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict what her vehicle looked like back then?
Yes.
This time statement with L into evidence as states 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as states 12.
Can I publish?
May.
Is this the photograph I just showed you?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Now, obviously, we see in the photograph here the trunk is open, but when we left the vehicle at Walgreens, was it closed?
Yes.
All right. So what happens when you and the defendant arrive at Walgreens?
Well, when they put it in there, you pull it to the side of the building, and I went inside the store to get an Alka-Seltzer because I had a hangover.
To get Alka-Seltzer for your hangover? Okay.
And forgot my wallet and couldn't get it, so I had to come back and sit in the van. I sat in the van, He stayed in the car for a good while. I don't know what he was doing, but he was in there doing something. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
And I just sat there and waited. Then he comes back. Then he said he messed up. I told him I don't want to hear. Just take me back home.
Let me back you up. When you said you waited in the van,
Yes.
when the defendant got back to the van, where did he sit? Driver's or passenger seat?
He got. I think first he was in the passenger seat and then he drove.
Okay. So who drove the van back to the apartment complex?
I think he did.
Okay. Bless you. After he got into the van with you, you mentioned he said something. What did he say to you?
He said I messed up.
Messed up?
And I say I don't know what I hear, man. You done messed up and way over here and you got me in this mess.
Did he give you any more details as far as what he meant by that?
Oh no, I didn't even want to know what he was talking
Okay.
about. 'Cause I kind of figured something went wrong with him and her.
Did you find it unusual that he asked you to follow him and Theresa somewhere, or follow in Theresa's car, but then left the car at Walgreens?
Yes, I found out when I didn't see her come and tell me that.
Do you know what he did with the keys to Theresa's car?
No,
Where did you guys go after you left Walgreens in that white van?
back to the house. I went back home.
During your interaction with the defendant that morning, did you see any obvious injuries on him?
Well, I seen a little redness on his face, like, but other than that, I didn't see no.
Any blood?
No.
Any torn clothing?
No, I didn't see nothing.
Once you guys arrive back at your apartment complex, what happens? What do you do?
I told him I'm going back to bed.
Okay, and did you?
Yeah,
Do you know where he went?
I don't know, because when I woke up, he was gone.
From the point that you left him at that apartment complex that morning after dropping Theresa Green's car off at Walgreens to today, have you seen the defendant?
Have I seen him?
Yes.
No.
The next day, I believe it's Monday the 27th, did you make contact with Theresa Green's son, Octavius?
Yes.
Did he ask you anything?
Yeah.
What did he ask you?
He asked me have I seen his mama. And I told him I hadn't seen her since it was Saturday, I guess.
Since when? I'm sorry?
Saturday, I think. That was when the last time, Saturday.
Did you tell him anything about the whole
No.
slapping thing?
No.
Was it significant to you to tell him that?
No, it wasn't.
Did you tell him anything about following the defendant dropping the car off?
No, I didn't tell him about that either.
Why not?
I don't know. I just didn't tell him.
Okay. At some point that same Monday evening, did law enforcement come and interview you?
Yes.
Is that the time that you provided law enforcement the photo of the defendant that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Did they also ask permission to go into your apartment and look around and take photographs?
Yeah.
Did you allow them?
Yeah.
A couple of days later, did a female detective come to you and show you a series of photographs?
Yes.
Did she ask you if you recognized the person you knew as Mike?
Yes.
Were you able to pick Mike out?
Yes.
May I approach him? Show me what the North States exhibits. M as in Mary. Can you take a look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize your signature?
Yeah, that's mine.
And your initials?
Yes.
Is this a true, accurate copy of the document you filled out?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Butler. How are you? All right. Sir?
All right.
All right. All right, so I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm going to try to pose the questions to you in such a way that you can easily answer yes or no. All right?
Okay.
Now, I wanted to, I'm actually going to break that rule right from the start because I have some questions for you about the apartment complex where all this took place. The apartment complex where you lived and where Theresa Green lived was actually owned by Florida Hospital, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And they rented it out to a lot of employees,
Yes.
presumably at a pretty decent price, I would guess.
Yes.
I would imagine too that as a condition of your living in these apartments that were owned by Florida Hospital, you had to abide by their rules.
Yeah.
So like you couldn't be getting in trouble or getting arrested or anything like that, or else they would throw you out of the apartment, throw you out of your job, presumably as well.
Yes.
So both you, your wife, and Theresa were all under this agreement or understanding about the apartment complex.
Yes.
Right? Now, I can't really tell from the pictures that we've seen, but it looks like when you reach the top of the stairs, the doors are really, the doors to the apartment are really no wider than the hallway itself, correct? In other words, like you don't like get to the top of the stairs and then go down the hall to get to the door. The door's right there.
Yeah, yes.
It looks in the pictures that you could, with two hands, and I'm not a big guy, but I can touch both doors.
You won't reach them.
I'm sorry?
You won't reach them.
You won't reach them? A little bit further than me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would suppose my reach might be 5 foot 6, 5'7". I'm not a big guy. Probably you could touch both doors with your
Maybe,
hands.
but I don't think it.
You're a little taller than I am. Okay, so Miss Green lived in the apartment on the other side of that little hallway, and that landing would be probably, like, let's say if we made this side of the podium the door to her apartment, where would your door be? Like, if I'm moving over here, if you can see the distance between myself and the podium, where would your door be? About here, or closer, or further?
My door?
I'm sorry?
My door? My door.
Yes, your door.
To her door?
Right, yeah.
It's a little bit wider than that.
I'm sorry?
It's a little bit wider than that.
A little bit wider than that?
Yeah.
Around here?
Yeah.
Okay. So pretty close.
Yeah.
And you know, we can't tell from these pictures, but would I be correct in assuming that the apartment, when you go in, like there's a wall in between both apartments, like you have a wall and she has a wall that separates your apartments from each other? In other words, like if you go in your apartment, there would have been a big wall over here that separated your apartment from her apartment, correct?
I don't get you.
In other words, all that space up there was all one big space, and then it was divided in half. Well, let me ask you this way: do you know both apartments were about the same size?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that whole space was divided roughly in half
Yes.
between both apartments.
Somewhat like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now, and I want to remind you, I know this has been a really, really long time since this happened, and you've given a number of statements. Like, do you remember talking to the police the first time? It would have been really late at night, like after midnight.
Yes.
And then they came back and talked to you a second time.
Yes.
And then probably around 10 years ago, you were deposed by lawyers, not us, but you had to come in and give a testimony under oath, and you were asked a lot of questions about it.
Yes.
Do you remember that too? Did you have the opportunity to read all that stuff
No.
before you came in here? Okay. And like I said, it's been a long time, about almost 24 years since this happened. All right, so on the night that you guys had this get together, Theresa Green, and you mentioned earlier under direct examination that Theresa Green had been your neighbor for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that she'd actually been your neighbor for like over 2 years?
Well, I don't even know about that.
You don't know? Do you remember ever telling the police that she had been your neighbor for like 2 years before? No. If would anything refresh your recollection if I showed you? See if I can find it. Well, you remember on the night of May 28th, this is when you gave the first statement to the police a little after midnight. Okay, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Butler, let me show you a document. Do you recognize that? Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. Can you read what it says on the top?
Orlando Police Department, Orlando, Florida. Statement transcript.
Okay. And so, do you remember giving a statement to the police the very first night, late at night, about what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember being asked by Detective Filippucci, sorry, how long have you lived there in the apartment? And your answer was about 2.5 years. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
No? And then the detective asked you, have you ever had the opportunity to meet Theresa Green? And you said yes. And then he asked you, how long have you known Theresa? And you said, about 2 years since I've been there.
Well, maybe that's true. I don't know.
Does that sound right?
I don't know how long I've been there.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't know how long I have been at that time.
Okay. Well, but I mean, that's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Back in 2002.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And do you remember describing your relationship with her and saying to the police that she was a good friend to you?
Yeah.
Is that a fair
Yes.
thing? And she was a nice person to you?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Hunter, who was then known to you as Mike, had been living downstairs for just a little while, right? I think you said
Yeah.
about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You were aware that Mr. Hunter was seeing Miss Green romantically? That they were boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, it just surprised me that same day.
They told you that?
You know, when I seen them together, it surprised me that same day that when it happened.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in the time that Mike, Mr. Hunter, lived there and that he was known to you, you had never seen him ever be hostile or angry or strike Theresa or anything like that?
No.
As a matter of fact, on the night that this happened, there was no hostility between them, right?
No.
Right up until the sort of fight started between you and her.
Yeah.
Mike had never threatened her or hit her or been mean to her in any way.
Not that I know, because they just had got together some kind of way. I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I said they just had got together, so I'd never seen them do nothing with her, talk to her, with
Right. But
any
just
kind of
be
way.
nice to each other.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that on the night that this happened, that it sounds like only you and Theresa were drinking, right?
Yes.
When you and Mike got back from Publix, you mentioned earlier that Theresa was already pretty drunk.
Yeah.
Do you remember what she was drinking?
I don't even drink it. Hold on. Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan, a rum?
Yes.
And do you know if it was a handle or just a regular bottle?
Regular bottle.
I'm sorry?
Regular bottle.
A regular bottle.
Yeah.
And she had drunk what?
I don't know how much.
You didn't know how much, but it was quite a bit.
Yeah.
And were you drinking the same thing that night?
Yes.
All right. Now, so at the time, you and Joyce had been married for how long? Do you recall?
About a year or two. About a year.
You're not married now, right?
Still married.
You're still married? Okay. All right, so the evening that this happens, you guys, your wife, Mr. Hunter, and Theresa Green were in your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you're playing music.
Yes.
You have some kind of stereo or boombox or something along those lines. You're playing some music. And Theresa goes, your wife, Joyce Butler, goes to bed around 10 o'clock.
Somewhere around there.
So you had the party, or this get-together had been going on for a little while before she went to bed.
Yes.
But she didn't have anything to drink.
No.
Now, you mentioned in your direct that you were pretty hungover the next morning, to the extent that you tried going to the Walgreens to get some Alka-Seltzer for your hangover. Now, would it be fair to say that your recollection of all the details of that evening might be slightly clouded by the fact that you were pretty intoxicated?
No.
Is that a yes?
No.
No? You think your recollection of that evening is clear?
Yes.
Okay. So if anyone else said that when you struck Theresa Green on the nose or on the face, that you caused her nose to bleed, that would not be true.
It won't be true.
You don't have any recollection of that ever happening at all?
No, not her bleeding or nothing.
And you don't have, do you have any recollection of slamming the bedroom door to your wife's bedroom?
No.
Or knocking over stuff inside your apartment, like a fan and whatnot?
No.
You don't have any recollection of how the Theresa Green's blood ended up on the frame outside of your apartment?
No.
But your testimony here today is that it was definitely not from your having struck her in
No, it wasn't.
A bloody nose?
No.
So your testimony here today is that Theresa Green, who was quite intoxicated, after she slapped you and you slapped her back, or tapped, as you said, slapped her back, she turned her wrath on Mr. Hunter. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she decided to take out her anger on him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, or do you have any recollection of Mr. Hunter trying to prevent her from attacking you?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that at all?
That didn't happen.
So if anybody else said that, that would not be true either?
That won't be true.
You have no recollection of the two of you exchanging quite a few words, hostile words between you? I mean, you and Theresa Green on that evening?
No.
No, it was just a random slap for no apparent reason at all?
Yes.
Now, your story here today is that Theresa Green was on the landing outside of your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she was in a struggle with Mr. Hunter?
No, she wasn't struggling yet. What happens, he stepped on the first step. She was on the main landing, and she asked him, why you let Joe hit me? And then she said, you hit him first, and he just tapped you anyway. So next thing you know, she put her foot up and kicked him, and he grabbed her foot, and they went downstairs.
Now, was he, according to your recollection now, was he facing her?
Yes.
When he fell back?
Yes.
So he fell over backwards?
Yeah.
Down the
But he
stairs?
had grabbed her leg, they fell together.
And so she fell over the top of him, presumably?
Yeah, something like
on the
that.
way down the stairs?
Something like that. Yeah.
Now, in the photograph there, she appears to be a fairly substantial woman. In other words, she was not a thin, frail
No, she wasn't.
individual. She was
Yeah.
pretty hefty.
Yeah.
And she fell over the top of him.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I know they both went downstairs.
Well, I mean, you were standing there watching.
Yeah, I was standing there.
Okay. So she didn't just walk down the stairs. She
You
fell
got
down.
pulled downstairs.
I'm sorry?
You got pulled
She
downstairs.
got pulled downstairs. She fell down with him.
Yes.
Down the stairs, all the way down to the
All the
bottom.
way to the end.
So would it be fair that they were tumbling as they were falling down?
Yes, yes.
All the way down to the bottom, which is a concrete landing.
Landing, yeah. Mhm.
At that point, you decided that you'd had enough of this and you were
Yeah,
closing the door.
yeah. So,
And according to you, Lisa Moore, who is, she's not actually your daughter, correct? She's your stepdaughter?
Yes.
She's Joyce Butler's
Yes.
daughter. At that point, Lisa Moore was not there?
Not yet, I don't think.
You don't think so? Okay. So she wouldn't have seen
No.
that.
One person
event.
saw it there was Joyce.
I'm sorry?
Joyce would have seen that.
Joyce would have seen it.
Yeah.
So, at this stage of the game, you've decided you've had enough of this. Do you remember Joyce's son showing up that evening?
Son?
Her son?
No, not that evening.
Not that evening?
Not that I know of.
You would never have talked to him or anything along those
I'm
lines?
going to object to which evening are we talking about?
Yeah, because
The evening of the fall, the evening of the party at your house. The same evening, we're talking sometime after 2:30 in the morning. Do you remember her son showing up?
No,
Or talking to him about anything at all?
no.
Did you know that Lisa Moore's son was staying in Theresa Green's apartment?
Theresa Green's son was saying that?
No, Lisa Moore. At that time, Lisa Moore had a son, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how old he was
About
back then?
8 or 9, somewhere around there.
8 or 9 years old? Do you remember seeing him that night at all?
No, not at that place there, no.
I'm sorry?
No.
No, you don't remember seeing him?
Uh-uh.
Okay. So after you close the door on this whole scene, did you go immediately to bed?
Yes. No, I took another drink and then I went to bed.
You had another drink?
Yeah.
And then you went to bed?
Yeah.
When you went to bed, or in the course of your having a drink, presumably that took you more than a few minutes, right? You weren't just doing shots, right?
No.
So you took your time, you had a drink, and then you decided to go to bed. Now, while you were in your apartment, after you had closed the door, basically decided you didn't want to hear anything more about this, and you were having a drink and then went to bed, it would be fair to say you didn't hear anything coming from Teresa's apartment, any noise coming from Teresa's apartment, any yelling or anything like that,
No.
anything that would have alerted you.
No. I
You
heard.
didn't hear a crash,
No.
like a loud bang,
No.
something like a piece of furniture falling over or someone being smashed into a wall. You never heard that.
No.
So you had no reason to go check on the apartment at
No.
all.
No.
So we're sometime after 3 o'clock in the morning. Would that be fair? Is when you finally get to sleep?
Maybe about right.
Okay, I mean, it's late, whatever it is, it's
Yeah.
really late. So the next thing you know, this is what you've testified to today, is that Mr. Hunter comes knocking on your door trying to wake you up.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that your wife, Joyce, let him into the apartment?
Not the first time.
Not the first time? So who would have answered the door and known who it was at the door?
She answered the door.
Okay. And you're still asleep?
Yeah.
So you don't actually know this. This is what Joyce told you?
Yeah, she came, right at that time. She told me, and I told her, I said, well, I'm not going within the car that I open this time of morning.
Okay, so the first time that you are told that Mr. Hunter is coming to see you, or he's at your door and asking you for a favor, is pretty early in the morning.
Yeah.
Right? About 7 o'clock.
No.
Earlier than that.
Yes.
6 o'clock.
I think it was 5.
5 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you ever tell anybody that happened at 5 o'clock in the morning?
I'm not one for sure, but I know it was around that time. It was early.
And how did you know? Did you look at your watch?
Yes. When I looked at the watch, my clock on the wall, it was saying something like 5 or
So
something.
you've been asleep for a couple of hours.
Yes.
And it's still dark.
Yes.
And again, did you ever tell anyone, any detective, that Mr. Hunter had come trying to wake you up at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Not that I know of.
No. Is that because your memory is better today, or because it was better back then?
But yeah, it probably was better back then.
It would have been better back then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the kind of thing that you would have thought was important to tell law enforcement, right? Because it helps to set the time frame of when things are happening.
Yeah, I told him everything I knew.
Okay. Eventually, though, according to you, you got up and you talked to Mr. Hunter face to face, correct?
Yeah.
And according to you, your recollection is that Mr. Hunter asked you to follow him and Theresa in the van, that you needed to go somewhere, that he needed to go somewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, he needed to go take the see, we had already discussed this the day before.
You'd already discussed what the day before?
Take the car back to the car lot, so she didn't want the car no more. So we was gonna do that the next day. So.
All right, let me get this straight. It's your testimony today is that you and Mr. Hunter had planned
No,
to take the car back?
no,
to the car
me
lot?
and Mr. Hunter didn't plan anything.
Okay.
It was me and her.
You and Theresa Green?
Yes, she wanted me to follow, because he had the van.
I'm sorry?
He had the van, she wanted me to follow them in the car so they can take the car back to the car lot.
All right, so I'm sorry. So you had discussed with Theresa Green
Mm-hmm.
that she was going to take the car back to a car lot
Yes,
and that she needed you to follow her in the van,
mm-hmm.
and that you were going to give her a ride back from this car lot.
Yes,
Now, I'm assuming when you say car lot, that you mean like a used car lot. I'm guessing that she had bought, according to you, she had bought this car from a used car lot and was not able to make the payments or something and was giving it back.
I have no idea what she had doing with the car, but she wanted to take it back. That's all I know.
She wanted to take it back. Now, have you ever told anyone this story about you're having a conversation with Theresa Green to return her car to a car lot the next day? You ever told anyone this story?
I told my wife.
You told your wife?
Yeah.
So she would have known this?
Yes.
And since it's kind of important what happened with her car, presumably she would have told the police this story as well.
I don't know.
Now, when you talked to the police once and then twice, and then when you were deposed by attorneys before us, you never told anyone this story about you and Theresa Green taking a car back to a car lot. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So this is the first time that you've told anyone about this.
Probably is, yes.
So according to you, when Mr. Hunter came to see you that morning and said, I need you to follow me and Theresa in the van, then what you assumed
was that the car was being returned to a car lot and he was just helping along,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
You never told law enforcement, though, that that's what you thought, correct?
No.
All right. So when Mr. Hunter, according to you, wakes you up that morning and tells you, I want you to follow me and Theresa in her car, and I want you to drive my van. At no point that morning did you ever see Theresa
No.
in the car.
No.
She wasn't in the van with you.
No.
Now, you told detectives that that concerned you, that you didn't see Theresa.
Yeah, that did concern me.
Because you were worried that something had happened to her.
I didn't know nothing happened at the time.
You didn't what?
Didn't know nothing had happened to her at the time.
When Mr. Hunter showed up that morning to speak to you, in fact, you told law enforcement that you saw no injuries on Mr. Hunter whatsoever. Isn't that correct?
Not at that time. I didn't.
I'm sorry?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Just a little moment, Your Honor. When on December 29th, this is the same, the second interview when the law enforcement spoke to you, they asked you how Mike was acting that morning when he came to wake you up. Your answer was, he acted like regular Mike to me. He didn't act no different.
Yeah.
That sound right?
Mm-hmm.
And they asked you, you see any blood on him? Said, no, nothing. That sound right?
Right.
At no point during that interview or any other interview that you ever came, have you ever told anyone that Mr. Hunter had a red mark on his face, as you testified on direct here this morning?
No, I didn't.
You've never told anyone
No.
that? When law enforcement asked you about the fact that Theresa was not, in fact, in that car and was not there, isn't it true that at that point you suspected that something had happened to Theresa?
When she was what now?
I'm sorry?
Repeat that?
Your story is that Mr. Hunter came, got you up, and said to you, I need you to follow me and Theresa in the van, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry that I'm not trying to be a bother about that. It's just that when the court reporter transcribes things, comes out as MMMM, and nobody can tell later on if it was a yes or a no. So
Okay.
that's why, and I do this with all witnesses, not just yourself. So that morning, he comes, wakes up, says, I need you to follow me and Theresa. You'll be in the van. And then you don't see Theresa.
I didn't even see the car until I get at the door. He got the car around the corner.
So he's already driving the car and he's around the corner?
He's around the corner. When I pulls up behind him, he takes off.
Okay. So, but again, my point was you never saw Theresa in the car. You never saw when you got to the parking lot at the Walgreens.
No.
You never saw her.
No.
And isn't it a fact that you told the police that morning, after you told them that you hadn't noticed any injuries on Mr. Hunter, that, quote, in my mind, they did something, they had done something to Theresa, really?
Like you were actually concerned that something might have happened to her.
Yeah, because we came back and got in the van and left the car there.
Right.
And I said,
And she was nowhere in sight.
yeah, and I said, oh, man. And that's when he told me, he messed up. And I told
And
him,
that's as far as
I told him I don't want to hear it. Take me back home.
you didn't want to hear it.
No,
You didn't want to know what might have
I didn't
happened
want
to
to
your
know.
next door neighbor and your friend.
I didn't want to know nothing.
You didn't want to know nothing.
Nothing.
Did it ever occur to you that Theresa Green's body might be in that car?
Thought about it on the way back.
You thought about it on the way
Yeah.
back. Now, Mr. Hunter, you had known for, I think you said earlier, about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He never promised you anything to get you to do this, correct?
No,
He never threatened you in any way.
no,
He never offered you money,
No,
anything
no.
to help him do this thing that you claimed happened that day.
never did nothing.
You just believed that you just didn't want to get involved in any of this.
I didn't.
Would it be fair of me to guess that some of that might have to do with the fact that if you got involved in something like this criminally, that you could lose your apartment and your job?
All that.
All that.
And plus, I didn't want to be sitting in here.
You didn't want to be sitting in here. So, the party happens
Wasn't no party.
Saturday night.
Wasn't no party.
No party, the get together. Is that
call
okay?
it that.
Get together?
Yeah.
With drinking and music happens it's actually early Sunday morning, correct?
Yes.
And early Sunday morning in daylight is when you and Mr. Hunter go to the Walgreens, according to you.
Yes.
So you get back to your apartment, and you went right back to bed, right?
Yes.
Because you were hungover from the night.
Mm-hmm.
You told Joyce, your wife, that Mr. Hunter said, I messed up.
Yes.
And she didn't ask you what that meant.
Well, I told her that. I said I didn't see Theresa.
I'm sorry? And you
I
didn't
told.
see
Yeah, I
Theresa.
didn't see Theresa. I said,
But you didn't say anything to her about your suspicions that something might have happened to Theresa.
yeah, I told her something might have happened. Yeah.
And her response to that was, well, if you're not talking, I'm not talking.
I don't know about that part.
No. Did she say, why are we not calling the police right now?
No.
Did she say, if you don't call the police, I'm calling the police?
No.
As a matter of fact, neither one of you ever did call the police.
No.
Octavius Hayes called the police.
Yes.
Her son,
Mm-hmm.
middle school
Yes.
age son. Had you and Joyce agreed that if and when Octavius showed up, which is bound to happen, that neither one of you would confirm to him your suspicions or say anything to him about what had happened?
We didn't make no plans like that.
But somehow, when he shows up at your door that morning,
Yeah.
Monday morning, after Teresa's been missing now for 36 hours or more, when he knocks on your door and says to you, have you seen my mom? Your response, and Joyce's response was, we ain't seen her.
No, we didn't see it. We didn't see her since Saturday. That's something like that. We hadn't seen her that day.
Sir, you gave a statement to the police, I've been referring to already. The very first one that happened on May 28th after midnight. And the detectives were asking you about what happened. You know, what happened when Octavius shows up. And they asked you on page 13 of your transcript, you were asked, did he come by, he being Tate, or Octavius, as he was known, did he come by within the last couple of days and say he found the door open or anything like that? And you said, no, he didn't tell me that. That's when he came this morning and said, you seen my mama? And I said, I haven't seen her.
That day I hadn't seen her.
Right, yeah, you hadn't seen her that day. You didn't tell law enforcement, and you didn't tell Octavius that you had seen her on Saturday night at your house. You didn't tell him that.
No.
You didn't tell him that you hadn't seen her since that Saturday night.
No. No.
You didn't tell him about the fight that happened, essentially, between you and her, and how she slapped you and you slapped her back, and how she and Mr. Hunter fell down the stairs, and you didn't tell him about any of that.
About none of that.
And neither did Joyce, right?
No.
Your wife.
Mr. Marrero, it's been about 2 hours. It probably needs the jury a break.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll be brief after that.
I will give you a 15-minute break at this time. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us.
Please, Mr. Move out. I'm almost done, Mr. Butler, so you can relax. You knew that Mr. Hunter was renting a room from Humphrey Moore, the guy who was actually on the lease in the apartment downstairs, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that Mr. Moore's lease was expiring, and so at the end of that month, they were going to have to move out.
Yes.
Both of them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you knew that. And that little get-together, you guys were doing that partially because Mr. Hunter was leaving and you wouldn't be seeing him again?
No, not really.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you know what a buccal swab is, or a buccal swab?
A what? No.
Yeah. When law enforcement want to test people's DNA, they have a little kit, and it includes something that looks like a long Q-tip. You put it in your mouth, scrape it, scan it from inside. I guess it's called buccal cells. I guess what we have in our mouth. They scrape that, and then they put it in a little sleeve, and then they send it off to the lab to compare. You've seen that, right? Maybe on TV or something. Law enforcement asked you if you would submit to having your DNA tested. Right?
Yeah.
And you said you wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Follow-up questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Are you and Joyce Butler now separated?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize you were still married, so I apologize for that. That was my mistake earlier. When you first spoke with the detectives, did you tell them about the defendant coming over the next morning and following him to Walgreens?
I think I did.
I'll show you a copy of your transcripts from that interview starting on page
At least I thought I did.
7. Take a look at that. Let me know that refresh your memory as far as whether you told the police about that. Did you tell him about it?
Yeah.
And Mr. Barrera asked you some questions about Miss Green's son, Octavius, coming over.
Yeah.
And did he ask you if you had seen his mom?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't know, not that day. Not.
And the last time you had seen Miss Green was after they tumbled down the stairs.
Yes.
And when you last saw her, was Miss Green up and walking and fine?
Yes, sir.
And who was she with?
It was with Mike.
At the time that you talked to Octavius Hayes, did you have any direct knowledge or any proof that Miss Green was injured or deceased?
No.
Did you have any indication that she was actually in the trunk of her car?
I know I haven't seen all that. And
So when did you feel the need to tell Octavius, hey, look, I have no proof of this, I'm just speculating, but your mom may be dead in the trunk of the car?
no.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
Just, I have one last recross.
Approach, please.
If I,
See the attorneys up here, please.
Oh, that's right. The jury had a question for them. Do you guys remember this question?
Sir, one question for you. Who paid for the meat at Publix?
I do.
Thank you. Any follow-up on that issue on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
no, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're free to go, sir.
I can go home?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
I mean, that's such a random question. Who paid for the meat at Publix? Like, why do you care who paid for the meat at Publix? It makes no sense whatsoever. I'm telling you, man, this trial is this is a weird trial. All right, so again, Joe had some weird, he had some interesting testimony there. Some conflicting testimony. He knew her for 3 or 4 months. No, he knew her for 2 years. He wasn't married, or I'm sorry, he was still married. No, they were separated. Not that that's a big deal. He tapped her in the nose, or, what else? There was something where he was really adamant, where he's like, no, I didn't. Or maybe it was, no, I think it was, wait a minute. He said he tapped her. Oh, she was bleeding. That's what it was. He's like, no, she wasn't bleeding. The other thing was, it wasn't a party. It was a get together. He was really adamant about that. She never came. I never invited her over. I mean, it's like, why be so like staunch on that, right? He did say Lisa arrived later, so I don't know. Was her son? I don't think he never saw her son. You never saw. Yeah, Lisa Moore's son was 8 or 9. He didn't see the son that night. So we're going to hear from Lisa next. I think she's up next. Yeah, I'm just going to roll right into Lisa. Right, Kimbers? Yeah, trying to make light. Oh yeah, no, I just tapped her. What? That's like in The Shining. You have to correct her. Oh, I just tapped her. It's like, what? Right, Sparkling? Tapped her, but she was bleeding. Debbie, yes. He never saw Lisa Moore's son. So where was the son? Well, we're going to hear from Lisa. I'm going to play her next. Well, we're Verdict Watch, hour and 44 minutes, going on 2 hours. And then there's Theresa went to kick him and he grabbed her leg. So the way he says it, Teresa's on the top landing. Demorris is down here. She goes to kick him. Demorris grabs her, and then they topple down. And AWOL, I know you were trying to explain, you go sliding down on your butt, but I'm still like, because of our bodies, right? I mean, if this is your butt and here's your legs are going to stop you. Your legs are going to stop you after a couple, unless you're like on your back and you're sliding down. But eventually your feet are going to stop you. That's your natural instinct is to stop falling. You're not going to just, even if you're drunk. I can see tumbling. I totally get the whole tumbling thing, because then just gravity takes over and momentum, and you're just blah, blah, blah. You just, I think even in closing they said it was like a dryer or a washing machine. I could see them tumbling down like that. But the way he described it, Demorris went over on his back. If anything, he should have been. I don't know, man. I'm still leaning towards this was an accident. I don't think there's anything nefarious. I think it was an accident. I think Theresa fell and they had to take care of it. I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting. So, all right. Let's go to, okay, here's Lisa's. Let's get to Lisa's. Then I'm going to jump over to Joyce's.
Thank you, Judge Marina. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. Morning. Ma'am, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Lisa Moore, Moore.
Thank you. Meyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living now?
Right now, I am a transit driver.
Do you know a woman named Joyce Butler?
Yes.
Who is she in relation to you?
She is my mother.
Do you know a man named Joseph Butler?
Yes, I do.
Who is he in relation to you?
Joseph is my mother's husband.
Let me direct your attention back to May of 2002. Where were you living back then?
At the time, I believed I lived in Orlando in some apartments off of Forest City Road.
Where did your mom and stepdad, or your mom and your mother's husband, Joseph, live back then?
They lived in, I believe they were called Bay Run or something to that extent. It was in Orlando.
Was that off of Cornell Avenue, do you remember?
Correct.
Was that an apartment complex?
Yes.
And did they live upstairs or downstairs?
They lived upstairs.
About how far away did you live from that apartment complex?
I would say driving distance, maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Back in 2002, you visited them frequently.
Yes.
Did you also know a woman named Theresa Green?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She was my mother's neighbor.
How long had you known her prior to her death?
I had not known her prior to her death. I guess however long she was my mother's neighbor.
Were you close with Miss Green, or just kind of saw her when you came over to visit?
Yes, just whenever I saw her.
Had you been in her apartment?
I have, and can't say that I didn't. I don't recall.
Fair. Let me direct your attention to Saturday evening, May 25th, 2002, into the early morning hours of Sunday, May 26th. Was there some kind of a get-together at your mom's apartment that evening into the next morning?
Yes.
And do you remember what the purpose of that get-together was?
I'm thinking just a friends gathering, kind of music.
Did you go to that apartment during that get-together at some point?
At some point, yes, I did.
And when you arrived, who was there?
My mother, Joseph, Miss Green, and Mr. Hunter.
What did you know Mr. Hunter as back then? What name?
We knew him as Mike.
And I know it's been many years, but do you see Mr. Hunter or Mike in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
White shirt, glasses.
Does he have a jacket on or no jacket?
No jacket.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect.
I'm showing you what's been introduced is into evidence as states 10. I don't know if you can see it in your screen. It might be behind you.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Hunter.
Do you remember whether Ms. Green and the defendant were dating back then?
They were together, so I assumed that maybe they were seeing each other.
And where did the defendant live in relation to your mom and Joseph Butler?
Downstairs.
Do you remember the apartment number?
I do not.
That's fine. Do you remember the name Humphrey Moore?
Yes.
And where did Humphrey Moore live?
Downstairs.
Did the defendant kind of move into Humphrey Moore's apartment at some point?
Yes.
I understand. Do you have a son?
I do.
What's his name?
Rayshawn.
Back in May of 2002, how old would he have been?
He was school age. He's 29 now, so
When was he born? What year?
96.
96, 2002, put him around 6 or so? give or
Yes.
take. Was your son at the apartment that night as well?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom and stepdad's apartment? Or your mom and Joseph's apartment?
Yes.
Was he ever in Miss Green's apartment that night?
No.
So what was going on when you arrived at this get-together?
Just music, talking, probably a little drinking.
Were you drinking, do you remember?
No.
What about your mom?
She probably wasn't.
Did she have to work the next morning?
I believe so.
And what about Joseph? Was he drinking?
Yes.
What about the defendant? You remember seeing him drink?
Probably. I'm not. It's been too long.
Okay, not sure?
Not sure.
What about Miss Green? Do you remember if she was drinking?
Unsure.
What was your mom doing during this get-together, since she had to work the next morning?
I believe at some point in time she was probably headed to the room to go to sleep.
At some point, did your mom kind of get upset and say, hey, I got to get up the next morning, we need to shut this down?
Yes.
Okay. What happened at that point?
Her just coming out asking, can we just go ahead and turn the music down, maybe wanting to wrap things up, because she had to go to work. This is what I can remember thus far.
Did that make Joseph a little mad?
I believe it did.
Okay. At some point before everybody left, still inside the apartment, did anything physical happen between Joseph and Miss Green?
I believe so, yes.
What do you remember happening?
Some type of argument about what, I'm not sure. And I believe there was a hit in the face.
You remember who hit who?
I believe it was Miss Green hitting Joseph.
Remember Joseph hitting her back?
I don't.
If that could have happened, would you disagree with that?
No.
Could it have happened?
It could have.
Do you remember anything going on or anything that was said between Theresa Green and Joseph that caused this to happen?
I don't remember.
What happened after this slapping incident?
More arguing and, let's everybody getting ready to leave out of the apartment.
Did Theresa Green and the defendant walk out to the stairwell?
Yes, they end up leaving.
And what happened at the stairwell?
More disagreement between the two of them, and at some point they fell down the stairs.
Disagreement between the two of who?
Ms. Green and Mr. Hunter.
Do you remember anything specific about that disagreement?
I do not.
That's okay. So you said they tumbled down the stairwell?
Correct.
Do you remember how that happened, or did you see what caused that to happen, or you just know it did?
Yes, I just saw it happen.
And what do you remember?
As far as them falling, they were both kind of facing each other. You know how, like, if you're on a seesaw, you're facing each other? That's how they fell going down the stairs.
Did they fall all the way down to the bottom?
To the very end, yes.
Once they reached the bottom, what did you see happen between the two of them?
All right. So Lisa's saying they were like facing each other and then they fell down the stairs. That's also what Joseph said. Joseph said they were facing each other and they fell down the stairs. So where do we get that they went down on their butts? Who told us that? Wait. Where did we get that? 2 adults sliding seems unreasonable. Okay. That was closing arguments. All right, we'll have to keep listening. Somebody said that they went down on their butts. Maybe it was Lisa. All right, let's keep listening.
I really don't remember. Probably just more arguing between the two of them.
Did it appear that anybody was seriously injured?
No.
Anybody crying, screaming, shouting out in pain, anything like that?
No.
Did you see where the defendant and Ms. Green went after they made it to the bottom of the stairs and got up?
Into her apartment.
So they came back up the stairs and went in her apartment?
Yes.
And where were you at this point to see this?
Probably somewhere in the hallway. Not even sure if it was either upstairs or downstairs. Could have been up at the top of the stairs.
Did you see any injuries on either one of them as they passed you to go into the apartment?
No, not that I could visually see.
Where is they went into Ms. Green's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Ms. Green's apartment in relation to your mom and Joseph's?
It's across the hall.
What did you do at that point regarding your son?
I did go put him downstairs into the car.
Sorry, I just checked. It's on cross. It's on cross that she says they slid down the stairs on their bottom. So it's on cross. So we'll listen up.
Where'd you get him from?
I believe he was probably in one of the other bedrooms.
Of your mom and Joseph's apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry to keep interrupting, but okay. So Joe said that he didn't see her son at all that night. Joe said that didn't see her son at all, and yet mom is saying no, he was in one of the bedrooms.
So you go in there, you get your son, and you take him where?
Downstairs to the car.
As you were doing that, could you hear anything coming from Theresa Green's apartment?
At some point in time, I did hear a little, some words being said, coming from the door.
From behind the door?
Correct.
Or from inside the apartment?
Correct.
Could you tell who? I mean, I'm assuming the voice was raised, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Could you tell whose voice you heard? Was it the defendant's or Theresa's, or both?
I don't remember. It could have been both.
After putting your son in the car, what did you do?
I was attempting to go back to my mother's apartment. Joseph was still upset, said some things to me. I don't know if I was attempting to make a phone call or something. I was just concerned about my mother, so that's why I was going back up to mainly check on her.
And you wanted to use the phone?
Yes.
I'm assuming
I think my phone had died, or I can't remember what the issue was.
Back in 02, did you even have a cell phone?
I don't even remember. Maybe a pager or something. It's been too long. I don't recall.
Were you able to ever go in your mom and Joseph's apartment to use the phone?
No.
Okay. Who'd you want to call?
I was attempting to call my brother.
Why?
I wanted him to come and stop by just to make sure everything was okay with my mother, because again, Joseph was still upset. I just wanted to make sure that her well-being was okay and that he didn't take his frustration or anger out on her.
After you tried to get into the apartment to use the phone, did you knock on Theresa Green's door?
Yes.
What happened?
Mr. Hunter came to the door. I'd asked, could I use the phone, and suggest that I didn't come in, I guess, because, she was, calming down.
That's what the defendant told you?
Correct. Something to that extent. Again, it's been years.
Did you see Miss Green anywhere at that point?
No.
Were you able to go inside the apartment?
No.
Did he kind of like open the door and just talk you through the doorway?
Right.
I understand. So once the defendant told you it was best for you not to come into that apartment, what did you do?
I believe I probably went back downstairs or maybe attempted to go back to my mother's apartment.
Were you ever able to go back into your mother's apartment?
I don't recall.
Did you ever go back and knock on Miss Green's door a second time?
Yes.
And what happened?
I didn't get an answer.
Did you hear anything from inside the apartment at that point?
No.
Do you remember about what time Sunday morning you finally would have left with your son?
I do not.
Okay. Was it early morning hours? Was it dark out still?
It was still dark out.
Was that night the last time you ever saw Theresa Green?
Yes.
Did you ever see the defendant again after that night?
No.
Do you know a man named Henry Fields or Pete?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Pete?
I believe he was a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
A couple of days later, did a female detective come and show you an array of 6 different photographs and asked if you could pick out Mike?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Approach.
Connect.
Show me what you marked as Stacy, so that P as in Paul. Take a look at that document and let me know if you recognize your writing and your signature and your initials. Did you pick out the person that you knew as Mike?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Farrell, is this a true or correct copy of the document you filled out?
Yes.
No more questions. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning.
Do you also go by the name Lisa Moore Turner? Or is that, I'd seen your name listed that way, so I didn't know.
During the time of the incident, my name was Moore. I got married at some time, and it was Turner, but now it is Moore.
Okay.
Back to Moore.
I'll call you Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Certainly. Ms. Moore, you never saw the person you knew as Mike to be violent with Theresa Green, correct?
Correct.
And you did see Theresa Green verbally and physically argue with other men that she had in her life.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Approach, please.
Your parents had lived in apartment 12 for about 2 years at the time of this incident?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Your mother and your stepfather had lived in apartment 12 for about 2 years at the time of this incident in May of 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that your son was about 6?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you got to your mother's apartment that night?
I do not. I do know that it was late. It was in the evening time, night.
Was it after 10 o'clock?
It's possible.
And did your son go to sleep in your mother's apartment while you guys were all listening to music and talking?
He could have been there maybe visiting my mother, but like I said, in another room outside of the living area.
And at some point your mother came out of the bedroom and asked Joseph to turn the music down?
Yes.
And Joseph got mad?
Yes.
Did he kick a lamp over?
I don't recall.
Did he break a fan?
I don't recall.
Did he open the door and ask everyone to leave?
I believe so, yes.
And is that when Theresa Green slapped him?
At some point, yes, I believe so.
Did it shock you that she slapped him?
I can't say that it did or it didn't.
Okay. And you said on direct examination that you don't recall Joseph slapping her back.
Yes, I don't. It's been too long.
That he could have.
It's possible.
And then there was words or argument, I guess. At that point, the person that you knew as Mike tried to step between Theresa Green and Joseph, correct?
Correct.
And that's when they were on the little landing at the top of the steps between the two apartments?
Yes.
And when you said they were facing each other like a teeter-totter, the person you knew as Mike, his back was to the stairs?
Back, no, Miss Green whose back was towards the stairs.
Miss Green's back was to the stairs, and they both went tumbling down the stairs.
Correct.
And did they tumble over top of each other to get to the bottom?
No, they both just kind of slid down facing each other, not a tumble.
And
They
so
slid
she
down.
slid down on her back?
They were on their bottoms.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see her hit her head?
No.
All right, so here's where she says they slid down on their bottoms and they were facing each other. So maybe, God, I'm trying to figure, this makes no sense. So maybe instead of, all right, this is going to be the death of me yet. Because I'm trying to figure this out, right? Joe said that Theresa was on the top landing. Demorris was on the step below. She kicks him. He grabs her, and they fell over. Lisa is saying they were facing each other like on a seesaw, and then they went down on their bottoms. But maybe if they were like that, were they sideways? But I don't know, man. It just makes no sense. How do you go down? And I know, AWOL, you're trying to sort this out, and you go for it. But I just don't. I mean, after a couple steps, you're not going to be like you're sledding. You're not going to be like you're 10 years old or 5 years old or whatever, and you're like, wee, let's go sliding down these steps. You're going to be, no, this hurts, you know? Especially if you're 36 and 38. You don't want to be tumbling downstairs. I don't know. Something's not off with this story. I'm just, you're getting your job. Oh, man. All right, be careful. I don't know how old you are, but my bones are hurting just thinking about it right now. Like, yeah, as a kid, sure, you would go sliding downstairs, but it hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Even as a kid, it hurts. And I guess they were, well, Theresa was drinking, but I'm just not. I just can't. I just don't understand how this happened. All right. Anyway, so Lisa's the one that said they went down on their bottoms. So.
And you said when they got to the bottom that they got up and continued to that Miss Green continued to verbally argue.
Yes.
And then they went back into apartment 11?
Yes.
And that you then went and retrieved your son from apartment 12?
Correct, yes.
And you brought him downstairs and put him in your car?
That's correct, yes.
And at that point, then you went back up to check on your mother?
Yes.
And at some point, you knocked on the door, and that's when the person you knew as Mike answered the door and said that she was calming down. Was that was after you had heard the noises, the verbal arguing that was coming from apartment 11, correct?
Yes.
And at the time he said she was calming down, were things calming down?
I would assume I didn't really hear much going on.
You never, during any of that, heard a loud banging or crashing sound, like someone crashing through a wall?
No.
And you then, your son was down in your vehicle?
Correct, yes.
Had you already called your brother at that point?
I do not recall.
Your brother eventually showed up, though, correct?
Yes, he did.
And this was all around 3 in the morning on Sunday morning?
It could have been. I just know it was late. I really don't recall the time.
And you recall going to apartment 11 and knocking one more time, but receiving no answer. That
that's correct.
And then were you downstairs at the bottom of the stairwell by your car talking to your brother or another neighbor from the complex? You remember that?
I do not, could have been my brother, but I don't remember.
Do you recall seeing the lights on or off in apartment 11?
I don't recall.
And then you went back and checked on your mother one last time before you left?
Yes.
And did you ever see the person that you knew as Mike leave apartment 11 and go back to his apartment, which was downstairs?
No, I did not.
Could that have happened while you were in apartment 12 checking on your mother? Eventually, at some point, 3 or 3:30 in the morning, you left, correct?
Correct.
Did you leave at the same time that your brother left?
I don't remember.
And the whole reason you called your brother was to check on your mother because you were concerned about Joseph's angry behavior.
That is correct.
If I may have just a moment. That's all.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Not from state law.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? None. You are free to go.
All right. So, yeah, Hellrider, who put her in the trunk? All right. So we definitely know something happened to Theresa, whether it was by accident or by somebody's intention, right? And by accident, I mean, Joe could have slapped her, could have tapped her, and she could have fallen back. She could have fallen down the stairs. It's possible. It could have happened. Everybody has her on the top of those stairs falling, right? That's two people that have her falling down the stairs. Who falls down a flight of stairs and just gets up and, I don't know. I wanted to be a stunt man when I was, 6, 7, 8 years old. I was always falling, always on my knees, jumping out of trees. And Iowa Backyard Cam, what you were talking about, I never broke anything per se, thankfully. Well, I broke my finger, but that was something else. So I was always falling out of trees, jumping out of trees, practicing my stunts, jumping off the house, climbing the roof. I mean, I was a monkey, man. I was a freak, and I mean, falling down a flight of stairs and then just getting up as if nothing happened. And I know Theresa was drinking, but Demorris wasn't. And then to have his, I don't know, this story just does not make sense. The story just does not make sense. So anyway, yes, something happened to Theresa, whether by accident, by plan, whatever happened, something happened to her. And then somebody tried to cover it up. Whether it was Demorris, whether it was Joe, whether it was somebody tried to cover this up. So then there's that. All right. Jury's still deliberating 2 hours and 15 minutes. There's parkouring. Camille, we say that about our cats, our kittens. They literally parkour. They parkour off of everything. They parkour off of us. Riker parkoured off of Erin the other day. She was on top of the windowsill, and Erin was just kind of standing there. And I think I was like brushing my teeth or something, and all of a sudden I hear Erin's like, ah, and I look over and she's like, Riker literally just like parkoured off of her chest or her shoulder. I've had, I think Polly's bounced off of me. They literally, we have a hallway, or the walls, and they'll literally run down the hallway, and they'll just jump off the side of the parkour off the side of the hallway, or they'll run around in circles, and they'll use the walls as like a bank. They're hilarious. So yeah, parkour for sure. All right, Ronnie, 14. I keep thinking 14 in my head. Somehow somebody was saying 14 steps. I've got 14 in my head for that. Okay, it's not. I don't have it written down, but for some reason I heard 14, or somehow 14 is in my head. Never says 10 steps, and the steps are almost flat. Oh, so there were 10. Oh yeah, we even got a picture of that, right? There was a picture of it. Let me see if I can. They showed it, I think, during Joe's testimony. I was eating, so I didn't get a chance to take a screenshot. Let's take a look at that. All right, let's get a picture of. And it looks like there's carpeting too, right? There's carpeting. It looks like there's carpeting. You guys tell me what you think. Is this carpeting? And while I'm not paying attention to the screen, somebody keep an eye on the live trial. If it starts to move, give me the high sign. So we don't want to miss the verdict. All right. Let's see. I am Shout. They probably knew he had a past, so they put everything on him. All right, here, let's check out. Let's check. Oh, Never, did you ever, you were going to look up, I don't even remember, you were going to go back and report on something. Did you find out? I forget what your task was. All right, so there's the steps. There's one set of steps, or that's the steps looking down. All right, here's steps looking up. All right, here's the steps looking back up. All right, so steps looking, sorry, Lisa. Steps looking down, steps looking back up. Is that carpeting? That's not cement, is it? 14 steps approximately, Shirley says. Is that carpeting? I gotta zoom in on it. Do you guys think that's carpeting? Do you think that's carpeting? What do you guys think? And 2 people did not down them, no way, yeah. Looks like carpeting, doesn't it? Sorry, you guys are behind, hold on. Let me put my feature chat up here. There, yeah, looks like carpeting, doesn't it? Weird, huh? Carpeting? Kaylee says no. It looks like carpeting stops. I'm not sure what the white. I think that might be police. It looks like a roll of toilet paper. I think it's like police. I think it's police. I think the police said they did that because they didn't want to like track, mud or something. I think it's from the police. 14 steps. Okay, that's what. Yeah, I thought I have 14 steps in my mind, but I don't have it in my notes. It's blue carpeting under that white strip. All right, it looks like carpeting to me too. Stair runners. I think the police said that was they did that so they wouldn't track dirt in or whatever. I am Shout. I am. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Appreciate that. Welcome to membership. Absolutely. Thank you. Let's see. Camilla says, if you look at the border, maybe we can tell. Crime scene paper. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think the police put it down like so as not to track dirt or stuff into the apartment. I think that's what it was. So, let's see. Good Vibes says, I'm a bit behind, but it looks like that thin, cheap carpeting. Yeah. So anyway, those are the steps. Those are the steps that they supposedly slid down on their bottoms all the way to the bottom. They look wood. Okay. You know what's really interesting, Hell Riders, because the current apartment, it is wood. Aaron found it. Hold on a sec. Aaron found the location. Let me see if I didn't bookmark it. Did I bookmark it? Oh, I did bookmark it. All right. Here, check it out. All right. Let's check it here. Check it out. This is the current place. It's not a nice looking place, unfortunately. Looks pretty run down. Let me get there. All right. Unfortunately, it's pretty beat up place. Oops. Nope. 1080. We got time to kill, right? No pun intended. All right. Bring us over here. All right. So here's the area. All right. So here's Orlando right there in our. Back out a little bit. So that's Orlando, and Sanford is to the north. I don't know if you guys can see Sanford is up here. Where's Sanford? Sanford's way up here. Sanford is by this lake. There's Sanford up here. So they traveled, it says about 20 miles. All right, so let's get in here. All right, so here's the apartment. So let's check it out. Can I get myself dropped in there? No, can't get in there. Got to come over here. All right, I don't know why it's so blurry. Oh, there we go. All right, so here's the apartments. So there are some stairs, but that's really blurry. It's got to kick in. All right. This is clearly something happened to these apartments because this is not the same setup. This is not the same setup as this setup. There's a different setup. So I don't know if they tore these apartments down. It's entirely possible that this apartment complex, such as it is, was torn down. I mean, it is 2 stories. Sorry. It is 2 stories. Oh, unless it's over here. Maybe the stairwell is there. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the stairwell over there. That could be. Let me see if I can come down here and get a shot back here. Let's give it a second. So maybe that stairwell, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that leads out into the parking lot. Maybe that's the stairwell. I'm not sure. Yeah, I have a feeling that that's the stairwell. not that other one that I showed you earlier. So anyway, so here's the place in question. Wait, why did it take me so far down? All right, there. So here's the place. So, so that's it. Hey, well, info at, it's in our description, but it's info at trialtvlive.com. Info at trialtvlive.com. And if you, it's in our description. All right, let's carry on. You're not Stanley Kubrick. All right. All right, here, let's go. Let's continue on. All right, we're continuing on with replay. Oh, Joyce. Yeah, let's get over to Joyce. Let's get to Joyce. Joyce is up next. I want to hear Joyce's thing. Oh, Richard's got an end. Okay, hold on. Let's check out Richard. All right. Let's see what you got. What do you got, Richard? Let me see here. Right. That I can get with. Yeah, Richard, that I can get with. Oh, he trips and falls. I'm a little leery about playing that, Richard, only because it's legal graph works. Yeah, just a little concerned about playing that, but maybe what about a news report? But that's falling down the stairs, not sliding, as of course you knew that. Well, I suppose we could play this. This is a news clip. We could play this. I'm sure you guys will remember this. Those that are old enough will remember this. This is our So he flops a couple steps. So then he goes forward. Right? So, but his body's going forward versus going down 14 flights of steps. Anyway. All right, let me go back to so Richard, thanks for that. I'm just leery about playing it. I don't want to get into any trouble with another content creator. But yeah, that Richard sent a video of somebody tumbling, going like getting their foot caught and then going forward. All right, yes. Chevy Chase then did a really funny skit on President Ford falling after that. But yeah, anyway, all right, let's focus. Let's get back to our focus here. Let's get over to Joyce. So anyway, that's somebody who fell on their butt. All right, where's Joyce? Where's Joyce come in? Joyce is towards the end. All right, let's hear Joyce's testimony.
You need to.
Yes.
Resolved. Mr. Buxman, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Joyce Butler.
Ms. Butler, could you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may, could you state your name, put your hand down. Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Joyce Butler, Butler.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Buxman.
Good afternoon, Miss Butler.
How you doing?
Not too bad. I heard that you got sick this weekend, so I hope you're feeling a little better.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living now, ma'am?
I don't do nothing.
You retired?
I'm retired.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did you work before you retired?
I work at Florida Hospital.
Okay. What did you do for the hospital when you worked there?
Housekeeping.
Okay. Do you know a man named Joseph Butler?
Yes.
Who is he in relation to you?
That's my husband.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to May of 2002. Did you live in the Bay Run apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue?
Yes.
And did you guys live in apartment 12 then?
Yes.
Who'd you live there with?
Me and Joe.
Okay. Did you live upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
Did you know a woman named Theresa Green when you lived there?
Yes.
And prior to her death, how long had you known Miss Green?
Oh, I think a long time.
Okay.
But I don't remember.
That's fair. It's been a while. It's okay. Where did she live in relation to your apartment?
She's still on the second floor, across from me.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to late Saturday night, May 25th of 2002, into Sunday morning. Was there kind of a get-together at your apartment there?
Yes, but you know we really didn't have the the party.
What about the party? I didn't hear you.
I said we really didn't have it.
Okay. Did people come over to your place that night, though?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And who was there at your apartment that night?
It was me and Joe and one of his friends.
Okay. Was Miss Green there also?
No. No.
At some point, did Miss Green come to your house for this get-together with a guy named Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if Miss Green and Mike were dating or together at around that time?
I really don't know.
Okay, that's okay. So, did you have to go to work the next morning early?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, what happened with the party? Did you kind of shut it down?
Yeah, we shut it down.
All right, tell me what happened when the party was shut down. Did anything happen between your husband Joe and Miss Green?
Well, she slapped Joe in the face.
Okay.
And Joe said, why you slapped me in the face like that?
Okay.
I guess she was kind of, drunk.
Okay. And did Joe slap her back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He slapped her back.
At some point, did there come a time where somebody fell down the stairs?
Both of them fell down the stairs.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I guess they was drinking, and they both fell down the stairs.
Okay, who fell down?
Theresa and what's that guy name? I don't know the guy name.
It's a guy with Theresa. Is that Mike?
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, so
They both fell down the stairs.
Okay, did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
All right, what happened when they reached the bottom of the stairs? Was anybody hurt?
No.
Okay. What did you see them do after they reached the bottom of the stairs?
They went back to the apartment.
Whose apartment?
Teresa's apartment.
The one right across from yours.
Yes.
I understand. Did you see Theresa Green again after that day or that evening?
I really don't know.
Okay. Back then, do you remember what kind of vehicle Mike was driving?
I think it was a white car. I'm not sure.
But did he have a van also?
Yeah, he had a van.
Okay, so he had a van. Who had the white car? Whose car was that?
Teresa.
So let me move ahead a few hours. Early Sunday morning.
Uh-huh.
Did you see Mike early the next morning, several hours after the party?
No.
Do you remember, did Mike ever come to your apartment the next morning and ask Joe to help do something?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
I guess he asked Joe to follow him to the car.
To follow him?
Yes, they went to they went somewhere.
Okay. And did Joe agree to do that and follow Mike?
Yes.
What vehicle did Joe drive? Do you know?
No.
Okay. You don't know whether he drove the van or the white car?
I think he drove the van. Okay. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever see Theresa Green with Mike the next morning when Joe followed him in the van?
No. I didn't see her.
At some point, did your husband come back from wherever they went?
Yeah, he came back.
Okay. Do you remember about how long he was gone?
I don't know.
Okay, it's been a while. At some point, did law enforcement or the police come and talk to you and interview you?
Yes.
When the police talked to you the first time, did you tell them anything about Joe following Mike in the car that morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that the first time? Or the second?
The first time. Mike came to the door and he opened the he came to the door and knocked on the door. He said he wanted to ask Joe something.
Okay.
He wanted to ask Joe to follow him.
And do you remember if you told the police that the first time they talked to you, or was it the second time, or do you remember?
I think it was the second time.
Okay. Do you remember why you didn't tell them about that the first time they talked to you?
No, I really didn't tell him that.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't tell them that?
No.
Okay. When the police came to your apartment, did they ask permission to go inside your apartment and look around?
Yes.
Did you let him do that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a few days later, did you also talk to a female detective who showed you some pictures of some people?
Yes.
And do you remember being able did you pick out the person that you knew as Mike from those different photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler. I don't have any questions, but don't hang up because the defense lawyer has some questions for you probably too, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marrero?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Butler. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Can you see me? I'm not sure you can. I can't tell.
No, I can't see you. But
Oh, you can?
see me?
Okay, good. Ms. Butler, did
Yes.
you have the opportunity to read statements that you gave back in the day when this case first happened, back in 2002, that were recorded and then transcribed? Did you ever have the chance to read those?
I don't remember.
And how about a deposition that you gave in 2015? It was kind of long. And did you ever read through that deposition?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't mean to embarrass you by asking you this question, but if you did have them, could you read them? Can you read?
No, I don't have them.
I'm sorry?
I don't have them.
You don't have them. Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right.
It's been a long time.
I'm sorry?
I said, that's been a long time. I don't have it.
Okay. So you're just going on your memory today of what happened 24 years ago, is that right?
Yes. That's a long time.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you, what's your memory like? Is your memory still pretty good, or do you sometimes have problems remembering things now that?
Yeah, I have a problem.
Yeah. That's okay. We're all getting older, and it gets harder and harder to remember stuff.
Yes, we do.
So let me just tell you that you did give statements to the police, a couple of different statements. Remember when the prosecutor asked you that the first time that you spoke to the police, you didn't tell them that Joe had gone anywhere with Mr. Hunter. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, the story you told them was that Mr. Hunter had called your house, your apartment, and told Joe that Theresa's car was in Sanford. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that wasn't true, right?
No.
Okay. And the reason that you didn't tell the police the truth was because you didn't want them to know that Joe had been involved in whatever trouble had happened. Is that right?
Right.
Now, you and Joe were living in an apartment that was owned by Florida Hospital?
Yes.
And they rented to employees of Florida Hospital?
Yes.
And you believed back then that if any of you got in any kind of trouble, the Florida Hospital might, like if somebody called the cops and the cops came over and there was some trouble at your apartment, that you might get thrown out of your apartment, or you might even lose your job. Is that fair?
That's true.
Okay. Now, you had known Theresa for a long time. You liked her?
Yeah, I like Teresa.
She was a nice lady.
Teresa was a good person.
Y'all
Yes.
got along all right.
Yes.
So this night that you had this get together at your house, and you know, if you don't mind my asking, how come you don't like to call it a party?
Well, I really don't like, parties,
Okay.
I really don't like,
I'm just saying, if people get together and they're listening to music and drinking, that sounds like a party to me. But
Yeah.
okay.
Really do.
And so some people were drinking, and Judge, I would, if Your Honor, if you don't mind, I would just ask that the other witness be asked to leave the room while she's testifying. I'm sorry.
Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Moore, if you're in the room, we need you to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on the night that this get-together happened at your apartment, Miss Green was drinking, right?
Yeah.
She was drinking quite a bit?
A lot.
A lot. Now, you were not drinking, right?
Oh, no, I don't drink.
You don't drink, period. Okay.
No.
But Joe did back then, right?
Yes.
And do you remember him drinking quite a bit that evening as well?
Yeah, he was drinking.
And but the Mike, Teresa's boyfriend, he wasn't drinking. Is that right?
I guess he was drinking. I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay,
No.
that's fine. Now, you went to bed pretty early that night because you had to work the next day, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
and
that was on a Sunday.
was on a Sunday. So like
Yeah.
Sunday after midnight?
No, in the morning. I had to go to work in the morning time.
Yeah, okay, so, all right, I understand you now. What you're saying is that Sunday morning you had to go to work. So
Yes.
Saturday night into Sunday morning is when everybody was over your place. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, while everybody was over, and just to be sure I got this right, it was you were there, Joe was there, Mike was there, and Theresa was there. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember your daughter Lisa being there?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if she was there or not? Okay. Do you remember? And I'm asking these questions based on testimony that you've given in the past. Coming out at some point because the music's playing and people are talking kind of loud because people are getting drunk. Coming out there to ask them to turn the music down because you can't sleep.
Yes.
Yes. Do you remember if you did that more than once?
A couple times.
A couple times. Do you remember?
Yeah, I had to go to work the next morning.
I'm sorry, because you had to work the next morning. Sure, it's hard to sleep
That's
with
right.
music and loud voices in the room right next door to your bedroom, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, do you remember Joe getting angry about your telling him to turn the music down and stop talking so loud?
Yeah.
And
I did. I felt turn
I'm sorry?
the music down. I was trying to go to sleep.
Right. And he got angry about that?
Yes,
Joe
he
did?
did.
Do you remember him slamming the door in your bedroom?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, at some point, Joe did turn the music down, right?
Yes, he did.
And told everybody that they had to go, right?
Yes. He told
Now-
me they had to leave.
When this happened, you're not in bed, right?
No, I was still up.
You're up. You're in the living room?
Yes.
Now, if I told you that this probably happened around 2:30 in the morning, would that sound about right?
Right.
So it's pretty late, and you had to be at work very early the next morning?
Yes, at 7 o'clock.
And so you were in the living room when you saw Joe tell everybody that they had to leave?
Yeah, I told him.
And you were in the
I told
living
him,
room
yeah,
when
He told me,
Theresa...
I told him that, you know, go home.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Because I was not able to hear it.
Joe told them they had to go home.
Okay. Was he kind of angry when he was saying that?
No.
No? Now, you were in the living room when you saw Theresa walk up to Joe and slap him in the face.
Yeah. And Joe said, why you slap me in the face?
Right, sure. And then now you saw Joe slap her back, right?
Yes.
Now, you told Detective Bergen, who's one of the detectives that you spoke to, a woman with short hair, that when Joe smacked her, slapped Theresa, that she got a bloody nose from that. You remember telling her that?
Yeah.
And that was true, right?
Yes.
And then the two of them kind of started to get into it after that, right?
Yes.
Theresa was pretty angry and pretty drunk, right?
Yes. And then, wait a minute. And then her boyfriend,
Right.
the boyfriend say, why you let Joe snap me in the face?
You mean she said to her boyfriend, why do you let Joe smack me in the face? Is that
That's
right?
right.
And that boyfriend was Mike?
Right? Mike, that's right.
Okay. So at some point, they're out in the hallway, that little hallway in between the two doors in your apartment.
Uh-huh.
And you said, you told the prosecutor that you saw both Mike and Theresa fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
And
Yes.
and now when you were asked the question, you testified that they must have both been drunk, and that's what caused them to fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
They was drinking.
All right. And they fell all the way down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, all the way down.
And were they tumbling as they were coming down the stairs?
Yes, it was.
Kind of one on top of the other, kind of?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You were standing there and you saw them fall all the way down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did you see them get up, or did you just close the door at that point?
They got up.
Okay. And they walked
They
back.
got up and they went upstairs.
They walked back upstairs. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
They shut the door.
when they came back up the stairs, was that the end of it for you? Did you go back into your room and into your apartment and close the door? Or
Yes, I did.
do you remember Lisa showing up at some point? Your daughter?
Yeah.
When did she come?
Yes,
After
sure.
after the fall or before the fall?
Yes.
After the fall?
After the fall. Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever tell Lisa that Joe was threatening you, or that he hit you?
No.
Were you scared of Joe doing anything like that?
No.
So, you know that Lisa got a hold of your other son, and he came over, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. Starts with an R.
Raymond.
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 Raymond, and she called Raymond, and Raymond came over that night?
I guess so.
You don't remember? If you don't remember, just say, I don't remember.
I don't remember that.
Okay, but you didn't tell Lisa to call Raymond, did you?
Nope.
And if Raymond did come over, it would have been after the fall, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Do you remember, you don't remember talking to Raymond at any point that night? No?
No.
Okay. So the second time that you talked to the detective, after she had spoken with your husband, Joe, you told the detective that Mike came over your apartment and that he got Joe up out of bed and told him that he needed to follow him in the car. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And did
That was it. That was in the morning time.
that was in the morning, and you didn't ask Joe where he was going?
Nope.
Now, he told you that Mike had said, or maybe you even heard Mike say, I need you to follow me and Theresa to in the van.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Joe left, they were gone for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he came back maybe an hour later.
Yes.
When he came back, he told you, I mean, you asked him, what was that all about? Where'd you guys go? What were you doing?
Nope.
You didn't ask him? Did he, but at some point he told you that Mike told him, I messed up.
Yes.
And did Joe ever tell you that he was afraid that something might have happened to Theresa?
Yes.
And
Raymond.
I'm sorry?
Thing back,
I'm sorry?
he said, I told him, I said, I don't want to hear that. What happened?
You told him that you didn't want to hear
I don't want to hear that.
that something might have happened to Theresa. You didn't want to hear that.
Yes. Yes.
And did the two of you kind of agree that you weren't going to call the police?
No.
You decided on your own that you weren't going to call the police.
Right.
I mean, you didn't call the police, right?
But the police came anyway.
Oh, yes, they did.
They came anyway.
But what I'm saying is they came because Octavius Hayes called them on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
They didn't come because you called them.
No. I ain't called them.
Is that because you were afraid that if the police showed up, that they might think that your husband was involved in something?
Not really.
No? You just didn't care to call the police?
Right. But they came anyway.
Oh, I know.
And really, that's a long time, you know.
I'm sorry?
That's really a long time. I said, that's a long time.
Ago.
Remember stuff like that.
It is. But you remember today that you didn't call the police on Sunday, and you didn't call the police on Monday. You spoke to the police when somebody else called them, and they came to your place and asked you if you knew anything, right?
Yes. Yes.
You remember a young boy by the name of Tate?
Tate?
Octavius Hayes? Does the name sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you remember Theresa Green having a little boy
Yeah,
who lived with her?
his son.
Her son, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? You don't remember his name?
No, I don't know his name.
Okay. Now, on Monday, he says, on Monday, he came by your apartment and asked you and Joe if you had seen his mom, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
He sure did.
He sure did. Because his mom's door was unlocked and he hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was.
Right.
Now,
That's true now.
He was a young man at that time, right? About 13?
Yeah. Yeah, 13.
And when he asked you and Joe, have you seen my mom? Both of you said, no, we ain't seen her, right?
Right, we didn't see it.
We didn't, what? Do you remember telling that young man that, no, you hadn't seen his mom and didn't have any idea where she was?
Yes, because, he was looking for his mom.
Yeah, he was.
And I told her, I said, I didn't see her.
You didn't say to him, well, she was over our place Saturday night and she fell downstairs and any of that? You didn't tell him any of that, right?
No. Mm-mm.
When you gave a deposition, that's when you were interviewed by some lawyers, not us. You and I have never met before, but you were interviewed by some lawyers about what had happened. That was in 2015. That was over 10 years ago now. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I know you told us that you haven't had the opportunity to read what you said, but the lawyer there asked you if over the 16 years that had gone by since Theresa Green went missing, if you and Joe ever talked about it, ever talked about what happened on that Sunday, and that he told you, I don't know nothing about that, right?
I guess so. I don't know.
And your response was, I don't either.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that.
Well, I mean, as you sit here today, you and Joe, as the years have gone by, it's been a lot longer now. As the years have gone by, you and him have never talked about what happened that Sunday morning.
Mm-mm.
And how Theresa went missing.
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
That's
Hold on just a second, ma'am.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the jury have any questions? All right, seeing none, is this witness excused?
All right. So yeah, I just realized on the poll I didn't do a 3 to 4 hour, which is what we're in right now. We're in the 3 to 4 hour range. So if the jury comes back with the verdict right now, I guess the House wins. We'll say the House wins. All right. All right. AWOL sent a video I'm going to play for you guys. No Stanley Kubrick, so we'll give you a pass on that. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on a sec. All right. All right. No Quentin Tarantino.
All right, here we go.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's see. Clockwise? Yeah, okay. All right. So this is from our very own AWOL. Let's see what this deal is about. All right, let me get see if you guys can hear this.
Test one. Victim, why? Test one. Victim, why? Defendant. Oh no, pulled her. She said, wow, oh no, and then hit her with the one of these. Oh. Right? And if that was the case, she was up here when he said, as she fell, landed on her bottom, right? He landed on top of her, and of course it was and slid down. Or she could have. He decided to go. She slipped out, took his feet out, landed like this. They both went.
All right, I guess it's possible, but the whole way? Is it possible the whole way? Your elbows hurt. Is it? Let me try it again.
All right, here we go. Test one. Victim, why? Defendant. Oh no, pulled her. She said, wow, oh no, and then hit her with the one of these. Oh. Right? And if that was the case, she was up here when he said, as she fell, landed on her bottom, right? He landed on top of her, and of course it was and slid down. Or she could have. He decided to go. She slipped out, took his feet out, landed like this. They both went.
It's possible. It's possible. Joe said that they went backwards. Right? Joe said they went backwards. I want to surf down those stairs on a tea tray. Gordon says. Yeah, no, it's possible. God, but oh man, okay, so she kicks, and that's all right? So Theresa's on the top step. Demorris is one below her. She kicks him. He grabs her, and then she goes down on her butt, and then he lands on her. And I guess he could have spun around. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. All right, Sherry says timestamp. It's right after the attorney says, he said because he had to get to work at the very early morning. She said, yes, it's 7. Okay, cool. All right, good reenactment. Yes, well done, AWOL. Well done. Thanks for taking one for the team. AWOL should be an expert witness. There you go. Bella says, now you need to get drunk and do it again. Never says, and Joe said Mike was only one step down. Right. Yeah. So she's on the top step. Theresa's on the top, the landing, if you will. She's on the landing. And then Mike Demorris was like one step down. That's what she said. How is it possible if Mike pulled her leg? Well, he grabbed her leg. Like she kicked and they said he grabbed. Now, this is the Butlers, right? This is the Butlers. So if you believe the Butlers' testimony, then that's what they're saying happened. That's where I'm kind of having an issue with that. Scent Bunny. Now, the fundamental question is, do we now deem AWOL a stairfall expert? Do we get a voir dire? Does somebody want a voir dire? Does somebody want a voir dire? AWOL. Let's see. Wait. I'm not a method actor. We need to voir dire you. Are you, sir? Sir, could you tell us your credentials? Please tell us your credentials. Have you gone to school? Where have you graduated, sir? Oh, that's funny. All right. We need to voir dire you. I have a landing and 11 steps close enough. All right. We need to know your credentials. We need to know your credentials. Where'd you go to school, sir? Did you graduate from Stunt College? All right. CCG TV. Hear me out. Maybe Mike had already left the party. All right. Mike had already left the party. Okay. Joe is with Theresa, right? Joyce wanted her gone. Okay. Joe tried to push her out of the house and she fell down the stairs. All right. Yeah. I'm leaning more towards this was an accident and she got pushed down those stairs. Quite honestly, that's where I'm leaning. I'm leaning that she was pushed down those stairs. Gina, yes. Yeah, that's one of the lessers. So it's first degree is the main one, and then second is the lesser and manslaughter. So there's two lesser included, second and manslaughter. It exists on his phone and on my desktop right now. The School of Hard Knocks. Right? Elsie. Hey, no, that's what we do here. We like to reenact. I'm all for reenacting. So I'm too old to do that. So AWOL, props to you. I'm too old to do that. I don't mind reenacting things, right behind, but I can't go down. I can't do that. I wouldn't get up. I wouldn't be able to get back up. I would go down and I wouldn't get back up. I am shout. How big was the landing at the top of the stairs? It was that. Oh, how big was the landing? Well, it was not. See, that's where I have some issues with. Here's the. I am shout. That's the top of the stairs, and that's the top. So the landing, how big was it? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, did that hallway go all the way across and split the two apartments, or were the apartments connected after that? I don't know. We don't actually know. They were trying to get that out of testimony, but I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. How big the landing was. We know that it was wide enough. It was like if you stretched your legs, stretched your arms out. So like, what's that? Maybe 6 feet? Maybe 6 feet? Green Eye Cat, how much is AWOL being paid to be here for his expert opinion? That's right. AWOL, what's your price? What's your price per hour, sir? Where'd you go to school? What's your price per hour? Alec Baldwin. Anthony, yes, push, because if it was an accident, they would have called the police. Yeah. Yes, if she just slipped and fell, I still think Demorris would have left because he was giving a fake name. He was telling people his name was Mike, so he wasn't giving them, and he knew that he had shot somebody in Oakland. So I think he didn't want to have anything to do with the police. Remember, the police didn't know about this shooting in Oakland, or they knew about it, but they didn't pin it on him yet. And that happened in February. This happened in June. So he already knows he was in jail for shooting 3 people. 2 of them passed away. He already spent time in jail in California. Then he shot his girlfriend there again in California, in Oakland. So he was already like, I don't think Demorris / Mike, I don't think he wanted anything to do with the police. I think he would have split. That's my 2 cents is if they had called the cops, whether it was an accident or not, he would have been like, I'm gone. Because the cops would have been like, show us your ID. And he would have been like, I think that was the whole deal. I think the whole deal swam around the fact that he had shot somebody in Oakland a couple months earlier and he didn't want to have anything to do with the police. That's my take on it. Widespread said, it looks like stairs from an apartment you used to live in. The landing led to an apartment on each side. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was it just cut straight through? I've lived in many places like that where it just cut straight through and then on either side. But the defense was asking, did you share walls? And he said, yes. Joe said they did share walls. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Was it the landing and then it opened up and then you shared maybe the living room, you shared common walls? So that's what I'm trying to figure out, what that landing was exactly. AWOL's got you at $19.99. Did you come in with a price yet? Did I miss it, AWOL? Did you come in? What's your hourly rate? I am shout. She seems she would have fell on the landing. What the healer? Have you been peer reviewed? AWOL, have you been peer reviewed? Are you even talking again? Are you still in chat? Stacy, maybe are you doing another video? Did AWOL split? Oh, there you are. You're gonna go buy a Lexus. What's your hourly rate? You got to tell me what your hourly rate is. Stacy, maybe he wanted to use her car. She said no, or he got mad because she slapped Joe, thinking her and Joe had something going on. All right, hold on a sec. Maybe he wanted to use the car. Oh, Demorris wanted to use the car. She said no, or he got mad because Theresa slapped Joe, thinking her and Joe had something going on. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, Law and Lumber. Rob's first video was the non-breaking of Johnny Depp's bed. That is true. Gonna get your Lexus SUV. Trying to remember who was this Pete. Pete was the guy who lived downstairs. He was in. Okay, so if Demorris was in apartment 9, then Pete was in apartment 10. He's the one that had the white van. Pete was the one that had the white van that reported it stolen. So Pete lived downstairs. Hey, well, again, for the channel family, the effort is free. Love is free. Nice. We need a reenactment every trial. If it involves falling downstairs. Right. Iowa Backyard says, camera, filming, editing, snacks, finding a staircase, getting an assistant to hold the camera. Oh, it adds up. Definitely adds up. Ronnie, was there an apartment under Joe's? Joe is on the bottom floor. So there's two. It's a fourplex, right? Is that a fourplex? So 2 and 2. So you have the Butlers and Theresa on the top floor, and then you've got Pete, who had the white van, and Demorris were on the bottom floor. So the Butlers, Joyce and Joe, were on the top floor with Theresa, and then underneath on the bottom floor, Pete, who went by Henry's name was Henry, I think. Henry. He had the white van, and then Demorris lived down there. Never says there was a wall where the fire extinguisher is hanging in the shared wall, most likely the living room wall. Yeah, I'm thinking the shared wall was a living room wall because you don't want to share bedrooms. That's just wrong. Yeah, I would have loved to hear from Pete on his van. Also, the locksmith. You know, the fire department shows up and they're trying to break into this Oldsmobile, and they couldn't get in, and then they called the locksmith. I would have loved, and maybe he passed away too. Same with the locksmith. Maybe they couldn't understand the locksmith, or they couldn't get the locksmith. Because who actually opened up the trunk? Who was the unlucky person that had to? Yeah, fourplex, right? Yeah, duplex would be 2, so fourplex. Your Oscar's in the mail. Nice. Let's see, just a girl baking. Well, if Demorris was below Theresa, which he was, He knew no one would hear anything if there was a struggle. But if they had shared a wall, that's why they asked Lisa if she heard any noises. They asked if you heard any noises, because if they shared a wall, nobody would say, nobody said that they heard anything. So yes, he lived below. I'm not sure if he lived directly below or, catty corner or whatever. Yes, all jokes aside. You did explain how it could happen. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think I got it. I got it. AWOL's expenses could go from here to infinity if he's anything like some of Karen Reed's experts. Don't forget to get a car to get you to your location. Right. All right, Ronnie, if it was Pete under Joe, how in the heck why he didn't hear all that racket? Maybe he wasn't there. Maybe Pete wasn't there. Right? Maybe Pete wasn't there, or Pete could no longer be, maybe he's not alive anymore. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Yeah, it's a possibility. AWOL, yep, not saying you're right, just saying it could have happened. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. That's why I'm throwing out, I think it could have been an accidental push, or when Joe slapped her back, maybe she tripped and fell down. I mean, I'm just not convinced that this went down the way they're saying it went down. That's all. Ice packs for AWOL's booty. Nice. Debbie, I think Pete let the defendant use the van, and he left for Houston, and Pete didn't get the van back and then reported it stolen. He definitely reported it stolen for sure. Probably, didn't know that. Yeah, all of that. Yeah, I would agree with all of that. Sparkling Princess, maybe everyone was loud all the time. Yeah, then there's that. Ronnie, I guess they're all heavy sleepers. It could be. Yeah, it could be. I mean, if it's cement, concrete block, looks like it was right. It looked like it was concrete block. Do I still have it? Nope. All right, I don't have the map up anymore. Concrete block. It could have dampened sound. It's possible. And then depending on where the bedrooms aren't going to be near the stairwell. The bedrooms are going to be, away from the stairs. So. All right. All right, let's see. AWOL. The state didn't show how she got in the trunk. If I recall, they didn't present any evidence on how she got in the trunk. No, because they don't know. How could they have? I mean, there was no evidence. They would. I think even in their closing, even in their closing, they didn't say. And here's another thing that I think law enforcement kind of fumbled, if you will. They didn't check like the sheets. Like she was found, Theresa was found wrapped in sheets. Why didn't they go and check the sheets of, like, where did those sheets come from? All right, let's see who else. Who else can we play? Those three were truly the best ones for me. Let me think who else. Oh, Octavius. Let's hear from Octavius. I felt bad for this guy. Let's go to his testimony. Octavius. I mean, he's the one that had to sort all this out. Poor dude. I felt sorry for him. If anybody's got to have a chip on his shoulder for sure, is this poor guy. All right. Let's check this out.
You may be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Octavius Hayes.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You can be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Octavius Hayes, Hayes.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
How are you related or were you related to Theresa Ann Green?
That was my mother.
Do you recall in 2002 where you and your mother were living?
In Bay Run Apartments in College Park.
Is that on Cornell Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the apartment number, sir?
No, I don't.
If I told you apartment 11, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it will.
In 2002, how old were you, sir?
13.
In middle school.
Yes. 8th grade.
Now, let's go back and think about Memorial Day weekend 2002. What did you do that weekend?
I went over to some friend's house. I was over there for a few days.
So you spent the night with friends, in other words?
Yes.
And on Memorial Day, which would have been Monday, May the 27th, did you return to your and your mom's residence at Bay Run Apartments?
Yes.
What did you find when you arrived?
Well, for starters, there were holes in the wall. Her purse was scattered over the bed. Basically, I knew something happened.
Do you recall finding your mother's watch in the apartment?
I'm not sure.
After you went in the apartment and realized that something was amiss, what did you do next?
I called my grandma,
And what's your grandmother's name?
Lida Jones.
Did Ms. Jones actually enter the apartment while you were there?
Yes, she came.
Was it, and let me ask you this, was it unusual for Miss Lida Jones to actually be in the apartment where you and your mother resided?
Yes.
She was in there frequently?
Well, no, she wasn't in there frequently, but at times she came over there.
Okay,
How many times, I don't know.
fair enough. And after your grandmother arrived, what happened next?
Basically, the police was called, and it's pretty much a blur from there.
Okay. Did you know an individual by the name of Mike who lived in the same area?
Downstairs, beneath us.
And was he an acquaintance of your mother's?
No. No,
Mike was not an acquaintance of your mother's?
no.
Do you recall having been shown a series of photographs by law enforcement?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor, and show the witness what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O that has previously been shown to the defense.
You may.
Mr. Hayes, let me ask you to take a look at this exhibit, which is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O. Do you recognize this photo array?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Not too long ago after she was murdered.
And was this shown to you by law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall which officer showed it to you by chance?
No, I don't. It could have been Pucci.
Okay.
Officer Pucci.
Now, sir, who is Loretta Tomlin? Is she an acquaintance of yours or your mother's?
It's my mother's sister.
And how about Rosemary Jones? Is she an acquaintance of your mother's?
As well.
Sister?
Mm-hmm. Loretta would have been the oldest daughter, my mom would have been the middle daughter, and Rosemary Jones would have been the youngest.
Okay, now let me ask you one other thing, Mr. Hayes. Have you ever been convicted of a felony or of a crime involving dishonesty or false statement?
Yes.
How many times?
One time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes.
How you doing?
The person, did you know the guy that lived downstairs?
I wouldn't say I knew him. I've seen him.
Did you talk with him while he lived there?
You know, just speaking, you know what I mean? Not really holding conversations, no.
Okay, you didn't talk about your life or anything like that?
I was 13 years old.
Yeah.
You know, this is an adult we're talking about.
I understand.
Saying not too much to talk about.
Weather.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that person's name that lived below you?
No, I can't recall.
Did you ever see that person that lived below you act violently towards your mother?
No.
When you came back to the apartment after Memorial Day, did you knock on your other neighbor's apartment, the ones that live?
All right, let's just take a quick look because I did see a head walk by. Let's just take a quick peek here. I saw a head walk by. I saw a head walk. I saw a disembodied head walk around. Let's just stay here for a moment. We'll just stay here for a moment. Anthony, you saw some movement too. Yeah, I saw something. Let's just stay here for a brief moment. All right, people are walking around. People are walking. She said 10 minutes. She said stick around. Be within 10 minutes. In case there's a question and or a verdict. So, all right. Floating head, disembodied head. I see a floating head. So we'll stay here for a second. Yeah, it did kind of look like it looked like it wasn't the Mickey Rooney, sorry. It wasn't the Mickey Rooney lawyer, it was the other one. Yeah, I think so. The sad thing is we won't know, like they're just going to come back with a verdict. She said she'd stay within 10 minutes. So we don't know, and let me check on, nobody's really been covering this like on Twitter or anything like that, so we can't really tell. Oh, you know what, hold on a sec. Let me check these other sources, hold on. Let me go over nothing there. All right, hold on. Maybe Kathy Russin has something for us. All right, nothing going on in the other chats. You're welcome, Linda. It's kind of what it was. But I'm glad. Glad we make you smile. My work here is done. You heard that, Shirley? That was I think that was Sid. Sid is in heat. This is her second round. So we're going to get her fixed. We have her for the 21st, April 21st. So 2 more weeks. Yeah, 2 more weeks and our little Sid is going to go under the knife. The kitties definitely have something to say, for sure. Michael, if we have a verdict, I'm going to invoke the Bob Barker rule. closest to the time without going over. Well, I blew the poll. I forgot to put in 3 to 4 hours. So that's on me. I blew that one. Fur baby getting vocal. Gina, absolutely. All right, well, we'll stay here for a little bit. And I'll keep the verdict clock going until I know for sure. All right, that camera just moved. In the immortal words of George Costanza, we have movement. It moved. What's a bummer is Kathy Russin used to be on Law and Crime, and she would post things. She's not posting on this trial. We don't really have anybody in the courtroom either that we can rely upon. All right. We definitely got some action going on. Definitely have some action going on. But we'll stay here. I'm going to keep the verdict clock going until... Now, when she comes back, we'll subtract 10 minutes because she said it was a 10-minute delay, if you will. Stay within 10 minutes. After the jury rings the bell or buzzer, whatever it is, then they have 10 minutes to get to court. So we'll back up the 10 minutes. Let's see. I'm going to pull up. Hold on, actually. Verdict Watch always gives me anxiety, and I'm not even on trial. I know, right? Of course you were, wizard. Kaylee, so the house may get the prize. Yes. You heard that. I thought I was being subtle. I thought I was being subtle with that. All right, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait. I mean, this wouldn't be if the verdict did come in. This is a pretty decent amount of time, say 3.5 hours. Considering Jose Soto, they found him guilty in like an hour and 12 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes. They gave him the DP. Yeah, they were like an hour and I think to find him guilty was an hour and 12 minutes. So at least this jury had more on their hands. I think this jury had more on their hands that either didn't quite square with them or took them longer to get to a point where it squared with them. And it's not like they had to go through pages and pages of verdict form. It was one question: guilty, first degree or not, second degree or not, manslaughter or not guilty. So it's not like they had a lot of 20 pages to go through. It's pretty cut and dry in that regard. All right, we got some movement. We definitely have some movement. So, well, let's see. Just wait and see here. All right, camera's definitely moving. Something's happening. Something's happening. Oh, Ambi, nice. R.A. Scott gave a shout out to your verdict clock today. Yeah, Aaron was in there yesterday, and he's like, see that verdict clock? See that verdict clock? That's Trial TV Live. Yes. Thank you for that, Scott. Always nice to hear Scott give such a nice shout out to us. I can pull this up here. I may end that because I'm going to back it up 10 minutes. So whenever they come live, I'm going to back it up 10 minutes because she said a 10 minute warning, if you will. So we'll see. Richard, you were in internal affairs for 15 years. The bad officers hated me, but if you mess up, you don't need to be there. Just like the criminals, right? Just like the bad guys. If you don't mess up, there's no reason. There's no reason to be there. Just to go baking, I feel I haven't been over in RA's chat in forever. Well, it's okay. I pop in there. I try to pop in at least. I don't chat all the time, but I usually go and give them a like and watch them for, I think if you watch for 30 seconds or a minute, that gives the channel a view, if you will. So I always try to at least give them a thumbs up. I don't do it every day, but I would like to, but I usually do it at least a couple times a week. Yeah, hopefully not a question. I know, Mama, that would be nice. People are milling about. All right, there's definitely something going on. Looks like some people are coming in. The walking heads, yes. RA is still going. Yeah, RA is still going. All right, I think I'm going to well until I actually see that judge sit down. But it looks like we've got something's definitely going on here. All right. Kathy, only one I heard say jury question. The jury question? Hold on. All right, so Kathy, it's a jury question. So it's a jury question. Kathy Russin saying it's a jury question. Do you turn off the clock when it's a jury question? Or do you keep it going? So Kathy Russin saying it's a jury question. Possible jury question. Do you keep the clock going, or do you keep the clock going, or do you turn it off when it's a jury question? What do you do? Do you keep it going? I guess do you keep it going or no? Keep it going? I would say keep it going, right? Stop the clock. No, keep it going. Keep it going, right? I think keep it going. I mean, they're not technically deliberating, but yeah, I know. Yes, Wizard, I know. Yeah, Scott's covering the Hawaiian one. Yes, no. So no verdict. Keep it going. Okay. All right. So we'll keep it going. All right. All right. We'll keep it going. All right. We'll keep it going. So Kathy Russin is saying it's a jury question. So we'll see. Let's see what actually happens. They're still working on the case. Play on crime. Hello, hello. Didn't want to jump in the middle of the stair slide. It's not the verdict, so keep it going. All right. All right, we'll keep it going. I'm always on the fence with that. I'm like, well, technically they're not deliberating, so should we stop it? But they're technically haven't come to a verdict, so we'll keep it going. All right, Wizard, keep it going. All right. I'm only basing it off of Kathy Russin. I was in Law and Crime, their chat, and Kathy Russin said jury question. So I'm only basing it off of that. Ben, how are you? Welcome in. But now we know if it is a jury question, then now we know this is like a dry run for when they do have a verdict. We'll be ready. We'll see the heads popping in and out, and we'll have time. Judge said be within 10 minutes of what if we have a question or a verdict, be within 10 minutes of the room. So this is kind of if it is just a jury question. Yep, here we go.
I understand we have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on.
That's not good.
No, I'm looking at handwriting. May we get a copy of the Utz and Arden transcript? Yeah, and I've already told them that I can't send anything else back. So I would propose, I'll have to go get my computer, writing them back indicating that there is no transcript available at this time.
That's acceptable to the state, Judge.
I mean, if there were, would Your Honor,
No.
you didn't consider sending it back?
You cannot send a transcript back.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
The only question is, do you want to inform them that they have potential right in your discretion for a reaction?
I had not thought to open that door.
I think let's leave it shut.
All right, I'll go type something up real quick and I'll bring it back. I'll bring my computer back. All right.
So it's the medical examiners. They wanted the medical examiner's transcript. The Utz Arden transcripts. So those are the two medical examiners. Dr. Gary Utz was the medical examiner for the state, and Dr. Jonathan Arden was the forensic pathologist medical examiner for the defense. So it's the Utz Arden transcripts. Those were the medical examiners, the MEs. They wanted the MEs. They wanted the medical examiner's transcripts. So judge says, nope, not going to happen because it doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, we wouldn't send it back to you. You have to rely on your memory. So, yeah, it seems like it's down to a battle. Yep, battle of the experts. Yep, battle of the experts. It happens a lot. It happens a lot, right? We see that a lot. Battle of the experts. So they're back to deliberating. All right. Back to deliberating. Yeah, we might as well. Let's listen to their testimony again. It was we could listen to it. We got time. We'll probably have at least another half hour, I would say, at least. I just want to we'll just stay here until the judge sends us home. Well, not sends us home, but she's going to write something up and then she's going to come back. So we'll just stay here for that. The medical examiner's wizard, it's Dr. Gary Utz, UTZ, and Dr. Jonathan Arden, ARDEN. So Utz and Arden. Utz and Arden. Utz and Arden. This was the question. So the question was, that was the question. May we get a copy of the Utz Arden transcript? So that was the two medical examiners. So yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll listen to it. Which one's the Jedi? Which one's the Sith, right? Joanne, the MEs didn't really provide much useful information. I was like, blah, afterwards. Yeah, we'll listen to it again. We'll go ahead and we'll listen to it again. But I agree. Utz was kind of like, well, he was throwing was it Dr. Sashi Gore under the bus. He was like, he didn't do his job. That doctor didn't take good photos, and he was not very complimentary of Dr. Gore. And I think even Dr. Arden was also kind of throwing Dr. Gore under the bus. So, but we'll stay here until the judge, I think the judge said she's going to write something up. I would assume she's going to bring the jury out, read that to them, and then send them back to deliberation. So we'll stay here. But you know what I can do in the meantime? I can find their testimony. Wizard says, battling expert testimony is usually the main issue that jury members want to make sure they agree upon. All right, so it was yesterday, day 2. Day 2, and we have Mr. Utz. He was the Jerry Springer. He's from Cincinnati too. So Dr. Utz. Dr. Utz. All right, there's his testimony. All right. Denben, I fear if the other one comes back not guilty, then the wife is in danger of finishing the job. That's the Hawaiian one. Jerry Springer ended up being taped in Connecticut, Lazy Boy said. Debbie, you are in your car. Safe travels. Wizard, if it was yesterday, then you missed it. Yeah, it was yesterday afternoon. It was the last, because then the state rested and then the defense got up. So it was the last two.
The attorneys could approach.
Oh yeah, judge said she was going to write something up. Yep, bring to the lawyers, which is what they're doing right now, and then send it back to the jury. Okay, doubt the jury's coming out for this answer. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like a lot of effort. Yeah, it seems like a lot of effort. So yeah, that's what she's conferring with the jury, the attorneys right now, and then send it back. Send the note back. It's a jury question, Hellrider. You didn't miss anything, just a jury question. They wanted a transcript of the medical examiner's testimonies, so you didn't miss anything. Currently shopping for a crash test dummy to make a really true reenactment, but my fear is having it in my house after the fact or getting rid of it. I guess the video stands as it is. Yeah, it's good. You're all good. Don't spend more money that you don't need to. No problem, Hellrider. No problem. Theresa, it seems like this jury has had a lot of questions. Actually, no. To be quite honest, they haven't. They had 2 questions, I think, 2 or 3. Yeah, they really haven't had a lot of questions. Let me see how many questions they've had. I would actually thought they would have had more. They had one. Who paid for meat at Publix? They had one for Joe. Then they had one for Officer Troy McDonald. If you arrived at 2153, was that almost 9 or almost 10? So he had to correct himself. That's almost 10. So that's only 2 questions. And then there were 2 questions for medical examiner Gary Utz. They actually had 2 questions about carotid artery compressed. Is that prior to the jugular? Would you see petechia? So that's 3. And then what side is the artery run? That was 4 questions. Yeah, so only 4 questions. I should say, sorry, 4 questions during trial and then now 1 question. So 5 questions. Yeah. All right, Debbie, cool. You driving in your car? You can hear us over your car speaker? Nice. Anthony, next question is, what time did you buy the meat? That's such a random question. Who paid for the meat? Who cares? Who cares? That's like such a random question. So is she going to bring the jury out? Is she really going to bring the jury out? She's going to bring the jury out.
They come through? Yeah. All right.
Usually upset.
Counsel, do you want to look at it before it goes back? You'll want to.
Yeah, thanks, Camilla. We definitely have our eye on that one too for ego. We'll definitely do that one. We have our eye on that one.
And report deputy, she'll take it back. All right, thank you. And we will be in recess subject to recall.
Okay, so she did not call the jury out. All right. In recess, subject to, what'd she say? Subject to recall? Betty Lazy Lady, hung jury maybe? Well, based on our we had 38% of us said first degree. 37% of us said second or manslaughter. 16% of us said hung, and 9% of us said not guilty. And then in the other poll we took, did the state meet their burden? 59% of us said yes. 41% said no. So that's a 60-40 split. And they need unanimous. So I'm thinking hung. I'm thinking this could very well be a hung jury. 16% of us thought it was going to be a hung jury. All right, so we passed that dead zone of the 3 to 4 hours. So now it's going to be 4+ hours, another 40 seconds. So those that voted 0 to 1 hours, 3%. 1 to 2 hours, 24%. 2 to 3 hours, 52%. 4+ hours, 21%. Yeah, I think I went with 4+ hours because I could see this. I could see us being split. I could see the jury being split. So, yep. So, all right. So you guys want to hear the medical examiner? Let's see. Play on crime. Trying to inform me that was also asked. Let's see. AWOL, maybe they wanted to see if the defendant paid for the meat. Where was the closed captioning, the closed circuit CCTV footage that He even went to Publix. Maybe they didn't believe just saying. Kathy, does the defendant have polka dot tattoo? Oh, I don't know. I didn't see. Sherry, I wonder if the state will retry him if it's hung. Not sure. I'm not sure. All right, what do you guys want? What are you guys trying to say? You have my attention. Go ahead and post it now. I know there's like a 20-second delay. Who bought the beef was another question. Yes. Yeah, that was their first question. Oh, no, wait. Who paid for the beef? Who paid for the beef? That was their first question. There were 4 questions. Who paid for the beef was their first question. Is that what we're... I think the jury question was who bought the meat, was more to see if it was a planned party or a BYOB get-together. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. I guess look at it that way. That's true. I didn't look at it that way. I was just like, who cares who bought the beef? But yeah, was it a BYOB or was Joe supplying it? Yeah. All right. All right, let's get to the medical examiner since that was the question they asked. Let's look at the medical examiner. We can at least start that. All right. All right. Well, let's hear the rest of. We'll hear the rest of Octavius's testimony. His testimony is pretty short.
Across the hallway, those apartments at the top of the stairs. It's a long, narrow staircase, right? Mm-hmm. You gotta say yes.
Yes, sir.
So just the reporter's taking down don't come out very well. Do you recall that long, narrow staircase?
Yes.
And what was the distance, do you think, between your apartment and
2 foot?
2 or 3?
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet, just enough to stand at the top of the landing?
Yes, sir.
And did you knock on the neighbor's door after you discovered your mom wasn't home?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with the neighbors?
Lisa. Spoke with Lisa.
So 2 feet. 2 feet. Wait, 2 feet? 2 feet was the landing? What did he just say? Was that the landing was 2 feet?
Lisa.
You recall that long, narrow staircase?
Yes.
And what was the distance, do you think, between your apartment and
2 foot?
2 or 3?
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet, just enough to stand at the top of the landing?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the distance between their door and the stairwell was 2 feet. Wow. Just enough to stand on the landing. That is narrow. That's pretty narrow. That's easy to fall down. That's easy to fall down especially if you're a little, if you're drinking. That's easy to fall down. I'm telling you, I can see this as a slip and fall. But all right, we'll continue on.
And did you knock on the neighbor's door after you discovered your mom wasn't home?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with the neighbors?
Lisa. Spoke with Lisa, the daughter.
Lisa?
Yeah.
The daughter? And did she tell you where or when she had last seen your mother?
If I recall, it was basically like a day or so ago. I guess that would have been like a Friday or a Saturday. She's seen her coming and going, basically.
Lisa never said anything about your mom falling down those stairs?
No. To me?
To you?
No.
Lisa never said anything about your mom being over at, would have been Lisa's mother's house and stepfather's house, right?
Which was next door?
Which was next door, yeah.
No,
You just never said your mom was over there drinking or anything like that?
not to me, no.
Not to you. And didn't tell you about any concerns that they may have had about your mother that night? Or concerns that Lisa may have had about her stepfather? Lisa never told you that her stepfather slapped your mom?
No,
Caused her nose to bleed?
no.
If I may have just a second. Mr. Hayes, did you ever speak to Joseph Butler, Lisa's stepfather?
At what time?
That Memorial Day when you came and discovered that your house was open or unlocked?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, this witness may be released from this attorney.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, if we might approach very, very quickly.
All right, we're all right. Okay, medical examiner, Gary Utz. Gary Utz. Let's get to Gary Utz. Gary Utz. The statement about why the jury asked about who bought the meat. All right, hold on a sec. Let me wrap my head around what you're saying. Already posted. The statement about why the jury asked about the meat. I'm sorry. I'm just not understanding that. I'm sorry. Already posted? Oh, you already posted why. I think the jury question about who bought the meat was more about who planned the party. Yes. Did I not? I thought I talked about that. Sorry. I thought I already said, I thought I looked at that. All right, hold on a sec. Let me get this sorted. All right, so here is medical examiner Dr. Gary Utz. Let me get rid of that hum for you guys too.
I do.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the recorder, please?
Gary the Utz, U-T-Z.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Are you still, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I have my own company providing forensic pathology services almost entirely to a small county in Ohio.
How long have you been doing that, sir?
I've been doing that job since September of 2020. Prior to that, I worked here in Orlando between April of 2008 and August of 2020 as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for District 9.
And District 9 is Orange and Osceola counties, right?
It is.
Okay. Now, before coming to the Orange Osceola County Medical Examiner's office, Were you previously working as a medical examiner?
Well, we didn't call it that, but functionally it was the same. I worked at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Cincinnati, Ohio.
How long did you work there?
About 10 years.
And did you work anywhere before Hamilton County, Ohio, as a forensic pathologist?
No, that was my first position after training.
Okay. And since you talk about training, what is your educational background, sir?
So I have all of my training from the University of Cincinnati in Cincinnati, Ohio. I have a bachelor's degree in biology, a doctor of medicine degree, and then I did 5 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology, a year of training in surgical pathology, and then finally my last year of training was in forensic pathology at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
Okay, now, Doctor, you've talked about 4 areas of pathology. Are those subspecialties within the field of pathology?
Well, pathology is usually divided into 2 large groups, anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Okay.
Anatomic pathology is the study of a tissue with the idea of finding a diagnosis, and also includes autopsy pathology. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that, and I just prefer to think of that as the investigation of human death.
Okay. How does one become qualified to be a forensic pathologist, Dr. Utz?
Well, you have to have a degree in medicine, a medical degree, MD or DO in this country. Then you have to have completed at least an anatomic pathology residency program. I think the minimum there is 3 years. It's a little bit different now from when I trained. And then you have to complete a fellowship. I suppose you could practice forensic pathology without completing the fellowship, but you could not be certified by the American Board of Pathology.
Okay, that raises 2 questions. Are you certified by the American Board of Pathology?
I am.
Now, doctor, what is a fellowship?
A fellowship is simply a period of training, usually in a subdiscipline. It could be forensic pathology. It could be anatomic pathology subspecialty like I did, surgical pathology or cytopathology. It's a very common in medical training. Some fellowships might be longer than a year. Neuropathology fellowships, I think, are generally 2 years.
And is this, and forgive me if I'm oversimplifying this, is a fellowship while you're working with someone who's more experienced, or how does that work?
Usually, that's the idea, that you would be brought into an organization. In my case, it was the Hamilton County Coroner's Office, and I worked with pathologists that were much more experienced. I had essentially no experience in that, so they had years of experience, and they have to meet certain requirements as far as the training, certain number of cases that need to be done, and types of cases that need to be done.
And you had to do all of this before they actually, I guess, turned you loose on your own to work independently?
Well, it's medicine. It's not healthcare. So no, they turn you loose pretty much right away.
Okay.
Just like treating live patients.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, doctor. Just to make sure, you said the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Ohio, that is, for our purposes, the same as a medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
It was when I worked there. Our coroner, though elected, was himself a forensic pathologist. He was board certified in forensic pathology. So I think we functioned pretty much like a medical examiner's office does here in the state of Florida.
And let me ask it this way, just to make sure the record is clear. Were your duties at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office essentially the same as those at the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
Doing about the same thing?
Yes.
And you were the deputy chief medical examiner in your last, when you retired from, or left Orange County, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have a judgment, Dr. Utz, as to how many autopsies you have performed over the course of your career as a pathologist?
Well, autopsies alone is somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000. And in addition to that, I've been primarily responsible for at least 10,000 death investigations. Some of those require just review of records, some require just a review of the body and records, and then some required a full autopsy.
Okay, and not all autopsies are necessarily full autopsies, are they?
Well, the vast majority in the offices where I've worked have been that we would very occasionally in Orlando do a head-only autopsy if we feel that someone may have fallen and sustained a head injury. I think now they probably just do a CT scan. But for the most part, yeah, we didn't do any partial autopsies for the 10 years that I worked in Cincinnati.
Do you have a judgment, Dr. Utz, as to how many times you have been allowed to testify in court and offer an opinion as a forensic pathologist?
Well, I don't keep track of it, but it's hundreds of times.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Dr. Utz as a witness qualified to offer an opinion in the field of forensic pathology.
Any idea?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
All right. He will be permitted to render his opinion in that area.
Dr. Utz, in your capacity as a medical examiner in the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have the occasion to be tasked with reviewing the autopsy materials and records on an individual known as Theresa Ann Green?
I did.
And you were not the original pathologist who did the hands-on autopsy of Ms. Green, were you?
I was not.
Do you know who the original medical examiner / pathologist was?
Dr. Sashi Gore.
And at the time that you were tasked with reviewing the files and records from the Theresa Ann Green autopsy, was Dr. Sashi Gore still employed with the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, my understanding is that he left the office around 2004, and I started there in April of 2008.
So you do not know Dr. Gore?
I do not.
When you were tasked with reviewing the records and coming to an opinion with respect to the autopsy of Theresa Ann Green, how did you go about undertaking that assignment?
Well, I was approached informally by a state attorney in this jurisdiction, and she asked me if I would look at an old case that Dr. Gore had done. So I don't remember the exact order, but I would have requested the file, or perhaps I got the file myself from our records department. And I'm pretty sure then that it did not have photos, and I didn't have access to photos that went back that far electronically. So I would have had to ask our records person to get me the photos, Mr. Tony Miranda. I reviewed the photos, the records, and subsequently the histologic sections, the slides that were prepared by Dr. Gore, and then discussed the case with the prosecutor.
So you had to have film developed, I guess, correct?
I don't remember now if they were Kodachromes and they were converted, or if they already existed in digital format. Autopsy was 2002.
Kind of right on the cusp, isn't it?
I know at that time in Ohio we had digital photography. But I don't know what they had at that time in Orlando.
Okay, and you mentioned histologic slides. What are those?
Well, in pathology, we can take a small piece of tissue from various organs, or soft tissue, or even bone, and subject it to various chemicals, and then stain it, and then look at it through a microscope.
Okay, and this is a permanent thing, I guess. Once the slide is prepared, does it last indefinitely, or?
They can last a long time. Eventually, when they're mounted, they tend to dry out, but I have some of my own that are 15 or 20 years old, and they still look pretty good.
And during the course of your work in reviewing the autopsy of Theresa Ann Green, did you have the occasion to review some photographs that had been taken at the time of the postmortem examination?
I did.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's marked as AN Alpha November for identification and expenditure to show the defense counsel. Doctor, let's look at you to get you to take a look at these photographs and flip through them and tell me if you identify.
Yes.
Do you recognize those photographs as the ones that you reviewed in connection with your work in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit AN for identification into evidence as the next consecutive number.
No objection, Your Honor.
AN will be admitted as State's Exhibit 40.
I may approach a witness again, Your Honor.
May.
Show up here and up behind you, Doctor. I just indicate back on the which number. Oh, Your Honor.
All right.
May.
Dr. Gore, what are we, I'm sorry, Dr. Utz, apologies. What are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
This is the deceased. She's looks like she's still got this sheet that she was found in, wrapped in that. She's still got undergarment, and you can see her hand is on her abdomen. This is her belly here, and it's left an imprint. You can actually look. You can actually see fingertip ridges on this skin here, and then this area here where it looks like the skin is peeling. That's exactly what it's doing. It's called skin slippage, and it happens when we decompose, or sometimes it'll happen if you're just exposed to, for instance, here it happens a lot when people die and they're exposed to hot pavement. A superficial layer of the skin, the epidermis, will separate from the underlying layer. And in a dark-skinned person, the pigment is in that superficial layer. So you can see when it's peeled back, it's pale underneath.
Doctor, let me ask you this. What causes the fingerprint impressions to have been left on what I guess is her abdomen?
Yes.
What caused that?
It's just a matter of pressure, I think, along with softening of the tissue in the early stages of decomposition.
Had she been lying face down, or do you know?
That's my understanding, is that she was face down in the trunk of a car.
Is there anything else in this particular photograph that's significant to your opinions and conclusions, sir?
No.
Moving to photograph number 2, what are we seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
This is the same photograph. Now the hand has just been moved to one side, and you can still see the imprint of the fingers, and you can see more of the area of skin slippage.
Moving to photograph number 3, again, numbers being in the lower right-hand corner. What are we looking at in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is the deceased. You can see that she's now face up. She's on a blue background, which is something that we did in the office, and apparently they did even then. Takes a little bit better picture. And you can see that there's some trauma here, some apparent trauma. I know she's been face down in the trunk of a car, so she's starting to decompose, but I think there's more than just decomposition here. You can see there's something going on here with the lip, with the eye. These are possibly contusions here. Hard to say for sure. You can see more skin slippage here on the left and on the right. There's a little mark here. Difficult to tell exactly what's happening.
Moving on to photograph number 4, what are we looking at in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is would it be possible to turn the lights down?
Sure.
That's a little bit, what about? Now I guess we'll roll with this. So you can see now this is the right side of the deceased's face. And you can see there's some skin slippage here. And there's a dark area here, which was described later as an area of hemorrhage. There are also some marks here on the side of the neck, which look like scratches to me. And I'm suspicious of this area here, these dark areas of the skin where the superficial layer has been peeled back. These look like contusions to me. You can see change during the decomposition process, and we see it on the opposite side, but it doesn't quite look like this.
Moving to photograph number 5. What is this photograph?
So this is the left side of the face. Here you can see what I was talking about, how there are some changes here that are probably associated with decomposition. They look a little bit different on this side than they do on the other side. So I think the other side is most likely represents some area of injury, trauma, like a bruise.
Photograph number 6. What do we see in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is the back of the neck, right here. That's the hairline in the back. There's the right ear. Here's those areas that I said look to me like scratches. They look like, frankly, they kind of look like fingernail marks on the right back of her neck. And there's another area of abrasion. Abrasion is a superficial injury, like a skinned knee. It's a type of blunt trauma. That's an abrasion there. I think these are linear abrasions, and I don't think I can say too much else about this photo.
And Doctor, you mentioned fingernail scratches. In your experience as a forensic pathologist, when would it be likely or reasonable to expect to find fingernail marks or scratch marks on the neck of a deceased victim?
Well, you can see marks like that if they scratch themselves or if somebody scratched them. But in the context of a person who's deceased and secreted in the trunk of a car, you're going to be looking for evidence of strangulation. And in this case, and in any case of strangulation, you can have marks from fingernails both of the person that's doing the strangling and the person that's being strangled, as they will try to remove the person's hand or arm. I can't look at any of these injuries, and even in most cases, I can't reconstruct, what happened. I know people that say that they can do that. I cannot do that. I'm not sure that they can do it.
Would it be fair to say that you can't look at an individual photograph and say, well, this is what happened based on this photograph?
In a case like this, I think that's true.
One would have to look at all of the facts and circumstances, including the circumstances under which the body was recovered, other facts known, in order to come to an opinion as a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, let me ask you this. Based on your examination of the photographs, and I understand that you did not actually see eyes on Ms. Green, is there a difference in the severity of her injuries from the right side of her neck to the left side of her neck?
Yes.
And which side is more severely injured?
The right side.
And Doctor, moving on to the next photograph, photograph number 7. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is the same orientation. We're looking at, this is sort of the middle of the back of her neck. Here's those scratches on the right side. And then here are another couple of small.
All right, let's thank you, Wizard. Let me see if there is anything going on over here. We're gonna pop in live. We're back live. Let's just see if, because they went back about, what, a half hour ago? Waiting on word of a possible, well, let's just see what happens. I'm not going to make any speculations. All right. Possible false alarm. All right. That's a false alarm. False alarm. At least for now. All right, we'll go back. We'll go back here.
Abrasions over here behind the left ear.
And what is the larger, darker colored area? And it's about to the just this right of her, well, up and just to the right of the middle of her neck, up right below the hairline.
This,
Yes, sir.
that's the area of, I think it's probably an abrasion and a small bruise. We saw that in the previous photo.
Could that be caused by manual strangulation?
It could be caused by many things, but strangulation is one of them.
Okay. Moving on to photograph number 8. What are we looking at here?
This is the hyoid bone that has been removed during the autopsy.
And doctor, where is the hyoid bone located in a human being?
It's high up in the neck, just about the level of your jaw, up high, protected. It's a U-shaped bone. This is the front part of it.
So that would be the part, the bottom part of the picture would be the part that's pointing toward the chin.
Correct.
And what is significant about this photograph, and what does this photograph show in addition to simply the removed hyoid bone that has tissue attached to it still?
Well, I'm not sure because I wasn't there, and I'm not sure what Dr. Gore is showing here. I'm sure he's directing the tech to take the photograph, or perhaps he's taking the photograph. I don't know. There's no documentation of that, which is not unusual. There's a pointer here. He may be pointing to this area here. It's a little bit darker than this side. That could just be a shadow. There's a little area here that looks like there could be hemorrhage. I can't say for certain.
Okay. And moving on to the next photograph, photograph number 9. What is this a photograph of, sir?
This is the same bone. This is the hyoid. This, I believe, is the right side. You can see now that there is more dark area here. This, I think, is hemorrhage. You have to be careful, especially in a person that's decomposing. Sometimes you will get things that look like hemorrhage. One of the ways to tell that apart is to look and see, well, does all of the tissue look like that? Does it all look hemorrhagic? Does it all look like there's blood around there? In this case, to me, it doesn't. This side of it doesn't look the same as this side. And therefore, I could conclude, based on this and other things in the autopsy, that I think there's some evidence of injury here.
And the injury that you believe identified is where the pointer is directed to the right side of the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And this is flipped over, so the pointer is pointing at the right-hand side, the right side of the victim's face, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And Doctor, I'm moving on to photograph number 10. What is this?
This is a hyoid bone that now has no tissue, no soft tissue surrounding it. And you can see from this that the hyoid is actually 3 separate bones. It starts out this way, and there's little joints here, and they move a little bit. And when you do an autopsy, you can grab the tips here, and you can flex them until at a certain age, maybe 40, sometimes never. Then these joints will calcify, they will fuse, and this becomes functionally like one U-shaped bone. But in this case, they haven't fused. There's 3 separate bones here.
And moving on to photograph number 11. What is this, sir?
It's the same thing. You can see it a little bit better now. He's turned the body over, and you can see the greater cornu on either side. And you can see that this would have been a joint space here, but the soft tissue.
All right, not sure what happened here.
All right, we have a question.
Another question.
It says, may we have all of Utt's testimony read back to us? Seems pretty specific to me.
Yes.
All right, so I'll have the court reporter prepare it and then we'll bring him in. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, wow. That's a long testimony. That's a long testimony. That's a long testimony. Oh, man. That's an hour. That's like over an hour of testimony they're going to have to read back. Wow. His testimony is over an hour long, you guys. They want his entire testimony read back. It's like an hour and 20 minutes of testimony read back. Oh my God, jury, what are you doing? You want the entire testimony read back. It's like an hour and 20 minutes. Wow. All right. Well, they got to get it right. They got to get it right. Wow. Yep. His testimony is a good hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. Yep, starts at they're trying to utmost. Gordon, nice. Yeah, like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. Do we stop the clock now? Do we stop it now? Are they still deliberating? What's the verdict on stopping the clock or not? Do we stop the clock? Do we stop the clock or not? Court reporter is going to read it back. I think she said the court reporter is going to read it back. Do we stop the clock or not? Leave the clock going? All right. We'll leave it going because the verdict is not in yet. All right. All right. We'll let it go. We'll let it keep going. Keep going. Still deliberating. All right. Keep going. Still deliberating. Do not stop the clock. All right. All right. Read back is part of deliberation. All right. All right. I say no until a verdict. All right. All right. All right. All right. This poor court reporter is going to have to, I think the court reporter is going to have to read this back. So that's 5 to 6 is 1 hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It's like an hour and a half. His testimony was an hour and a half. No, they have to rely on their memory. All right, we'll keep it going. It's an hour and a half of...
Remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you've asked that Dr. Utz's entire testimony be read back to you, so I'm going to quit talking so the court reporter can do that. Madam Court Reporter.
By the court. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please? The witness, Gary D. Utz, UTV, the court thank you. You may inquire. Mr. Manley, thank you. Mr. Manley, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. How are you employed, sir? I'm a forensic pathologist. Are you, go ahead, I'm sorry. I have my own company providing forensic pathology services almost entirely to a small county in Ohio. How long have you been doing that, sir? I've been doing that job since September of 2020. Prior to that, I worked here in Orlando between April of 2008 and August of 2020 as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for District 9. And District 9 is Orange and Osceola counties, right? It is. Now, before coming to the Orange and Osceola County Medical Examiner's Office, were you previously working as a medical examiner? Well, we didn't call it that, but functionally it was the same. I worked at the Hampton County Coroner's Office in Cincinnati, Ohio. How long did you work there? About 10 years. And did you work anywhere before Hamilton County, Ohio as a forensic pathologist? No, that was my first position after training. Okay, and since you talk about training, what is your educational background, sir? So I have all of my training from the University of Cincinnati in Cincinnati, Ohio. I have a bachelor's degree of biology, a doctorate of medicine degree, and then I did 5 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology, a year of training in surgical pathology, and then finally my last year of training was in forensic pathology at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office. Now, doctor, you talked about 4 areas of pathology. Are those subspecialties within the field of pathology? Well, pathology is usually divided into 2 large groups, anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Okay. Anatomic pathology is the study of tissue, the idea of finding a diagnosis, and also includes autopsy pathology. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that, and I just prefer to think of that as the investigation of human death. Okay, how does one become qualified to be a forensic pathology doctor? Well, you have to have a degree in medicine, a medical degree, MD or DO in this country, and you have to have completed at least an anatomic pathology residency program. I think the minimum there is 3 years. It's a little bit different now from when I trained. And then you have to complete a fellowship. I suppose you can practice forensic pathology without completing a fellowship, but you cannot be certified by the American Board of Pathology. Okay, that raises 2 questions. Are you certified by the American Board of Pathology? I am. Now, doctor, what is a fellowship? A fellowship is simply a period of training, usually in some sub-discipline. It could be, forensic pathology. It could be anatomic pathology, subspecialty like I did, surgical pathology, or cytopathology. It's very common in medical training. Some fellowships might be longer than a year. Neuropathology fellowships, I think, are generally 2 years. And is this, now forgive me if I oversimplify this. Is a fellowship while you're working with someone who's more experienced? How does that work? Usually that's the idea that you would be brought into an organization. In my case, it was the Hamilton County Coroner's Office. And I worked with pathologists there, and I worked with pathologists that were much more experienced. I had essentially no experience in that. So they had years of experience, and they have to meet certain requirements as far as the training, certain number of cases that need to be done, types of cases that need to be done. And you have to do all of this before they actually, I guess, turn you loose on your own to work independently. Well, it's medicine. It's not healthcare. So no, they turn you loose pretty much right away. Okay, just like treating live patients. Okay, well, let me ask you this, doctor. Just to make sure, you said the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Ohio. That is, for our purposes, the same as the medical examiner's office. Is that correct? It was when I went there. Our coroner, though elected, was himself a forensic pathologist who was board certified in forensic pathology. So I think we functioned pretty much like a medical examiner's office says here in the state of Florida. And let me ask it this way, just to make sure the record is clear. Were your duties at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office essentially the same as those at the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office? Are you doing about the same thing? Yes. And you were the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner in your when you retired at Orange County, were you not? Yes. Do you have a judgment, Dr. Us, as to how many autopsies you have performed over the course of your career as a pathologist? Well, autopsies alone is somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000. And in addition to that, I've been primarily responsible for at least 10,000 death investigations. Some of them require just review of records, some require just review of the body and records, and then some require a full autopsy. Okay, and not all autopsies are necessarily full autopsies, are they? Well, the vast majority in the offices where I've worked have been. We would very occasionally in Orlando do a head-only autopsy if we feel that someone may have fallen and sustained a head injury. I think now they probably just do a CT scan, but for the most part, yeah, we didn't do any partial autopsies for the 10 years that I worked in Cincinnati. Do you have a judgment, Dr. X, as to how many times you have been allowed to testify in court and offer an opinion as a forensic pathologist? Well, I don't keep track of it, but it's hundreds of times. Mr. Nenich, and Your Honor, this time I would tender Dr. X as a witness qualified to offer an opinion in the field of forensic pathology. Report. Any rules out? Mr. Morero, no. No, Your Honor, no objection. Report. All right, you will be permitted to render his opinion in that area. Mr. Neville. Dr. X, in your capacity as a medical examiner in the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have the occasion to be tasked with reviewing the autopsy materials and records of an individual known as Theresa Ann Green? I did. And you were not the original pathologist who did the hands-on autopsy in this Green, were you? I was not. Do you know who the original medical examiner / pathologist was? Dr. Sashi Gore. And at the time that you were tasked with reviewing the files and records from the Theresa Ann Green autopsy, was Dr. Sashi Gore still employed at the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office? No. My understanding is that he left the office around 2004, and I started there in April of 2008. So you do not know Dr. Gore? I do not. When you were tasked with reviewing the records and coming to an opinion with respect to the autopsy of Theresa Ann Green, how did you go about undertaking that assignment? Well, I was approached informally by a state attorney in this jurisdiction, and she asked me if I would look at an old case that Dr. Gore had done. So don't remember the exact order, but I would have requested the file, or perhaps I got the file myself from our records department. And I'm pretty sure then that it did not have photos, and I didn't have access to photos that went back that far electronically. So I would have had to ask our records person to give me the photos, a Mr. Tony Miranda. I reviewed the photos, the records, and subsequently the logic section, the slides that were prepared by Dr. Moore, and then discussed the case with the prosecutor. So you had to have film developed, I guess, correct? I don't remember now if they were cytochromes and they were converted, or if they already existed in digital format. The autopsy was 2002. That's kind of right on the cusp, isn't it? I know at that time in Ohio we used digital photography, but I don't know what they had at that time in Orlando. Okay. And you mentioned histologic slides. What are those? Well, in pathology, we can take a small piece of tissue from various organs or soft tissues or even bone and subject it to various chemicals and then stain it and then look at it through a microscope. Okay, and this is a permanent thing, I guess, once a slide is prepared. Does it last indefinitely, or they can last a long time? Eventually, when they're mounted, they tend to dry out, but I have some of my own that are 15 and 20 years old, and they still look pretty good. And during the course of your work in reviewing the autopsy of Theresa Ann Green, did you have the occasion to review some photographs that had been taken at the time of the post-mortem examination? I did. Mr. Nunley, and Your Honor, I'm approaching and showing the witness what's been marked as AN Alpha November for identification having previously been shown to the defense counsel. Dr. Utz, let me get you to take a look at these photographs. Look through them and tell me if you can identify them. Can you recognize them at least? Yes. And do you recognize those photographs as the ones that you reviewed in connection with your work in this case? They are. Mr. Nunley, and Your Honor, at this time I would offer State's Exhibit AN for identification into evidence as the next consecutive number. Mr. Morero, no objection, Your Honor. The court, AN will be admitted as State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Nunley, if I may approach the witness again, Your Honor. The court, you may. Mr. Nunley, I'll give you a laser pointer. It will show up here behind you, Doctor. It's back on the big screen. Permission to publish, Your Honor? You may. Mr. Nunley. Dr. Borum, I'm sorry. Dr. Utz, my apologies. What are we looking at in this photograph, sir? This is the deceased. It looks like she's still got the sheet that she's found in, wrapped in. She's still got undergarment, and you can see her hand is on her abdomen. This is the belly here, and it's left an imprint. You can actually see fingertip ridges on the skin here. And in this area here, what looks like the skin is peeling, that's exactly what it's doing. It's called skin slippage, and it happens when we decompose, or sometimes it will happen if you're just exposed to, for instance, here it happens a lot when people die and they're exposed to hot pavement. That superficial layer of the skin, the epidermis, will separate from the underlying layer. And in a dark skinned person, the pigment is in that superficial layer. So you can see when it's peeled back, it's pale underneath. Doctor, let me ask you this. What causes the fingerprint impressions to have been left on what I guess is her abdomen? Yes, what caused that? It's just a matter of pressure, I think, along with softening of the tissue in the early stages of decomposition. Has she been lying face down, or do you know? That's my understanding, is that she was face down in the trunk of a car. Is there anything else in this particular photograph that's significant to your opinions and conclusions? No. Move to photograph number 2. What are we seeing in this photograph, Doctor? This is the same photograph. Now the hand has just been moved to one side, and you can still see the imprint of the fingers, and you can see more of the area of the skin slippage. Moving to photograph number 3. Again, numbers being in the lower right-hand corner. What are we looking at in this photograph, Doctor? So this is the deceased. You can see that she's now face up. She's on a blue-black background, which is something that we did in the office. And apparently they did it then. Takes a little bit better picture. And you can see that there's some trauma here, some apparent trauma. I know she's been face down in the trunk of a car, so she's starting to decompose. But I think there's more than just decomposition here. You can see there's something going on here with the lip, with the eye. These are possibly contusions here. Hard to say for sure. You can see more skin slippage here on the left and on the right. There's a little mark here. Difficult to tell exactly what's happening. Moving on to photograph number 4. What are we looking at in this photograph, doctor? So this is would it be possible to turn the lights down? The court, sure. The witness. That's a little bit, what about, those don't turn off. Court deputy maybe the window, the witness. I guess we'll just roll with this. So you can see now, this is the right side of the deceased's face, and you can see there's some skin slippage here, and there's some there's a dark area here, which was described later as the area of hemorrhage. These are also some marks here on the side of the neck, which look like scratches to me. And I'm suspicious of these areas here, these dark areas of the skin where the superficial layer has been peeled back. These look like contusions to me. You can see change during the decomposition process, and we see it on the opposite side, but it doesn't quite look like this. Moving to photograph number 5. What is this photograph? So this is the left side of the face. Here you can see what I was talking about, how there are some changes here that are probably associated with decomposition. They look a little bit different on this side than they do on the other side. So I think the other side most likely represents some area of injury, trauma, like a bruise. Photograph number 6. What do we see in this photograph, doctor? So this is the back of the neck. That's the hairline in the back. That's the right ear. Here's those areas that I said look to me like scratches. They look like, frankly, they kind of look like fingernail marks on the right back of her neck. And there's another area of abrasion. Abrasion is a superficial injury, like a skinned knee. It's a type of blunt trauma. There's an abrasion there. I think these are all linear abrasions. And I don't think I can say too much else about this photo. And doctor, you mentioned fingernail scratches. In your experience as a forensic pathologist, when would it be likely or reasonable to expect to find fingernail marks or scratch marks on the neck of a deceased victim? Well, you can see marks like that if they scratch themselves or if somebody scratched them. But in the context of a person who's deceased and secreted in the trunk of a car, you're going to be looking for evidence of strangulation. And in this case, and in any case of strangulation, you have marks from fingernails both of the person that's doing the strangling and the person being strangled, because they will try to remove the person's hand or arm. I can't look at any of these injuries, and even in most cases, I can't reconstruct, what happened. I know people say that they can do that. I cannot do that. I'm not sure that they can do that. Would it be fair to say that you can't look at an individual photograph and say, this is what happened based on this photograph? In a case like this, I think that's true. And one would have to look at all the facts and circumstances, including the circumstances under which the body was recovered, other facts known in order to come to an opinion as a forensic pathologist. Is that correct? Yes. Now, doctor, let me ask you this. Based on your examination of the photographs, and I understand that you do not actually see the eyes on the screen, is there a difference in the severity of her injuries from the right side of her neck to the left side of her neck? Yes. And which side is more severely injured? The right side. And doctor, moving on to the next paragraph, photograph number 7, what are we seeing in this photograph? This is the same orientation. We're looking, this is sort of the middle of the back of her neck. Here's some scratches on the right side, and then here are another couple of small abrasions over here behind the left ear. And what is the larger, dark colored area that's about just to the right of this? Up and just to the right of the middle of her neck, right below the hairline. This, Yes, sir. That's the area of, I think it's probably an abrasion and a small bruise. We saw that in the previous photo. Could that be caused by manual strangulation? It could be caused by many things, but strangulation is one of them. Okay. Moving on to photograph number 8. What are we looking at here? This is the hyoid bone that has been removed during the autopsy. And doctor, where is the hyoid bone located in a human being? It sits up high in the neck, just above the level of your jaw, up high, protected. It's a U-shaped bone. This is the front part of it. So that would be the bottom part of the picture that's pointing towards your chin. Correct. And what is significant about this photograph, and what does this photograph show, in addition to simply the removed hyoid bone that has tissue attached to it still? Well, I'm not sure because I wasn't there, and I'm not sure what Dr. Gore is showing here. I'm sure he's directing the tech to take a photograph, or perhaps he's taking a photograph. I don't know. There's no documentation of that, which is not unusual. There's a pointer here. He may be pointing to this area here. It's a little bit darker than this side. That could just be a shadow. There's a little area here that looks like there could be hemorrhage. I can't say for certain. Okay, and moving on to the next photograph, photograph number 9. What is this a photograph of, sir? This is the same bone. This is the hyoid. This, I believe, is the right side. You can see now that there is more dark area here. This, I think, is hemorrhage. You have to be careful, especially in a person that's decomposing, and sometimes you'll get these things that look like hemorrhage. One of the ways to tell that apart is to look and see, well, does all the tissue look like that? Does it all look hemorrhagic? Does it all look like there's blood around there? In this case, to me, it doesn't. This side of it doesn't look the same as this side, and therefore I can conclude, based on this and other things in the autopsy, that I think there's some evidence of injury here. And the injury that you believe identified is where the pointer is directed, to the right side of the hyoid bone. Yes. Okay. And this is flipped over. So the pointer is pointing at the right-hand side of the right side of the victim's face, correct? I believe so, yes. Okay. And doctor, I'm moving on to photograph number 10. What is this? This is a hyoid bone that now has no tissue, no soft tissue surrounding it. And you can see from this that the hyoid is actually 3 separate bones. It starts off this way, and there's little joints here, and they move a little bit. And when you do an autopsy, you can grab the tips here, and you can flex them until a certain age, maybe 40, sometimes never. Then these joints will calcify. They will fuse, and this becomes functionally like one U-shaped bone. But in this case, they haven't fused. There's 3 separate bones here. Okay, and moving on to photograph number 11. What is this, sir? It's the same thing. You can see it a little bit better now. He's turned the body, she puts it, over, and you can see the greater horn on either side. And you can see that this would have been a joint space here, but the soft tissue, including the joint capsule, has been dissolved, and we're left with just the bones. And again, photograph number 12. Same thing. And I don't believe these bones are injured. I don't see any evidence of fracture. There's no fracture to them? I don't believe so, no. Do you believe there's a dislocation? I suspect that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photograph of. Okay, and because the area, the dark area, looks like hemorrhage would have been right in the vicinity of the joint capsule. I believe that's the last photograph. Yes, it is, doctor. If we can have the lights back up, Judge, please. Thank you, ma'am. Now, doctor, let me ask you this. In the context of what we're talking about here, is it a critical distinction as to whether or not the hyoid bone was dislocated or fractured? It doesn't really, if you're talking about making a diagnosis of strangulation, you don't have to have any injuries. We like to see injuries and we like to document them, They don't really directly involve the death of the person, though. These are just markers of force, just like the bruising or the scratches. The person doesn't die from that. They die from the effect of having their neck compressed. Usually, it's an asphyxial death. That means the brain doesn't get enough oxygen. In the case of strangulation, it's usually compression of the jugular veins, which are, very thin blood vessels that drain the blood from the brain and very easily compress them. You can do it to yourself. You can just, I don't recommend it, but you can just put pressure in there, 4 or 5 pounds, like a square inch, and you can compress those veins. And then if blood can't get out of the brain, new blood can't get to it, and your brain becomes starved with oxygen and you arrest. If you put more pressure, you can actually compress the carotid arteries, which supply the blood to the brain. And if you compress them, you're probably also compressing the jugular veins. So now you're not getting any blood in or any blood out. Same story. Many people mistakenly think that you're cutting off the air supply to the lungs when a person is strangled. That's generally not true, although it could be true. In a case like that, we might prefer to call it a smothering, whereas you would cover somebody's face, somebody's mouth, and somebody's nose and prevent them from inhaling. Usually in strangulation, the larynx and the trachea, through which the air passes into the lungs, are not compressed enough to prevent air reaching the lungs, so it's usually a vascular phenomenon. And the hyoid bone is fractured in a number of cases. It tends to be fractured in older people who are strangled because that bone is fused and it presses against the spine, and it tends to fracture the tip here more commonly. But in a younger person, like the decedent was, this is a joint, so this whole horn, it will move. So when it gets pressed against the spine, instead of breaking, it can move and it doesn't fracture. I don't know what the percentage is. It may be like 20%, 30% of people who are strangled have a hyoid injury. I more commonly see it in the horns of the thyroid cartilage, which is very close anatomically to the hyoid bone. And doctor, let me ask you this. Based upon your training, education, and experience, with the kind of strangulation that you have described, compression of the jugular veins, do you have a judgment as to how long it takes a person to lose consciousness? It can occur fairly rapidly. In a perfect situation in which you actually occlude the vessels, people can become unconscious in 10 to 20 seconds. But if the vessels are not perfectly occluded, how long will it take? Well, if the person is struggling, it could take longer. Will the person who was being strangled be able to perceive what was going on while they were being strangled prior to loss of consciousness? If they're conscious to begin with, can you compare that experience to any other sort of experience that might be very relatable? Well, drowning? It may be. I think that there's enough variation in cases that it's difficult to say. There may be even more than one mechanism involved in cases of strangulation. They may have more of a neurological base than just a vascular base. It's not possible to know. What you find in cases of strangulation is a person who's dead, and then you want to find out, well, why are they dead? Being dead is a pretty big clue, right? And a person that doesn't have any other major injuries and no natural disease, why would that person be dead? I have had cases of strangulation where I didn't see any injury whatsoever, and I've seen cases of strangulation in which there was just a huge amount of trauma in the neck. I mean, a surprising amount. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know. I would suspect that if a person is not conscious, then they don't fight back, or if the attacker has a much greater strength than the victim, that they would be able to accomplish it in an easier fashion. And doctor, let me ask you this question. Based again on your training, education, and experience, how long would pressure need to be applied to the neck of a strangulation victim in order to cause death? Well, again, it depends on how efficient you are. When I worked here, I was actually provided with a video of some young college students who were horsing around. They were part of the drill team, and one of the male members, a young man, maybe in his 20s, he takes a young woman about the same age and he puts her in what's commonly referred to as his sleeper hold. Now, this is all videotaped, and it's about 12 seconds before she passes out. And then she comes to, and she doesn't remember anything. So she didn't die, so it would take probably longer than that. But had that person had that pressure on her neck after she became unconscious, I think that she would have died. So that's my only personal experience with somebody that's, where I can see the time because of the timestamp on the video. There were experiments done during World War II in which they deliberately occluded with an apparatus the blood supply to the brain. And in those cases, I believe people have lost consciousness in as little as 10 seconds. But that's much more efficient than manual strangulation. They were in a device. They couldn't really move, and it was a much more efficient occlusion of the vessels than you would get if you were strangling someone. The manual strangulation of a victim who was potentially struggling and resisting take longer. Yes, if that person could prevent the compression of the vasculature even intermittently. And what would a strangulation victim be experiencing prior to losing consciousness? Would they experience terror, fright, air hunger? What would they experience? Well, I would. I don't know what most people would experience. There is a body of literature. There are people who survive attempted strangulation, so that might be a better question to put to one of my clinical colleagues. Doctor, you mentioned, I'm not sure if you did, what are petechiae, Dr. Utz? Well, petechiae are just small hemorrhages. They're small blood vessels that burst, and they're often seen in the lining of our eyes. Sometimes you'll see them on the face and the eyelids. Sometimes you see them in cases of strangulation. Most cases of strangulation have them. It's one of the things that people look at if the body is found and there are suspicious circumstances. And you said that the petechiae are caused by bursting of the small blood vessels. What causes those blood vessels to burst? Well, the idea is that in cases of strangulation, that blood is still flowing through those arteries to the brain, but it can't drain. So there's an increase in pressure in small, fragile vessels that burst. And you get these small, little reddish dots that we refer to as petechia or petechial hemorrhages. So let me try to put this in layman's terms. I thought I did. Well, you did, but I'm going to get lawyer down here, doctor. You talked about the carotid arteries and the jugular veins in the neck. Yes. The carotid arteries carry oxygenated blood to the brain, correct? Correct. And the jugular vein allows the blood to drain from the brain into the rest of the body and back into the circulatory system, right? Correct. And you said that it's easier typically to compress the jugular vein than it is to compress the carotid artery, right? It is. Okay. So that means that the heart is continuing to pump blood through the carotid arteries into the vein. There's nowhere for that blood to go. It just fills up in the brain and causes the blood vessels to burst. That's the theory. That's the idea behind it, yes.
Okay, Madam Court Reporter, can I interrupt you for just a moment? Just want to interrupt you for a moment. In the distance, you may hear a fire alarm. It's after hours. They sometimes do testing of fire alarms after hours, and they're also doing a lot of elevator repair work in the building and construction. So the deputies are in contact with everyone. If we needed to evacuate, they would let us know. So please don't worry about that. We will go back to reading the testimony.
I may have read this on one side. And you said that it's easier typically to compress the jugular vein than it is to compress the carotid artery, right? It is. Okay. So that means that the heart is continuing to pump blood through the carotid arteries into the vein, but there's nowhere for that blood to go. It just builds up in the brain and causes the blood vessels to burst. That's the theory. That's the idea behind it, yes. Okay. Now, turning to this particular case of Theresa Ann Green. And looking at the photograph, were you able to identify any petechia in Miss Green's eyes or anywhere else? I did not see them, but they weren't very good pictures. And sometimes I've had several cases in which investigators who look for petechial hemorrhages in the eyes don't see them. They miss them. You can miss them if they're down deep in the fold of the eye. It takes a little bit to manipulate that, or you might miss them if a person is decomposing or has them face down and everything just is a muddy kind of reddish brown color. And that may be the case here. I don't see evidence of petechia in the photos, but they're also not great photos. Was there any mention of petechia in any of the reports or other documents that you reviewed? I do not believe so. Is the absence of petechia, for whatever reason in this case, either they're not there or they can't be seen, critical to your ultimate opinions and conclusions with respect to this case? In this case, it isn't. I wouldn't ignore it. I would think about it and I would look hard at it. But not every case of strangulation has petechia. Most do. I often wonder if more don't, but because people don't see petechia, maybe they don't pull the trigger and call it a strangulation, but it's pretty clear that sometimes they don't. So when you do an autopsy, when you're trying to determine why someone died, you're thinking about what commonly occurs and what commonly doesn't occur, but you can't rule something out just because it only occurs 5% of the time or 10% of the time. I mean, how do you know? You might have that person there that's the 5% or the 10%. You know, people don't shoot themselves in the back of the head usually, but until they do. And you don't have to practice forensic pathology very long before you see things like that. So while we see something like that, like the person that we think is strangled and we don't have petechia, we might be suspicious and we might think harder. Unfortunately, in this case, I didn't do the autopsy, so I can't do that. Doctor, you mentioned earlier in the testimony about histological slides. Did you have the occasion to review any slides that were taken in connection with this case? I did. And were those slides significant to your opinions and conclusions? No. Are histological slides routinely taken in a case such as this one under current standards of practice? I would probably not. When I worked in Orlando, I would probably not have taken sections in this case. When I worked in Ohio, I took sections in every case, no matter what the cause of death was. Was that a policy or just what you did? It's just something that we did. And when our slides came back, we knew just about everything else should have been ready. So, plus it was a good thing to do, and it's a good thing to do when we first start out in forensic pathology. You want to see a lot. You want to see a lot that is normal. And so in forensic pathology, we see a lot of people who die, but they aren't sick. They're relatively healthy. And so I would routinely submit sections of heart, lung, liver, and brain, sometimes kidney in those people, and it was just a habit. When I came to Orlando, I found that most of the pathologists did not do that, and since they were paid by the slide, they sort of implied that, you know, if you have somebody that's got a gunshot wound to the head, you probably don't need to put a section of the heart or liver or any slides in. And so I ended up not doing that for, I'd say, probably most of my cases. Doctor, did you have the occasion also to review the toxicology report from Theresa Ann Green's autopsy? I did. And the toxicology report showed that she had very much alcohol in her system, didn't it? Yes. And I believe she had a fairly elevated liver. It was, I believe, a 0.28, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that had anything to do with her death? I don't think it was directly related to her death. It might have made her more susceptible, but I don't know, I don't know how good that number is. She started to decompose. When people decompose, they can produce in their own body alcohol. They don't have to have consumed alcohol. And you don't always see it. The other problem is that because she was decomposing, and I don't know, I'm just assuming, that they couldn't get peripheral blood. We like to have blood of the veins of the lower extremities, right in the groin is where we usually collect it. Because if you take blood from the aorta, like they did in this case, that can be very close to the stomach and be close to the liver, and so you can get a false level. I think in this case, though, given the short period of time that she's in there, I think she had to have consumed some alcoholic beverage before she was killed. Okay, and doctor, I'm almost through. In the forensic pathology world, what does cause of death mean? Well, the cause of death is just why the person isn't alive anymore. Cancer, hemorrhagic stroke, blunt head impact. That's what you put as sort of what we call bottom line on the death certificate. Why is the person no longer alive? They're no longer alive because they have cancer. And there may have been some intervening cause, like maybe they are immunosuppressed in their cancer treatment and they got an infection and then they got septic. But the underlying cause of death is cancer. The same way a person who's shot in the head, they may survive that initial insult. They may go into the hospital and they may not die for years. But if that wound ended up resulting in their death, no matter how long it took, then that would be the cause of death. And doctor, again, in the world of forensic pathology, what does manner of death mean? So manner of death is a little bit different. The cause of death, you can think of a scientific or medical interpretation, but the manner of death is just the judgment by the pathologist of the circumstances under which the death occurred. So it's easier to just use an example. So you could have a death that's due to natural disease, a death that's due to an accident, some type of trauma, a death that's due to self-inflicted trauma, that's suicide, or a death that's due to trauma inflicted by another person. That's a homicide. And then in the state of Florida, in most states, you also have the opportunity to say, I don't know, either because there's not enough of the tissue remaining, or often you can't decide whether it's accident or, say, a suicide. In the case of Theresa Ann Green, doctor, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of Theresa Ann Green's death? Yes, I believe that the cause of death is strangulation. Again, in the case of Theresa Ann Green, have you reached an opinion as to the manner of Theresa Ann Green's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? Yes, my opinion is that this is a homicide. Mr. Melton, no further questions. I'm sorry, Your Honor, one moment. And doctor, let me kind of tie up some things here, just to make sure we don't leave something uncovered. Let me get you to, if you would, give us a list of the reasons for why you believe that the cause of Theresa Ann Green's death was, in fact, strangulation. Well, when I looked at Dr. Boyd's work, okay, keep on going, I'm going to pass Dr. Boyd. All right. So I look at his autopsy report, and he directs me to certain areas of the neck, which he says are injured. He fails. There is some inconsistency in the report. In one part of the report, okay, I'm going to go to So you see the problem here is that I can't really tell you what it is that I do because I didn't do it, but that's the way I arrived at my conclusion. If you just give me the pictures of this person, a woman around 40, she's dead, she's wrapped in a sheet, she's in the trunk of a car, just that alone, there's a pretty high probability that this person has been strangled, assuming that there's no other injury. I saw photos of her body that were taken at the time of her autopsy, and I didn't see any other injury documented other than the ones that we talked about. Okay, is there any indication of injury, hemorrhage to other organs of the neck beyond the hyoid bone you're aware of? It's difficult to see in the photos. I mean internal organs, not on the outside. In the musculature of the neck, but it's difficult to see, and there's also a photo of the musculature of the superficial right upper chest. Again, that's on the right-hand side? Correct. Is there anything to suggest that Theresa Ann Green was not conscious while she was being strangled? I don't know one way or the other. Does there appear to be any head injury that would have caused her to lose consciousness prior to being strangled? There's a small area of hemorrhage in her scalp, but I don't see any. I see a photo of that. I don't see any photo of her brain. No further questions, Your Honor. Report. Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Morero. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Morero. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you doing? Good afternoon. So I think I kind of want to work backward with you from some of the stuff that you said near the end, and then maybe go into a little bit more detail. So you talked about the concepts of cause of death and manner of death. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, the job of what we now call the medical examiner, in Ohio it's still called coroner, has been around for centuries, right? Yes. And would it be fair to say that the job of the coroner or the medical examiner, at least in part, right, is to provide health statistics to those types of agencies, whether they're state or federal, that keep records of the population and how we get sick and how we die and things like that, right? Yes. And so the death certificate, right, which you would agree is, it's not really part of our legal determination yet, right? The death certificate is something which is produced by the medical examiner's or coroner's office for purposes of statistics for the health department of states and federal governments, right? Yes. I'm sure there's lots of other reasons to have, like insurance policies and all kinds of things like that. But there are forms, like here in Florida, we have a form, and you, as a medical examiner in a particular case, would be required to fill out that form and check certain boxes and fill in certain blanks so that the people who keep the statistics on these things can do so, correct? That's correct. So, for example, if in our society we're having a growth in suicide, they would notice because the medical examiner's office is reporting to the Department of Health or whatever that's there appears to be an increase in the number of suicides among teens or something like that, right? Yes, I'm sure there are other places where those statistics are gathered, but the death certificate, sure, should be one of them and should be a primary one. So the manner of death for the medical examiner or coroner is called upon to check off a box, basically, and say, well, it appears to me that this person died from this, or this, or this. They died from an accident, they died from homicide, they died from whatever other categories there may be. The medical examiner is the one who is making that determination, and that determination is your best estimate, your best opinion about what's likely to be that this person died of. Would that be fair? Yes. I mean, you're not an employee of the Justice Department. Sorry.
Yes. Does anybody else need to make a phone call to family? Okay. You have to do it in the presence of the deputies. So I'll give you, why don't I give everyone 10 minutes at this time to go to the restroom and make any calls in the presence of the deputies that you need. Again, remember, don't talk about the case among yourselves until you're actually in deliberations, and don't discuss it. Next.
any idea how much?
I'm not gonna, yeah.
All right, so the jury asked if they could hear a readback of, well, first of all, they wanted the medical examiners, Utz and Arden, Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden. Utz was for the state, Arden was for the defense. They wanted those transcripts. Judge says, nope, you're not going to get them, and we don't have them, and even if we did, you're not going to get them. So, half hour goes by, jury says, well, can we get a readback then? Can we get a readback of the testimony? So that was at 4:37. So 4:37 into deliberation, and we're at 5:30. So about an hour ago, basically. So now the court reporter is reading back the testimony of Dr. Utz, Dr. Gary Utz. And they're in cross. Of that testimony, they're in cross. So they probably still have another 15 minutes. She has like 15 minutes to go. And then now the jury asked to make a phone call. So, yep. So now they're giving him a break. Mama, we had that debate why we're still running the clock, because I guess technically they are still deliberating, if you will, because if they weren't doing it here, they'd be doing it in the jury room. So until they actually ring the bell that they have reached a verdict, then the the verdict clock keeps moving. So they are still technically deliberating. Once they ring that bell and says, we're done, we've got a verdict, that's when the verdict clock stops. So until they actually have reached a verdict, that's when we end the verdict clock. So this still technically counts as them deliberating. And now it's time to phone a friend, Iowa says. Yeah. Yeah, phone a friend, right? Yep. Jill and Iowa got the same idea at the same time. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Downey Lynn, I agree. I hope they give her a bonus. I hope they kick her an extra $100 to read this for. It's like an hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half of readback. She is reading it faster. I think she is reading it faster, but it's actually nice that she got a break. So yeah, they still have to get through cross. They just started cross, or her reading of cross. So she still has another 15, 20 minutes of reading. So no. They no. Judge Kranick, same courtroom, let them deliberate with Sarah Boone. I think if they go past 11, though, I think it's certain. Well, they close at 5. Pretty sure they close at 5. So they have to get the courthouse staff. They have to prepare them. And this judge is the chief judge. Don't forget. So she's the chief judge. So if she says we're staying open, they're going to stay open. She just has to make sure the bailiffs, are there. Obviously, any kind of people downstairs, security downstairs. But yeah, no, there's no cutoff. She's going to let them go. Gord, but they're on a break. I know. I guess I'm going to go with. Normally, I would before this trial, I would say, yeah, they're on a break, But I'm going to go with the thought of until they actually say we have a verdict, then they're always going to be deliberating. I guess that's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with that. Jennifer, Charles Jones will be our next big one. Jury selection started today, and Florida PI Sam thinks it's going to take about 2 weeks, possibly 2 weeks to come up with a jury. So we're going to start to focus on a deep dive on that. We're going to start to wrap our heads around that because it's 4 defendants and it involves a lot of moving parts. So Jacksonville gangs, rappers. It's going to be a very interesting trial. So we're gonna start to focus on that maybe next week, or we're not even sure yet because it's so up in the air. They started jury selection today. So we're going to start to figure out how we wrap our heads around that. Wizard, this is probably why a juror need to make a phone call. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Sparkling Princess, deep dive. Yeah, we're going to go into the whole history of it because this goes back. This isn't just this generation. This goes back generations. It's not just this generation of singers and performers and people in different parts of the city. It goes back even further. So Jacksonville's a pretty interesting city. So we're gonna do some deep diving on the city itself, the history of violence there, of music, how it's evolved to now, who's dissing who, why they're dissing each other, what the deal is, what's happening now. We've got some insider information as well from our Florida PI Sam. So I'm interested to share that with you guys. Want to do weekly recaps on it. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get together and talk to you about that for sure. Let's see. LC, how late do you think they will go? I don't know. I really don't know. All bets are off. All bets are off at this point. I don't know. They could go 5 more minutes, or they could go another 2 hours, 5 hours. Somebody's on the fence, I have a feeling. Or ouch! I think a couple. Ow! I just smacked my hand. I think a couple people might be on the fence here. Debbie, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, and we have insider information. So, Challenger, new trial sounds intriguing. It is. It's going to be. Yeah, I did hurt. I just smacked my hand. I'm okay. Yeah. You guys heard it? Yeah. It's like. I'm okay. Thanks, guys. Yes, not to be coy or anything, but yeah, we do. Iowa, think an hour deliberation for each day of trial. That's right? Is that the general? That's the general thinking, right? Is that the general thinking? Well, there was only 3 days of trial, actually 2. Well, if you count today. But 2 days of actual testimony, so they should have come back within 3 hours. Here we are, 5.5 hours going on to 6 hours. I think somebody's holding out, and by holding out, I mean one way or the other. I judging on what we came, judging on our voting, we were at 59% guilty, 41% not guilty, or the state met their burden. Let me put it that way. I think 59% of you said the state met their burden. 41%, so that's a 60-40 split. They need to be unanimous. So we were almost at, 60-40's pretty close. It is unanimous, but it's not, it's not unanimous. What am I saying? It's majority. 60-40, of course, is majority, but in this case, it has to be unanimous, and there might be more than one people. There might be more than one person. There could be 3 or 4 people that are like, yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Again, look at us. 6 out of 10 people are saying, yeah, he's guilty, and 4 out of 10 are saying, no, he's not. Or there's just not enough. I should say there's not enough. He may be guilty, but the state didn't prove it. There wasn't enough proof. Sparkling Princess, it was. We were close to 50-50. I agree. Debbie, didn't the judge say they would be put up in a motel if no verdict? She said they wouldn't be sequestered. She said they would not be sequestered. So I don't know about being put up in a hotel. I don't recall that. Tweety tweet, if DP issue being considered now or with that second phase? This is just the guilt. And Tweety, just friendly reminder, just do DP instead of spelling it out. So unfortunately, I'm going to delete that, but next time just do DP. So we don't, it's a YouTube thing. Just go DP with that. This is the guilt phase, and then they come back on Monday. If he's found guilty, they come back Monday for the penalty phase. So we're going to do, if they actually come to a verdict today, we're going to do an ego takes the stand tomorrow and Friday, and then we'll come back on Monday. Wizard says, I have a suspicion that they are on the fence, not about guilt, not guilt, but on the degree. Yeah, but a lot of us felt that that there wasn't enough evidence that he even did this. You know, I being one of them. I honestly, I didn't see enough evidence. But, yeah, they could be like, there could be one or two people saying yes, DP, and then there could be 4 or 5 people saying manslaughter and another 3 or 4 people saying second degree, The only thing that I would say was for the state was that he was the last person to see her. And then I would counter that with a big but. That's based on the butler's testimony and Lisa's testimony. Were they credible? It to me, it boils back down to the butlers and Lisa. Were they credible? Joe lied. Joe lied on the stand. We get that. Lisa, I thought she was credible, but hearing her second testimony a second time, maybe she wasn't. Joyce, I think she lied she lied too. She wasn't. She was, and I don't know if it was. I'm not getting that anything was like malicious. Like, I don't think they lied because, but it just seemed like there were inconsistencies in their statements. From that moment, and then from 24 years ago, granted 24 years ago, I can't remember what I was doing in 2002, or I can't remember specific moments and days. And the days that I do remember, I don't remember, specifically. So it boils back down to their credibility, and that's everything goes back to them saying Demorris did this or Theresa did that. So if you don't believe them, if you don't think they're credible, then he's not guilty. It's as simple as that. If you think they're credible, then he was the last one to see Theresa. That's huge. He drove her car. That's huge. Her body was found in that car. Obviously, that's a fact. We can't take that away. That is a fact. He was found in Texas, so he fled the state. So that's a fact. He fled arrest. That's a fact. Why did he flee? Well, I think he fled regardless of what happened, whether he was involved with this or not. He took off because he shot his girlfriend in Oakland. He didn't want the cops coming. He didn't want law enforcement to come and check this out. So he's like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. And then he fled arrest because he knew he was going to get. He probably thought it was for the California shooting. Debbie, I have said for 2 days that there's reasonable doubt. Elsie, that makes me think, where was I in 2002, right? Michael, in 2002, I was using my Franklin. I know everything I did. Iowa backyard, you were new mom brain. Scent Bunny, they were at best unhelpful, at worst covering their butts. Right, then you look at their side of it. They didn't call police. They weren't helpful to Octavius. They weren't really helpful with police. Well, I guess they didn't call them. Yeah, no, I mean there's a lot of questions I have. A lot of questions. Why did he steal the van? Yeah, no, other than to distance himself from this, one way or the other, whether he did it or whether he didn't do it, he wanted to get out. I think he wanted to get out of the state because he had shot somebody in Oakland. He shot his girlfriend in Oakland. So that's why I think he split. He didn't want to have anything to do with this. One way or the other, whether he actually did it or he was part of it, or, maybe I'm still thinking she fell down the stairs and they're like, oh, they had an oh crap moment. What do we do now? And the butlers are like, oh man, we could possibly lose our job and our house. And Demorris is like, I know I have a history. I know I shot somebody in California, so let me take care of it. I can see something like that. Sparkling Princess, they want me to believe someone who hits a woman while she was drunk and after she supposedly hit him says he tapped her, yet blood is on his doorway when that same night she gets deleted. Right? Makes you wonder. Just makes you wonder. There's too many questions I have with the butlers. I'm sorry. Too many butlers. Oh, don't worry. We are absolutely well aware of Splashdown, for sure. We'll probably start streaming that around 5, maybe 5 or 6. Splashdown's around 8, give or take. So we'll probably go on maybe 5 or 6, depending on when we end on Friday. So yeah, no. We will absolutely cover that. Absolutely cover that. Orion is coming back from their mission around the moon. Orion is coming back home. Splashdown off the coast of San Diego. Downey Lynn, anyone else think her and Joe might have had a thing? She slapped him. Yeah, that's been kind of floating around. At this point, nothing would surprise me, to be quite honest. Nothing would surprise me. Because Joe said, oh, I only knew her for 3 or 4 months. Yesterday or the day before. So basically, this testimony. And then 4 years ago now, he said, well, no. Well, it was, this happened in wait a minute. Yeah, this happened in 2002. So 24 years ago, he's saying he knew her for 2 months. So which is it? Debbie, I think she was pushed. I'm kind of leaning. I mean, that to me makes the most sense. Either she was pushed or she got, maybe when she got tapped, she may have even just slipped and fell. She could have also just slipped and fell. If she was as drunk as everybody says she was and she had a 0.28, she was like over 3 times the legal limit, she could have just slipped. She could have just slipped and fell. And then you're like, oh, you got an oh crap moment. There's this person laying at the bottom of the stairwell, dead. Now what do you do? He's already been in jail. He doesn't want to go back to jail. He's shot somebody in California. He doesn't want the police coming over and saying, oh, so give us your identification. They're gonna find out. So he's like, I'll take care of this kind of thing. That's kind of where I'm leaning. I could even see this as just an accident. And he's like, I do not want to have any part of this. Iowa, maybe a group unaliving. I'm thinking more of a group cover-up. I'm going more that route. I don't think it was a group unaliving. I'm going more of a cover-up. And they nearly got away with it, except for those pesky kids. I am Shout. I wonder if he was ever involved. I wonder if he was even involved. The Butler family versus Hunter. I wonder if he was even involved. I'm trying to, let me see if I can. He may not have even been involved. Yeah, didn't even think about that. Right? And yet I'm still thinking that he knows he shot this person in California. There's no way he wants police poking around him. I think that's why he took off. Either way, if he actually did this or if he was a part of it, even if he wasn't a part of it and he found out later, he's like, I'm out of here. I can't be involved in this. Iowa backyard cover up I can go with, except for there being a munchkin. Wasn't her son who alerted? Octavius, he was 8th grade. I think he said was 12 or something. He was in middle school, 8th grade. So yeah, they could have very easily, something could have happened. They put her in the trunk of the car.
Seated.
They're back.
And ladies and gentlemen, we received your dinner orders before I send them out. It'll take about an hour for them to get here. Y'all want to continue to deliberate longer tonight? All right. At some point, if it gets too late, I will send you home for you to come back tomorrow. But if you want to leave for the evening before I do that, all you have to do is tell me. All right? And we have about another 30 to 40 minutes of read back, would be my guess at this point. All right. Madam Court Reporter, you may continue the read back whenever you're ready.
Only Mr. Morero. I mean, you're not an employee of the Justice Department or the state authorities judicial branch or the Ninth Circuit State Attorney's Office or anything like that, right? That's correct. You're an independent office, yes, with multiple responsibilities, including on occasion having to testify in court. That's correct. So when you looked into the manner of death, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is what it sounded like. You not only use the evidence that you obtained from the body at the medical examiner's office, all the evidence that you can possibly obtain from that body, but you also look at the circumstances surrounding how a body was found. You have to. You have to. You have to. In order to make a determination about how that person died, correct. But it's true, though, right, that these circumstances, this is not, when we talk about, for example, a person being found in a car, right, and what that could possibly mean, that's not something that you were taught in medical school, right? Well, no, I don't think so. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, in other words, is that anybody can look at the circumstance, right? A detective, a juror, a witness could look at that circumstance and draw conclusions from what they observed about that circumstance. I think people often express that as the manner of death, not being a medical or scientific term. It's more of a sort of bureaucratic classification. A bureaucratic classification, right? So it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you included the fact that Theresa Green was found in the trunk of a vehicle as a variable, if I could say it, in the equation that you saw to come up with a solution in this particular case. Would that be correct? It wasn't the only one. No, I know. It was part of it, yes. It wouldn't possibly be the only one, right, because you're a medical examiner. You wouldn't be coming in here just to say, I think if she was found in the car, that means she was murdered, right? The fact of the matter is that it is pretty common, right? It's probably predominantly common that if a person is found dead in the trunk of a car, it is very likely that they've been murdered by somebody, right? I would say that's probably true. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not always true. Well, that's true. I mean, people can hide a body for other reasons. Right. So who knows what the odds are? I certainly don't. I don't know if you do. But it's some percentage of people are found in vehicles that have been secreted away in the back of this vehicle by some other person for reasons that don't necessarily support a conviction of homicide, right? It's possible, yes. Like, for example, a drug dealer sells drugs to someone and they die on them right away. And then the drug dealer freaks out, takes the body, puts it in the trunk, and hides the body, right? The person doesn't want to be discovered. I mean, for purposes of my example, I'm talking about a situation, a state like Florida used to be where if you were that person, you couldn't be convicted of murder. Now, that's not, but in plenty of states in the union, I assume that still doesn't amount to murder if you sell someone drugs and they happen to die from an overdose, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty commonly a problem now, is that many of these people now are charged with crimes. Yeah, they are. So that just gives a person more of a reason sort of to distance themselves from that universe. Absolutely. And you could have lots of reasons to want to do that. Okay, so I sense a lot of discomfort with you about the fact that, you really didn't get to do the kind of job that you were going to do as a medical examiner in this particular case, right? I mean, you didn't actually have your hands on the body. You didn't get to see the body from all different angles and different lighting, and am I correct? I would go further than that. I think Dr. Gore did a sloppy job here. I don't think there's any question about that. Well, I mean, we're not here to judge Dr. Gore anymore. Right, but just based on what I could see with the low quality of its photographs, and you have to remember, this is 2002, so we've all gotten used to having really, we can take a much better picture with our phones now than we could with the $7,000 or $8,000 or $10,000 cameras back then. Right? Answer. So, but there wasn't the intention, he didn't do it. Question. Like I said, we're not here to judge him. This is not about Dr. Gore and Dr. Gore's work. Answer. So it makes it difficult. Question. Sure. No, I'm just merely pointing out the fact that you were being honest about, the kind of job that you would normally expect to do, right? Before you're asked to render an opinion, and the kind of job that you were required to do. Because this is all you got before you render a medical opinion. And so, for example, right, because we're spending a lot of time talking about the hyoid bone, it would have been important if you were there to, for example, handle that bone in your hands and see if, was it articulated, was it separated, was anything actually happening with it while it was still all connected to tissue? Answer. Typically, that is what happens, Jeff. Question. Right. I mean, this picture has been up behind me now for the last 15 minutes or so. That should have been both completely taken apart. It's kind of deceptive, isn't it? And well, it is if you don't know what it is. I mean, it's obvious to me when I first looked at it that's not a fracture. That's a normal hyoid. Right. And not only that, but a procedure was utilized upon that structure, which I believe you did yourself without approve of, and that is that the entire structure was submitted to some sort of chemical process which defleshed it completely and essentially turned it into a laboratory specimen for instructive purposes. I mean, practically, right? Answer, yes, because in this case, if there was an injury, and I believe that there was, it would have been an injury around that joint, and the evidence is the hemorrhage in the soft tissue. It's not the bone itself, so that's that doesn't add anything. If the bone had actually been fractured, I suppose this would have made it easier to see, but you could also easily have x-rayed. Question. Right. Okay. And while we're sort of discussing the concept of scientific analysis and best evidence, you mentioned under direct examination that there was no evidence of petechia that you could detect from the images that you were provided as your only effective source of analyzing that kind of thing. Is that correct? Correct. Now, you have to admit, right, that if you use strict scientific methods, that a lack of evidence is functionally exactly the same as no evidence at all, right? Answer, I suppose it would depend on the context. Question. Well, look, if you're reaching a scientific conclusion about something, you always have to maintain open the possibility that, number one, your conclusion is always dependent upon any evidence that you might find in the future, correct? In other words, all scientific concepts and beliefs or theories are contingent on future studies, future information that might change your position, correct? Answer, I'll grant you that. Question. And the reason I say that is because if you're in a situation where you have a lack of evidence, right? And I think that you've been up there saying that, essentially, just because there isn't any petechia. Am I saying that right? Yeah, that's right, petechia. Question, petechia. Just because there isn't any petechia doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled, correct? Answer, correct. Question. But you have to agree that it also doesn't tend to support the conclusion that she was strangled, right? Answer, well, once we agree that they don't have to be there, then it's, question, yeah, it's still a zero, right? Answer, yes. But, to be fair, I see petechia more often in people who aren't strangled. Now, it's true, when a person is strangled and they have petechia, they tend to be more prominent. Question, right. Well, I guess the shortcut is, if there were petechia visible, you would be testifying about it, and you would say, yeah, that normally you would see petechia strangulation cases, and here it is. Answer, yes, I would. So, talking about scientific evidence, Mr. Nunley asked you some about slides and tissue samples, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, as a medical examiner, you have the opportunity to take samples, tissue samples from wherever you deem necessary on the body for further examination, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question. Now, I've actually watched autopsies and seen doctors take tissue, for example, brain tissue or heart tissue or something, cut it up into small pieces, and put it in a tube and send it off. Is that about right? Sort of, yeah. Question, sort of. Okay, more or less. And then the tissue, when it goes to a lab, they're going to take that tissue, they're going to preserve it, they're going to, and I may miss a step on this, but they're going to preserve it. They're going to put it in a wax that allows the tissue to be held firmly. Answer, yes. Question. And then that wax block will be in some sort of holder, and I know there's a variety of different systems out there, and then that tissue inside the wax block will be taken to a machine that has the power to cut extremely thin slices from that block, right? Answer correct. Question. And then those thin slices are mounted on slides, and then, well, before that, I think somebody dyes them, right? Answer correct. Question. So they use a variety of dyes depending on the color of the tissue, a variety of different dyes in order to make the image pop so you can see detail inside, right? Answer, yes. Question. I imagine a lot of tissues are quite pale and probably translucent, and if you don't dye them, you can't really see them very well in them, right? That's correct. And so if you take these tissue blocks and you make some slides, keep the blocks, later on when you come back, you can make more slides if you want to. Answer, yes, you can. Question, for example, if there was something wrong in the dyeing process or they dried it up or whatever, you can make more, right? Answer, right. Question, in this case, you did have the opportunity to view these slides. The slides, whatever slides were present, you were able to view them. Answer, yes. Question. And those slides were made from tissue samples that were taken from areas that Dr. Moore, who was the person who was present at the time of the autopsy, from tissues that he believed to be damaged or show bruising or contusion, and so had those tissues removed, and those were the ones that got made into the slides, correct? Answer, so yes, some of them. Most of them were not from areas that he believed were injured. Okay, but other ones that were, you got to read all of it, is that correct? Answer, I did. Question, and at the microscopic level, an area of our body or any animal's body that has a contusion, you would expect to see that red blood cells had leaked out from the capillaries into the spaces in between. For example, muscle tissues where they're not supposed to be, and that's what we observe as a bruise on our skin. Answer, yes. Question, but you didn't see that in the slides, correct? Answer, I don't know. I don't remember. I looked at this 11 years ago. Question, okay, in the time that has lapsed since you saw them, did you come to know or understand that the slides and the tissue blocks have been destroyed? Answer, yes. Question, and I'm not blaming you in any way for this, okay? So I don't want you to answer the question, this to sound like an accusation, but you are confirming that whatever evidence was present there is no longer available, and so any other medical examiner who comes along to attempt to scientifically recreate your results do not have the benefit of those slides. And so that's correct. Question. So you mentioned that the reported blood alcohol level found in Theresa Green was 0.28, correct? Answer, that's what I remember. Question. So that's millimeters per answer, grams per deciliter. Question. Grams per deciliter of blood? Answer, yes. Question. So, I mean, that's a really high number. Answer, it is if it's a good specimen and you're driving a vehicle, yes, you'd be in trouble. Question, and you would not be surprised to hear that witnesses have taken the stand in this trial and testified that she was really drunk, right? That would surprise you at all? Answer, it doesn't. Question, and if it's 0.25 instead of 0.28, it's still a lot, right? Answer, yes. Question, now it's true, right, that her alcohol level could have actually been somewhat higher and that the amount of alcohol in her body could actually have reduced while she was in the trunk of the car just from evaporation through her skin. Answer, I think in that short period of time, probably not too much. Question, not too much. Answer, I would worry more about it being higher due to the fermentation, but I don't think it's not a reliable thing. I mean, sometimes you'll see it in decomposed bodies, and sometimes you don't. I mean, there have been reports that you can have an alcohol level of 0.2 or even somewhat higher just from that fermentation. Question. Now, that's the sort of thing, though, that if you're the medical examiner and you conduct an autopsy on a person, I know from having seen it, that one of the things that you guys do is open up the entire gastrointestinal tract, correct? Answer, yes. Question. And so I've never had the displeasure of being exposed to this, but I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if you open such a gastrointestinal tract in a human being that is actually fermenting, presumably some sort of sugar or grain or something into alcohol in your stomach, you might actually be able to detect that with your nose. And so I don't know. Question. You've never had the experience? And so I don't know. I don't know about that. Question, you've never, as a medical examiner, ever had the opportunity to actually detect alcohol within the gastrointestinal tract of the death? Answer, well, you don't know that it's alcohol. Usually bodies of people who are intoxicated will have what I think one of my colleagues refer to as an odor, not unlike that of alcohol, which is a complicated way of saying, this is a person who's dead, and they smell like a dead person who was drinking. It doesn't really smell to me like a living person who's drinking. It's a different odor. You have to be there to experience. Question, I'm glad to hear that. Answer, once you experience it, it's pretty common. You identify it. I mean, I wouldn't rely on it, but yeah, so it's not what's actually in the gut that you're going to measure anyway. It's what's in the blood. Question, right. Well, I mean, I was just trying to get down to the nitty-gritty of what, your hypothesis that a person could be fermenting alcohol in their gut, and that alcohol somehow seeping into the blood, and I was just wondering, I've never experienced it myself, obviously, so I don't know how it would come about, but really all of that, the point of all that was simply to point out that Theresa Green, by any account, was very intoxicated just before she died. Answer, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Question, and intoxicated to the extent that it could have killed her. Answer, well, I suppose there are cases, I've had rare cases, usually younger, naive people, alcohol naive people who aren't used to drinking, could be dead from a little bit higher than I don't think 0.2 or 0.3. I don't usually think of it as significant until we get over 0.3. But each case is different. I'm sure I know I have had a teenager found dead in the room, and she was at 0.25, something like that. Question. So it could have been responsible. I mean, I think in the past you testified that if Theresa Green had been found dead in bed without the injuries that you referred to, but if you found her dead in bed and then you found out that that was her blood alcohol level, you'd say it was probably from the alcohol. Answer, well, I think I would want to know a little bit more, and that's the case. If that's the case, I probably would have looked hard for something else. Not saying that I wouldn't have eventually possibly come to that conclusion, but I wouldn't just have stopped as soon as I got the lab report back and said, oh well, that's what she did. Because it's unusual for a person, especially who's, as you said, known to drink, to be dead from a level like that. Question. Now, you were informed at some point that it's been alleged and testified to in this courtroom that before she was found dead and while she was very intoxicated, Theresa Green fell down a flight of stairs, and I think her reported weight was 192 pounds, fell down a flight of stairs with another person, and by some accounts tumbled over each other. Answer, yes. Question, all the way down the stairs. Now, you could break your neck doing that, right? Answer, you could. Question, and you could certainly end up at the bottom of the staircase with some bruises and some scratches from whatever is happening when you go down this washing machine down to the bottom of the set of stairs, right? Answer, yes. Question, and if you happen to hit your head while this is happening, and you're intoxicated to that level too, that being struck in the head could be another cause of a person's death. Answer, yes. There are well-documented cases, I think I've had at least 2, of people who sustained what looks like relatively minor head trauma. You might not even see anything. You just have a history that they were punched, they're also intoxicated, and they died. But these people usually die suddenly. It's a sudden death. Question, well, we don't actually know, right? Answer, right, I don't know. Question, at the very moment of death. It could have been quite suddenly. So it's common, since we're continuing this discussion about strangulation, and Mr. Nunley asked you quite a bit about how long does it take to die from being strangled. It's common for people who are being strangled to fight and struggle with their attacker. Correct? Answer, yes. Question. And so one of the common things that you would look for in the body of someone who you suspect died from strangulation is what we refer to as defensive wounds. Correct? Answer. You will look for evidence of those wounds in any type of death. Question. What would they typically look like? Answer. In the case of a person who's been strangled, sometimes all you'll see is a disruption. I think particularly of women with artificial nails, that those have a tendency to come off during the struggle. Question. Sure. Because the first thing a person is going to do is reach up with their hands and try to get the hands off of them or something along those lines. Correct? Answer, I would assume. I've never seen it. Question. When I was reading up on the literature about all this stuff, that was one thing that just kept coming out over and over. Unlike a lot of science, it's not subject to experimentation. And I've never met a medical examiner or anyone who's witnessed someone being strangled to death, thank God. And so you just have to speculate on that. But it seems reasonable to believe that a person who's being strangled is going to claw at the person who's attacking them, or claw at their hands, or something along those lines, right? Answer, it does happen. Question, and you might expect to see those artificial nails broken off. Answer, you might. Question, but you didn't see anything like that on the screen, right? Nothing that you would categorize as defensive wounds. Answer, I did not see anything. Question, and in the pictures, all her fingernails are intact. Answer, it looks like it, yes. Question, it's typical for the medical examiner's office, one of the technicians, right? Because most of the heavy work is done by a technician at your office. Answer, well, most of the cleaning is done by the technician. Question, well, I've only seen them here, and generally, answer, well, I have a little bit different procedure. I do my own eviscerations. I remove all the organs myself. Question, oh, all right. Answer, so I don't know what they did at the time it was autopsy was performed. Question, well, it's probably true that in the majority of cases, if not all, the fingernails are removed from the decedent. Answer, yes, in cases that are suspected homicide. Question, right. And the reason for that is so that the fingernail clippings can be sent in and tested for possibly the DNA of the person who was attacking them, correct? Answer, yes. Question. And because if you scratch somebody, their fingernail, their cells get underneath your fingernails, and somebody can find it, and it's pretty doggone hard to explain how your skin got under somebody's fingernails, right? Especially if that person isn't dead. Answer, it can be, but I mean, question, sure. Answer, it wouldn't be unusual to find it if they shared a residence. Question, oh, right, sure. So if I heard you right, and we'll move on to the highway bill itself, it sounded like you were not sure, but that you thought that it appeared as though a part of that highway bill looked like it might have been hemorrhaging as opposed to another part. Answer, yes. Question, but you weren't completely sure about that? Answer, no. That's the way it appeared in the photograph. Question, I mean, if you had had it in your hands, answer, it would have been there. Question, then you could look at it from all different angles and make a finely detailed judgment. Answer, correct. Question, the scratches that you observed on, and you believe you observed on the back of Teresa's neck, those scratches, I mean, you can't definitively say that those scratches were caused by a human being. Answer, no. Question, is that fair? Answer, that's fair. Question, I mean, like, I don't know, but I would imagine, like, if you had, you know, like, railroad movies or something, if you had 4 scratches that went, you know, long ways across the body that were spaced out about the same distance as fingernails, you could say, well, it sure looks like a hand that went across, but those scratches that we saw on the slide seems to be sort of haphazard. Is that a fair answer? Yes. Question. So they really could have been caused by anything that she might have rubbed against that might have abraded that part of her neck. Answer, well, I don't think it was necessarily anything. It was a peculiar pattern, but it doesn't have to be fingernails. Question, right. Just one moment, please, Doc. Thanks. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to talk about very briefly was what appears to be in one of the images, the check lip, for lack of a better word, on the screen. Answer, yes. Question, did the tissue appear to you from looking in the photographs that it had, you know, broken to the extent that it gave them blood? Answer, it does. Question, and that would be consistent with somebody slapping her in the mouth with a hand. Answer, yes. Question, could be? Answer, could be. Mr. Morrow, okay, I think that's all I have to say. Report, any redirect? Mr. No, just a moment, Your Honor. Redirect, Mr. Munley. Doctor asked just one follow-up question. Are the opinions and conclusions? You're not a lawyer. Are the opinions and conclusions that you've expressed here today that Theresa Ann Green's cause of death was strangulation and that the manner of her death was homicide held by nature a reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer yes. Question, are you satisfied with those conclusions that you testified to today based upon the evidence that you reviewed and all of the facts and circumstances and information known to you about this case? Answer, I am. Mr. Nunn, thank you. Any other questions? The judge, thank you. Any questions from the jury? We have one. Mr. Moreno. Judge, I just have one follow-up if I may. Or, come on up. The court. A couple of questions for you, Dr. X. If the carotid artery is compressed prior to the jugular vein, will that lessen the likelihood of petechia? Answer. Well, that's a theory, and that's why you tend not to see petechia in hanging deaths. We see a lot more hanging deaths than we do strangulations. But the idea there is that you don't see them because the carotid artery is compressed more efficiently by hanging than it would be by manual strangulation. On what side of the neck did the carotid artery run? Witness. Well, they're on both sides. It's a paired structure, so we're pretty symmetrical beings. So usually whatever we have on the right side, you have on the opposite side. The court, any follow-up on behalf of the state? Mr. Nunn, no, Your Honor. The court on behalf of the defense. Mr. Murrow, just the one follow-up question, Judge. Mr. Murrow, Doc, the term homicide, when you use it in discussing the manner of death, doesn't mean anything more than a person died as a result of an action of a human being, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, it doesn't answer a different human being. Question, right, different human being, right. Answer, if it had been the same human being, then we would call it suicide. Question, it doesn't mean murder, it just means a person died as a result of the action of another person. Answer, that's correct. It is not the same as murder. Mr. Miller, thank you very much, Doctor. The court. All right, any additional questions on behalf of the jury? May the witness be excused.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may return to the jury room to continue your deliberation. All right, we'll be in recess subject to recall.
All right, and their dinner is going to be there, I think around 7:15. So now they're back to deliberating. Oh, man. This one is wild. Laugh at my Wayne. Those pills have them zonked. Oh, boy. Take it easy there, Grampy. Wizard, now I have a feeling there will be a verdict tonight. Yeah, they didn't want to go home. They were like, yeah, let's do it. Let's buckle up. Let's strap in. Let's do it. They want a verdict. So, yeah, I think we'll have a verdict maybe, let's see, it's almost 7. All right, now let's do another poll. Do you think they'll come back tonight? Well, no, wait. We have to do more. We have to have one more than just will they come back tonight? Is that too boring, or should we do hours? Do you want me to break it down into will they come back in 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, or just yes or no they'll come back tonight? What do you guys want? You want to? We'll do it by hours. Okay. How long for the jury to return a? We're assuming they're going to have a verdict tonight. Well, I'll put in they're not going to have one tonight. Okay. How long will the jury? How long before the jury? Wait, I can't even. How long will it take for the jury to return a verdict tonight? All right, 0 to 1 hours, 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, and then the fourth one is going to be no verdict tonight. All right. 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, no verdict tonight. All right, let's try that. What's on the breakfast menu? All right. How long will it take for the jury to return a verdict tonight? 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, no verdict tonight. Let me see. I'm not going to be optimistic. Optimistic would be 0 to 1 hours, but I have to be realistic. All right. I'm going to be realistic with my vote. All right. New poll for you, chat. All right. Vote away. You going with hours, Debbie? Yep. All right. Grampy voted no verdict tonight. One hour retakes up dinner. Yeah, they're getting dinner. I think she said it takes about an hour, and I'm pretty sure that was like around 6:15. So it's only been a half an hour. Maybe it was even if it was at 6, it's still 45 minutes ago. 1 to 2 for you. Widespread 1 to 2 because they need to eat. Optimistically, I would say 0 to 1. Realistically, I went with no verdict tonight. I don't think they're going to have a verdict, but we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I do hope there is a verdict tonight, but we'll see. All right, we were going to watch the medical examiner's testimony. Do you guys want to watch? Do you guys want to watch that? Because we have time. We probably have at least an hour. Do you guys want to watch? What do you guys want to watch? I was going to do Utz's and then Arden's testimony. Do you want to hear, can we see moon pictures? Scent Bunny, I don't think they would stay for dinner if they weren't close. Let's see. Yes, Sarah Boone was in the same courthouse. It was the same courthouse. We were there. Using Scott's equipment, using RA's equipment. We were there. Jules was in the courtroom. I was outside managing the stream. I don't think they came back until after 8. They ate their pizza and then returned the verdict. That's funny because I had pizza too. I had a slice of pizza. Yeah, I think it was after. I think it was after 8. They started, I think, around 5 or 6, and then how long did? For Sarah Boone, it was less than 2 hours. Some are saying, just before 9. So it was just before 9 o'clock. So Sarah Boone, same courtroom, same courthouse, and it was just before 9 on Friday night. And then I had to find a hotel because I wasn't going to drive home. And the hotel the one place I was staying at, the tiny homes I was staying at, they, because I thought I'd be able to drive home at like 5. So they didn't have a room for me. So I was scrambling, trying to find another place. So I found a place, ended up going over there. It's probably, by the time I broke down all the equipment, it was probably like 11 o'clock, 11:30. So I get to this hotel. It's a little sketchy, but I get there. Guys behind this big, thick plate glass window. I'm like, okay. And people in the parking lot, doing stuff that's I can't say on YouTube. And I'm like, yeah, I called for a room. I'm really tired. I just say, hey, I called for a room. I'm checking in. He's like, oh yeah, we don't have any more rooms. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, dude, come on, you got to help me out. I'm literally like falling over. I'm so tired. You got to help me out. I said, I'll even go sleep in my car. Just help me out. So he's like, all right, hold on. And he said that some people had just canceled. Or no, they didn't show up. So he's like, I'll give you their room. And actually the room was really nice. The area was a little sketchy and the parking lot was a little sketchy, but the room itself was pretty nice. So that's one of my Sarah Boone stories. I have a lot of Sarah Boone stories. All right, there it is. Yes, Sarah Boone will now be on your bingo card every day. Well, when we're in Orange County, when we're in Orlando, when we're in the same courtroom, yeah, horse welfare. I would say, and I would die if Judge Kranick was the judge for this. I wish he was the judge. That would have been so cool. But yeah, it's hard not to make comparisons to Sarah Boone when it's the same courtroom. All right, wait, there's a support group for Barry? I'm Barry and I'm a Booneaholic. There's a support group for that. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Widespread says, I'm dying for a verdict on her family court case, but somehow reminded me the other day that her son gets to choose when and if he contacts her right now. Oh. Yeah, whatever happened with that? She was trying to get alimony, right? Wasn't she trying to get alimony? And Joanne, this is where we came up with this. We came up with the that emoji for sure, but the orange jumpsuit. That's where we came up with the orange jumpsuit was for Sarah Boone as well. Ronnie V says, not too sure about this judge. She's the chief judge. She's the chief judge. Munyon, Lisa Munyon, Judge Munyon, she is the chief judge. It's still pending. Wow, that case is still pending. Interesting. A thick glass window would have had me scared. Yeah, well, I was tired. I'm tired. I'm not about to keep driving. I was tired. I'm like, I need a place to put my head. Alimony while incarcerated, I know, right? There you go, Joanne. Yes, the orange jumpsuit. That came from Sarah. Jane, you had to cook dinner and eat. Can we watch what the court reporter just read? We were actually watching it, and then they came out. I was going to show the other medical examiner, Mr. Arden. Scent Bunny, did you guys listen to her jail calls? I just heard they were a thing yesterday. No, I haven't heard about that yet. Grampy, this is risque, but I blame it on the pills. Guess who's in the room sipping wine waiting on me? You better be careful, Grampy. You're gonna end up with a burger in your face. Widespread panic. Yeah, alimony was part of the court case. She also wants him to continue to pay her child support so that she can choose gifts to send the son. Wow. Never says, what did you say the next case in Jacksonville? Charles Jones. Charles Jones, jury selection started today. Word is that selection is going to take a couple weeks, but the word on the street is it's going to take a couple weeks, but we'll see. We're ready to roll on that one. We just have to, we're going to probably start our deep dive next week to get prepared for that. Care Bear, how are you? Yes, we were saying that. Yes, you are not alone in that observation. Barry says the judges I court hop like the judges I court hop like Middleton and Simpson. They're like, no way. They only be chief judge when it's their turn. They don't want the admin duties on top. Yeah, Canaro Judge Lemieux breaking off. Yeah. All right. Kelsey's on X right now, Twitter, so she'll give us updates. Kelsey who? Kelsey's in the room? Kelsey's there? Who? I need more info on that. Do we have somebody in the courtroom? Because I was just going with Kathy Russin, and she's not really giving much. Or maybe I just missed it if she was. I don't know. They had Mickey Rooney and Jerry Springer. Joy, what kind of mix do you think is in this story? It seems strange that they asked so many questions. They're kind of obvious. Oh, you mean jurors? I don't know. To be quite honest, I'm not sure. I have no idea what the demographic is. I really don't know what the demographic is. Oh, I have my Wendy 8-ball shirt on though. Blink. I got my Wendy 8-ball shirt on. 8-ball. Let's see. Do you? It is AWOL, yes. That's it. Yep, that's the Julio trial. That is correct. Oh, talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons updates. Gotcha. Jennifer, can Missy retire? Legal strategy unclear. Try bribing with donuts. All right, let me think about what... I kind of have to agree with the defense in their closing arguments. They were like, the lead investigator got up and he only talked for like 10 minutes. Didn't really get much from the lead investigator. Yeah, even the DNA experts weren't overwhelming. And I have to say the medical examiner was very underwhelming. Raul, no, still no update. I know Lazy Boys asks every time, and I want to give you some kind of update, and nothing. Do you think they have lemon pound cake for dessert? That would be funny. Same with Colin Powell. Colin Powell, listen to me. Colin Gray. He doesn't have a sentencing yet. Although there's May we have Corey and Paul. Is it Paul Canaro? I know Corey's sentencing is coming up in May. Was it Canaro? I think Canaro's sentencing is coming up in May. I think the 13th and the 15th or something like that. Do you guys want to? It's up to you. I mean, we just heard a read back. I don't know if I what do you guys want to listen to? I know. I said Colin Powell. You can tell it's getting late here. I know, right, dude? I'm burning down right now. I'm starting to lose my edge. I know, right? Ugh. You want to hear the other expert? Arden's expert? You want to hear Arden? All right. That'll give me something to do instead of making clever banter. Joanne, not the ME. Scent Bunny, no more ME. It has been a long day. Oops, it has been a long day. I need an energy tea. I need something. It's really funny because when we like some things just really are just draining or whatever. Like if we were streaming Orion right now, I'd be like totally jazzed and like ready to roll. But listening to Madam Court Reporter for an hour or so, I was like, oh my God, that is just so much, too much. Scent Bunny, it's been a long day. Carol, do I have notes on the prince? I know no one wants to hear him again. Just recaps. On the fingerprints, let me look what I have for the fingerprints. I have notes. Let me just see what I have. All right. So Howard Kuhn, there were fingerprints in the car that matched Theresa's. That's like a no-brainer. Let's see. I'm trying to think where the fingerprints were. So no fingerprints for, oh, hold on a sec. There were no fingerprints in her car. There was the watch that was broken had his DNA on it. So that's, again, but if they truly were, dating, that's not much of a stretch. So no fingerprints were found in the car. That's probably the biggest thing. I don't think his fingerprints were found in her apartment, which is really, really big. All right. Fingerprints were on paper. Prints found on all those papers that were scattered on her bedroom. There were prints on the planner, the receipt, around the apartment. There was blood found on the watch. There was fingerprints on the door frame, interior of the front door, the sink countertop, cover of the ceiling fan. But this was all her. This was all her prints. Yeah, the fingerprints. There was really no smoking gun. There was no smoking gun. Oh, you want to listen to some music? Listen to music instead? I suppose we could. Listen to some music. Let me see if I can find it. Elsie, I thought fingerprints were on her watch. Yeah, the watch was weird. I have conflicting things. About the watch. I have blood was found on the watch. That's from Howard Kuhn. Blood was found on the watch. So there was blood on her watch and it was broken. I do remember that. And his DNA was on it. So I don't think there were fingerprints on the watch. It was There was blood on the watch. Yeah, there was blood was found on the watch, and I think his DNA was found on it. The watch was broken and DNA was on it. There was no DNA in or on the car. No fingerprints on the car, which is really weird. So, oh, is it Gordon? Yeah, is that kind of going? I think maybe we'll do verdict on that because they skipped a couple days. That trial's been going on since November, since before Thanksgiving. I mean, that's insane. Maybe we'll just do the verdict. We'll just do the verdict. Now you're shouting. Fractured blue line. All right. Wadi, how are you? You're back and forth with this verdict and Conan Verdict Watch. Hope you're all having a fantastic day. Gosh, haven't seen you in a while. Have not seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate that. No prints were found. Yeah, because one of you guys said in chat that you heard that Joe said that he spent like an hour at the Walgreens, but I don't remember that. Yeah, and very weird that there was no DNA in the car. I agree. You thought the watch had a print? The watch had a print? Let me look at this up again. All right, watch. All right. That's from, I'm not going to go by closing. So the watch had blood on it. Wait, that's opening statements. Let me get to testimony. So the watch was broken. The watch was definitely broken and there was blood on the watch. So, but then in closings they said the DNA matched the DNA of the blood matched to Demorris. Can't even think of his name. Oh, yes, there it is. Demorris was a major contributor. All right. So her watch was broken, had blood on it, and he was a major contributor. So that's pretty big. But if they were dating, it would make sense. But whose blood was it? I guess, was it his blood? Because all I have in my notes is watch had blood, Demorris was a major contributor. So I'm not sure if that was his blood or her blood. I don't know. This trial was really weird in the sense of like, it didn't really seem clear. Some of the stuff didn't really seem clear. Let's see. Richard, the teen trial in June down here, news just said extra security, threats made. Wow, I'm not sure I want any part of that. Oof, right? Gotcha. Well, for me in my notes, FDLE Kirsten Kevin, she was a DNA expert. She said the watch had blood and Demorris was a major contributor. Maybe we can watch that again. That's pretty important evidence. All right, let me pull that one up. That one might be good. Let me pull that one up because that's pretty important. That's day 2. Let me go back to that. Well, it seems like we might have some time here. Let's go back to her testimony because I want to hear that again. There's definitely activity, but we'll keep an eye out for that. All right, her testimony is pretty short. It's like yeah, her testimony is only about 30 minutes. All right, I want to check her out. So this is Kirsten Kevin. Kirsten Kevin. All right, let's check out her testimony.
Independent research while you're away from us. All right, thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Kirsten Kevin.
Thank you, Grampy. Appreciate the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you.
And state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Kirsten Kevin. Last name is Kevin.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE. I work in the Orlando Regional Operations Center in the biology or DNA section.
And how long have you worked for FDLE in that capacity?
I've worked at FDLE since 2007.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Florida State University. And additionally, I took graduate level coursework at the University of Central Florida for forensic science. In addition to that, I underwent a training program at FDLE that lasted a little over a year and consisted of 2 phases. The first phase, I performed kind of mock samples, so samples that I know the origin of, but DNA testing. I took both written and oral exams and read extensive scientific literature. In the second phase, I actually did casework under the supervision of a qualified analyst.
Can you describe for the jury what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological materials like blood, semen, saliva, and skin cells. I then attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare it to standards in my case.
You estimate approximately how many times you've done that very process in your career?
It's been thousands.
I think you might have mentioned earlier, do DNA analysts such as yourself go through regular proficiency training at work?
I am required to take 2 proficiency tests a year.
Pass those tests.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified in a court regarding providing opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis and/or statistics?
Yes, I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I've testified in court hearings or trials 87 times.
Ever here in Orange County?
Yes.
Probably most of them?
A lot of them.
Can you explain to the jury what DNA actually is and just what is it?
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially what makes us all who we are. And we get our DNA from our parents, half from our mother and half from our father. The DNA in our bodies remains the same throughout our bodies until death. Additionally, no 2 individuals other than identical twins do second step in order to test.
This case happened back in 2002. Was that method in existence or a similar method back then?
Yes.
Okay. Are there things or conditions that can destroy DNA?
Items.
Does FDLE hold any accreditations?
All right, she'll be able to render her opinion in that area.
Did your lab receive some evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Demorris Hunter, Orlando Police Department case 2002-187395?
Yes.
And did your lab also receive known standards, DNA standards represented to be from Demorris Hunter and Theresa Green?
Yes.
And for our terminology today, what is meant by a known DNA standard?
A known DNA standard is a DNA profile that I know the origin of. For instance, if you were to take a cotton swab the inside of my cheek, and run that for DNA, you know it came from me. That can be used as my standard to make comparisons to unknowns in a case.
Unknowns meaning samples collected from a crime scene like that?
Samples where I don't know the donor, the origin of that DNA.
You may.
Showing us the United States Exhibit 15, known standard, DNA standard represented being from Theresa Green, as well as States 34, a known DNA standard collected from Demorris Hunter. Did your lab receive those items of evidence?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I have, I'm sorry. There is the FDLE barcode label with our unique FDLE case number, along with there are handwritten initials and date, and also the case number and the exhibit numbers.
Were those two items analyzed for the presence of DNA?
They were.
Would that have been using the same procedure you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Would that same procedure be used for all the different exhibits we're going to talk about today?
Yes.
When those two items were analyzed for the presence of DNA, what were the results?
Complete DNA profiles were obtained.
First of all, what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile is it's represented by a picture or an electropherogram. Your DNA profile is your unique DNA, I don't want to say this word, but fingerprint, for lack of a better word. It's representation of your DNA.
What does a complete profile mean?
A complete profile means that there is information at all of the locations tested.
Likewise, what does a partial profile mean?
A partial profile doesn't have complete information at all the areas tested.
If you only obtain a partial profile, does that affect your ability to perform DNA analysis as well as a comparison?
It could. If it's a very limited DNA profile, then I might not be able to make any comparisons. But a partial DNA profile should be able to be compared to another DNA profile as long as the other one is interpretable or I can make comparisons to it.
Did your lab also receive some evidence collected from an apartment complex as well as from a white Oldsmobile recovered from a Walgreens lot?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with the evidence recovered from the apartment complex, specifically the victim's apartment number 11. Showing you States Exhibit 28. Cotton swabs collected from a watch that was found on the bathroom sink. I'm also showing, for the record, States Exhibit 23, photograph number 3. Did your lab receive several DNA swabs collected from a Seiko watch?
Yes.
And were those swabs analyzed for the presence, first, of human blood?
They were analyzed for the chemical indications of blood.
How is that done? What test is used?
So at FDLE, we perform what's called a Kastle-Meyer test. It's a color change test. Ultimately, if something gives chemical indications for the presence of blood, that color change is pink. And if it does not give a color change or gives a color change outside of the time frame that we're testing, it is considered negative for chemical indications.
That exhibit I just handed to you, number 28, how many different swabs were in that exhibit?
There were 2.
And what were the results of the blood test on each?
So the first one, it was positive, meaning it gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
What about the other one?
The second one, it did not give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Was any further testing done on the sample that did not give chemical indications for the presence of blood?
There was no further testing.
And why would there be no testing done on that one?
If something is represented as being blood and it doesn't give chemical indications, that leads us to believe that there might not be biological material and therefore no DNA from that sample.
So in this case, did you focus your attention on the swab that tested positive for the presence of blood?
That swab was carried through the DNA process.
What were the results of the DNA analysis of that specific swab collected from the Seco watch?
That particular swab resulted in a mixture from at least 2 individuals and including 1 male individual at least.
What is a mixture?
A mixture is just DNA from more than 1 person.
How can you tell that at least one of the contributors to that mixture was male?
So there are gender markers. So in addition to your unique DNA profile, there are also gender markers that are present. If an XY is present, that is consistent with being a biological male DNA profile.
You said there was a mixture containing 2 individuals. Could both of them been male?
It's possible, but there was only 1 partial DNA profile that could be resolved, and that was consistent with being a male individual. The additional contributor or contributors could not be interpreted.
So based on that answer, are you sometimes able to separate the DNA profiles that gave rise to this mixture, separate them out?
Sometimes, yes.
Was that able to be done in this case? Was that mixture able to be separated into 2 distinct DNA profiles?
It was able to be separated, but not into 2 distinct DNA profiles. It resulted in a partial major DNA profile, and the additional or minor contributor or contributors, they were not interpretable. So I couldn't tell you a DNA profile for whoever else made up that DNA mixture.
What is a major contributor?
A major contributor is someone who donates more DNA to that mixture.
Did you compare the DNA profiles in that mixture, specifically the major contributor, to the known DNA profiles of Theresa Green and Demorris Hunter?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
So I obtained a match between that partial DNA profile and the DNA profile for Demorris Hunter.
Did you perform a statistical analysis to determine the likelihood that Demorris Hunter was the contributor?
All right, here we go. Here we go. Something's going on. Verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached. We have a verdict.
There's dinner on the way.
Oh, it just arrived.
Verdict
So
has
they're
been
gonna bring it up
reached.
and they'll be able to take it.
Verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached.
All right, bring him in.
Verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached. I repeat, verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached.
You're entering?
All right, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you have reached a verdict in this case. If I could have you fold the verdict form over and hand it to the court deputy. Thank you. The verdict is in proper form. Madam Clerk, if you could publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit in Fort Orange County of the state of Florida, the state of Florida versus Demorris Ann Hunter, verdict as to count 1, we the jury find as follows. As to count 1 of the charge, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. So say we all, dated the 8th day of April 2026, 2026, found court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you a question by badge number, so I'd ask that you look at your badge number now.
Juror 645, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror 331, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 739, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 244, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 341, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 277, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 307, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 414, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 217, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 2203, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 40, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 243, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder, I adjudicate you guilty of that offense at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need you to come back on Monday morning at 9 a.m. for the second phase of this trial. You are still under the rules that I have given you before. You cannot discuss the case among yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any research while you're away from us. And do not watch any news accounts of this, watch or read any news accounts of this case. Does anyone have any questions? I will tell you that your dinners are on their way up, so you will be able to take them with you when you leave. And I will see you back Monday morning at 9 a.m. at the location designated by the court deputies. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend.
Jury exited.
Is there anything that we need to take up before we reconvene on Monday morning?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see everyone here for the second phase of this trial bright and early on Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to ask that you be here at 8:45 so we can go over any preliminary instructions I need to give them.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll see you at 8:45. Thank you.
All right. Good vibes only. Have a great night. And good vibes only. Day one as a mod. Thank you for being a mod, and have a good night. Good vibes only. Everybody please say goodbye to say good night to good vibes only. As first day in the books for good vibes. So have a wonderful sleep, restful sleep, and we will see you tomorrow. So interesting. Guilty of first degree. They did not eat their dinner yet. They weren't polled. The judge didn't even ask if they wanted to be polled. Isn't that kind of standard? Oh, he's got his he's a tiny dude. Yeah, he's got leg shackles on for sure. So he's a tiny guy. All right, so that's it. They didn't ask to poll the jury, which I found kind of interesting. So 7 hours, 2 minutes. We'll just go with 7. I just have 7 in my notes. We'll just go with 7 hours. Just to make it easy, 7 hours to deliberate. From what I heard, which was kind of tough for me to hear, because it was kind of tough for me to hear. So I counted male, female, wasn't sure, male, female, 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 wasn't sure, female, male, male, female. So that makes 1, 2. Let's see, first of all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So 1, 2, 4. I counted 4 males and 2 I wasn't sure about. So that would have been theoretically 8. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So 8 females. But there were a couple that I wasn't quite sure about, but it sounded like there were more female than male. I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but yeah, she did not ask for a poll. She didn't even ask the attorneys if they wanted to move myself up a little bit, if they wanted to poll the jury, which is kind of weird, right? Usually they want to poll, or at least they ask, do you want to poll the jury or not? All right. We said, how long do you think they'll return a verdict tonight? No verdict tonight, 42% of you. That's what I voted for that. 31% said 1 to 2 hours, 19% said 2 to 3 hours, and 8% of you said 0 to 1. And it was the 0 to 1. They came back within an hour, I think. Wait. The judge. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I know. All right, you guys. They did. I know. Yes, I know. It's yes. They did. She did pull the jury. Yep. My bad. She did pull the jury. Yep. So that's how we found out. They're the demographic. All right, never mind. Yes, I know. Okay, let's just move on. Let's just move on. It's been a long day. Thank you, Sparkling Princess. It's been a long day. 8:45 to 7:30, almost a 12-hour stream. Almost a. All right, hold on, Jane. I got to pull this one up. Didn't she just pull the drawers? Jane, I got to take a screenshot of that. That's going. She didn't ask the lawyers. Thank you. That's what caught me off guard. Jane, I'm going to print that out and I'm going to make, that is going to be a shirt. That's going to be a shirt. Chris, didn't she just pull the drawers? Oh my God, that's awesome. That is going to be a shirt. I'm going to make that into a shirt. All right, that is going to be a shirt. Yes, never. They found him guilty. Yep, they found him guilty. I took a screenshot of that, and I'm going to make that into a shirt. Oh my God, that's hilarious. All right, that's better than hashtag lemon pound cake. You'll buy it. No, Jane, you can't come back from that. You cannot come back from that. Yes, she did pull the jurors. She didn't ask the attorneys. That's what I'm totally getting. I'm punch drunk here. I am punch drunk. All right, you guys, you're making me cry. I'm laughing so hard. All right. So that ends. Don't be messing with lemon pound cake now. Them are fighting words. Those are fighting words. I am punch drunk for sure. I'm a little sleep deprived. Actually, no, I got some really good sleep. Hashtag Chris needs a beer. Ain't that the truth? All right, you guys. Excuse me. That's some funny stuff. That's some funny stuff. So, all right. With all of that being said, we will. That made me laugh. That made me cry, I should say. Definitely made me laugh, but made me cry as well. All right. So they're off until Monday, but we will not be off. We are going to do an Ego Takes the Stand. So join us tomorrow for an Ego Takes the Stand. If you guys are having trouble finding us, make sure you have the notify bell on so that you get a notification when we do go live. If you check, we are on Twitter, X, we're on Facebook, we're on Blue Sky, and Patreon. If you don't want to do social media, I get it. That's fine. That's cool. But join our Patreon. You can join for free, or you can become a member over there. It's totally up to you. So if you join our Patreon, you'll get emails, you'll get alerts every time we schedule something. So I know some of you are saying, oh, you didn't get the notification, or you didn't, you couldn't find our channel. Go to Patreon, or if you're on social, if you're on Facebook, Twitter, or Blue Sky, you can find us there. You can also go to our website, just trialtvlive.com. It's really pretty simple. Trialtvlive.com. That will lead you to our YouTube channel. So it's going to be a surprise. It's going to be a surprise. Wait a minute. It's going to be a surprise. You got to tune in tomorrow. All right, Kaylee, thank you. Have a good one. Super Bowl time. Ambi, have a good night. Debbie, have a good night. Thank you, Sparkling Princess. Have a great one. Debbie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Really, really do appreciate that. All right. Get some sleep. Yes. With that, have a wonderful evening. Super Ball's back there sleeping. Super Ball is back there sleeping. And here's little Houdini. Oop, there's little Houdini. Yeah, it's a good girl. A little Houdini there. All right, Richard in the kitchen. Have a good night. AWOL, you're writing off your chiropractic bill. What happened? Watch this timestamp. Hey, what happens on Trial TV Live stays on Trial TV Live. All right, have a great night, you guys. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Join us tomorrow. We're going to do an Ego Takes the Stand, possibly, and here's a teaser, possibly two Ego Takes the Stands in a row, Thursday and Friday. How about that? And here's a clue. All right, here's a clue. This will, until we post it, here's a clue. We're going to do 2 Ego Takes the Stands, and they're both from the same trial. All right, think about that one. Mull that one over. All right, you guys, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.